Welcome back. Warhammer 40,000. Rogue Trader. Where last time we started making our way towards Rykad Minoris again. And because we got random encountered during the first one. Or during our first attempt to go to it. And we got interrupted again on our flight. Like, not long before we even reached Rykad Minoris, too. As we were informed, or rather, I guess, interrupted, with an audience with a Lieutenant Avrilla and Abelard, who were kind of arguing about something as they came in. That something being a workers' strike on deck, I want to say 4, of the ship, of the lower hold of the lower decks of the ship. And as it was explained, Abelard, our seneschal, had basically ordered for a crackdown on the lower decks, following the attack on the ship, the rebellion, the mutiny on the ship, that led to Medea's predecessor, Theodore von Valancius' death, as well as the death of several officers and whatnot, led by Conrad Voigtveer. He had basically ordered for the guard to just crack down on the lower decks and root out heretics and whatnot. And Avrilla kind of came in saying hey, this crackdown is going a bit too hard. And it's causing a lot of discontent on the lower decks, which is fomenting rebellion, basically. And has led to a strike of workers. Avrilla asked us if we could go down to lower decks and speak with them, and that perhaps having the Rogue Trader captaining their city-sized ship would work well in quelling the rebellion, or the fomenting rebellion. As Abelard was entirely against this. As he's like, no, it's my duty as seneschal to just take care of all of the problems that don't really require your attention, and apparently rooting out heretics and preventing rebellion is not important. And so we decided to go with Avrilla down to the lower decks to deal with the situation ourselves, as Abelard insisted on coming alongside us. So we went down to lower decks, and as we arrived, some of the ruffians, the rabble as they were called, kind of saw Seneschal Bessarion, Abelard, and threw some stuff at him, some stink bombs basically, at him. And he was upset by that, and we're like, man, they seem to know you're here. He's like, yes, well, you are basically a legendary figure, a mythical figure to the people outside of the upper decks, but I am the one who has to deal with them. So I frequently have to come down here. It's basically what he said. I'm like, all right, let's look around. Started looking around, all the rabble seemed kind of whoa, people from the upper decks. And we approached Avrilla as she was speaking to a squad commander, basically trying to get the squad commander to not have the Imperial Guard start shooting at the strikers. And once we arrived, we're like, all right, let me address them. As we went down to address the strikers, and 3 sort of leaders came forward, kind of going over what had happened. Apparently there was an incident where some drunkard had a possibly heretical piece of jewelry or something. And and ever since that was found, like Rosarian, like Abelard had ordered that like crackdown, where the guard had been like forcefully like searching people's homes, capturing and interrogating people, and like, you know, roughing people up, probably even killing a lot of people, because this is Warhammer. And yeah, we yeah, like after they kind of gave their side of the story, and Rosarian kind of gave his side of the story, we're like, all right, what are your demands? Like, what are you demanding with this strike? And this old lady kind of steps forward, as one of the leaders of like the three great worker clans, basically, here, and like she steps forward and basically starts advocating for anarchy, which was amazing. Like she started advocating for like get rid of the Imperial Guard on this deck, give us guns, and we'll basically police our own. Like that was basically what she was advocating for. Like it was basically sovereign rights, like rights of like personal sovereignty, going full anarchy. And like I was kind of here for it, but you know, that's heresy. We're not that much of an iconoclast yet. Um, but like yeah, like Abelard kind of warned us that like, you know, like mysterious items, heretical items can be very bad, if left unattended or by people who don't know what the fuck to do with them, and a bunch of rabble who don't really know much about heresy and stuff is probably not a good people to police their own. But meanwhile, like the other two leaders were kind of just advocating for like, hey, just, you know, like lessen up on the crackdown, keep the Imperial Guard here, like we'll help, we'll basically cooperate with the Imperial Guard, and like help with the search for these heretics and root them out. Was kind of like the alternate suggestion that the workers had. So after some pondering, I ultimately decided to go with the less extreme option of like, all right, let's have you guys cooperate with the guard, search through, like police your own people, but we're not going to be giving you weapons. We're not going to be we're not going to be pulling back the Imperial Guard so that you can do your own law enforcement down here. But we're going to keep the guard, and you guys search. If you find anything heretical, report the shit out of it. Yeah, they seemed satisfied with that, and the old woman acquiesced because it was basically two clans against one. Yeah, with that, the strike was, for now, resolved. I'm sure there will be repercussions to this. Yeah. After that, we started kind of making our way back to the upper decks, and as we were about to reach the elevator in the lower deck, Abelard kind of stopped us, wanting to speak with us privately. So the others went on ahead, and he basically started yelling at us. He started lecturing us, basically, going over like his duties and what he had done under Theodora, or like basically how he had run things under Theodora. And he was basically just keeping to like doctrinal like law, really. So like the established protocol and procedure of things. And Medea reminded him that Lady Theodora is dead, I'm a different person. I run things differently. Um, so you need to stop. You got to live in the present and look to the future. Stop dwelling on the past. Like, new leadership, new decisions, basically. And he was like, all right, I will think on this, and I'm sorry for lecturing you. And I'm like, it's all good, buddy. And then that encounter was done for now. I'm sure there will be no protests in the future. Yeah, after that, we finally made it to Rykad Minoris. As the city is in, or rather the planet is in, open rebellion. Coming into the starport was pretty hot, as we nearly got shot out of the sky. And when we landed, a sergeant on the scene was like, "Who the hell are you? Like, what's with that fancy ship? Did you steal it?" And we're like, "No, I am Rogue Trader Media von Valencius." And he's like, "Oh shit," kind of bowed before us and told us the situation. Basically, a group of rebels led by some woman named Aurora had basically started attacking out of nowhere. There was a tech priest who had come to meet the governor, one of the Winter Scale clan, like Rogue Trader dynasty people, and he had like just left with like some guard, and he, like, the sergeant kind of called the tech priest's retinue or escort and told them like, "Hey, we've got another VIP who needs to be taken to the governor's place. Come, like, wait for them." Yeah, we were told, like, you know, the Caligus Winterscale is dealing with a prison riot on Rykad Filius, I believe, which is like the prison planet that we had the option of going to. And so he wasn't here, and like the acting governor of the planet, like, you know, open rebellion against them. So like we were asked to help out, and the rebellion has their hands on like an ancient anti-aircraft cannon, from apparently before the Empire even settled on this planet. So like xenotech, technically. Yeah, if we wanted to be able to leave the planet, or to allow for reinforcements to come and aid in quelling the rebellion, like that anti-AA gun, that, I think I just needed to say AA gun, needed to be taken down. Yeah, anti-air. I almost said anti-air. We then started shooting our way through the spaceport. Kind of fought through some goons, some rebel goons, and killed them. We found a pilot for like kind of like the personal shuttle of like the governor or something. And he kind of gave us some further like explanation of things going on. He was being attacked by like these blind people who were just kind of roaming around saying like some prophetic shit, smells of heresy, but they've all been like blinded. So we saved him, and yeah, he kind of gave us more context, and he's also like very apprehensive because his wife is also a pilot, and she was with the Lord Captain Winterscale in Philia when the riot broke out there. So he's worried about her safety, and also the fact that he has been unable to send Vox communications to the Lord Captain to the other Lord Captain in order to inform them of the situation, basically, as there's Vox silence on the planet. So he was trying to get to like a high up place where he could like kind of place a Vox beacon, I guess, that could get through the jamming, to no avail, so that he could kind of warn them about what's happening, and that there's this anti-air like thing. So yeah, after speaking to him, we started mowing down some more rebels on another landing pad, and as we kind of left the landing pads and into the city proper, or the outskirts of the city proper, and we had a little cutscene of a tech priest of the Adeptus Mechanicus, along with their escort, kind of sneaking through the place, when a bunch of rebels find them, and as they kind of fight, the tech priest kind of electrified this forklift kind of thing, like some industrial vehicle. I don't know the exact name, and it exploded and killed all the rebels and remaining Imperial escort, and not the tech priest. He then kind of noticed us, the tech priest, and like came to us to be like, "Who the heck are you? Be friend or foe?" And I'm like, "I'm a rogue trader. Nice to meet you." And he introduced himself as Pascal. He's a Magos of the Adeptus Mechanicus. And he has no idea how he caused that forklift thingy to explode. Yeah, he joined us, basically. So we now have a tech boy. We then went further into the city. We activated some turrets, and that started combat, as there were a bunch of rebels near a gate to the main city streets. And yeah, after plowing through them very quickly, we went on to the city streets, where we were met by a Hero Guardsman, who was wearing a unfitted suit of armor. Suspicious, but he insisted on escorting us to the governor's mansion, and he knew a way to get there through the rubble. So we started following him, and we kind of get to this trapped area where the rest of his squad supposedly was, before they died, and he managed to be the sole survivor of. Suspicious. We examined the area, and then spoke to him, and being like, "Hey, shit don't add up, and I think you're a traitor." So we shot him, and right before we shot him, he pretty much like revealed himself to indeed be a heretic working for Aurora. And then from there, we went up some stairs, killed some more rebels, went down some stairs, killed some more rebels, and cleared away some debris. We also found like some cultists as well, across like the bridge, and like this whole segment of the city is like on a very large bridge too. Yeah, there was like a big old blasted open part of the bridge that we could climb down into. Didn't do that yet. And then we kind of went back onto the bridge, started going across it, when we came across the anti-air gun, the anti-air cannon. And there were some rebels in front of it, kind of bullying this one rebel. And we tried passing ourselves off as new recruits who were taking over their shift. And they're like, "We don't do shifts." And that led to combat, which was a very annoying combat, because we had a bunch of people that were on another building, that were down some stairs from the rest of the combat, with a sniper on top of the building, and a trap at the closest stairs that led down to that building, which for whatever reason we were unable to deactivate. I think it was kind of glitched. So like I had to kind of, because I didn't want or like an explosion to kill all my guys during combat, I had to go to the far stairs, which took like 10 rounds and climb up the building. But eventually we got it. And then, like, further down the street, there were those cultists in front of a building again. But we decided to kind of take these stairs down to the lower level of the bridge, shut off a valve of steam vent, and kind of go up the other side that got kind of behind all of these cultists, and we ambushed them from there. After defeating them, we kind of went back down because there was like this yet unexplored doorway that led to into this warehouse, which when we entered, we had a little narrative diatribe, like a book kind of thing, kind of like what happened in Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. You'd have like those little like book moments where like instead of seeing stuff on the screen, you just got a visual of like a book and it like story. Where basically we found a bunch of cultists in this building, in this warehouse, all surrounding this strange mirror. And we noted like some explosive tanks strewn about the place, and that this mirror seemed to be made of a substance similar to that heretical shard that Lord Captain Theodora had in her office, and that had broken in her office. That made Adira go like, nope, 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 nope. When we tried having her, precog it, divine its nature. But yeah, all these cultists are kind of surrounding this mirror that at one point caught the light of the sun and burned into the eyes of one of the cultists. So like that seems to be what makes the blind madman out and about the city. Yeah, we were like, all right, this is some big old heresy. Let's destroy it. So we killed all the cultists. The leader of the cultists kind of used the device to summon some warp horrors, and after defeating everybody, we were able to take a look around the place. There was the rest of the party members kind of realized that the mirror was made of the same material as that fragments of that shard, and Abelard seemed upset by this. Adira was upset by this, but battle sister Argenta was like very like, very like, well, if she's committing heresy, she's committing heresy. Can't stand for that. And like Adira got upset at her for her kind of like nonchalance, I guess. Or just how easily she could just be like, well, don't care about this person anymore, I guess. Yeah. And then we started looking around. There was like this locked safe that that we wanted to get into. It was connected to a cogitator, and next to the cogitator was like a detailed list of the steps to activate the cogitator. So we tried doing it. I think I failed. I still got XP for trying, though, it seems. But I believe that was where we ended. After that, we have still yet to look in detail at that thing. That's basically what it was. That's the room we're in. And so we continue. I was getting some DMs. Older brother gamings was asking like, "Yo, is Rogue Trader any good?" And I'm like, "Yeah, it's pretty good." All right.
They will see. Oh yes,
All right, I will do
they
that.
all will see.
All right. So we got this. We can still target it. It looks like.
I did it?
The ritual site. There we go. The ritual site is covered in ominous heretical symbols, each of which is unmistakably emanating the malevolent power of the warp. The heretics use the abhorrent powers of this lens to ruin the eyes of the most devout followers of the cult. Heretics believe in the fall of dawn. Blind man aimlessly roam. Rebels have performed blasphemous sorcery and blinded one of the heretics with an enormous lens. Right. Sister Argenta, if you would.
Let's proceed.
The stars are my canvas, and anarchy is my
Destroy
brush.
it.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
I'm wondering if we can even destroy it now. Oh, we can. Nice. There we go, baby. Nothing but a pile of shards remains of the sinister lens that the heretics used to burn out the eyes of devoted cultists. Heresy. Gone. Sewers. Probably check out the sewers.
One step at a time, amidst the madness.
Sewers. Exit to upper way. We don't know where that one goes, though. Everything appears to be
In
correct.
this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
Down there. Just like following this red line. Yeah.
There will be no peace
Still
in my
barely
wake.
certain that I failed whatever that was. Alright.
Oh, what lies beyond?
Five sewers? Rabble. What? First I hear some wicked laughter, now I'm seeing higher ups in our dump. Must be going mad.
Over there.
The voices belonging to the many residents of the lower levels merge into a single humming noise, unnerving and oppressive, much like the surrounding catacombs. You feel a slight prickling sensation at the back of your head. The barrier between the worlds has grown so thin here that you can feel a breeze coming from the other side. Spare my life, I'm begging you.
Patience.
Have
My
mercy.
nerves are
I've already
frayed.
been robbed blind. Toxic flow of murky liquid comes down from the higher levels via ancient rusted pipes. Oh. Loot. Loot?
One step at a time, amidst the madness.
I'm paused. I'm like, why am I not going? Eat, why no move? Oh, there it is.
In this tapestry of a world,
Our prayers are different, but I notice similarity in our attitudes towards ministry. It unites us.
First, I hear some wicked. Okay.
You are right. Only we know what it is to pray to our intercessor at an altar in our struggle to protect those close to us, to be their spiritual shield.
Under the layer of soot and grime, you notice an unholy symbol scratched into the wall, and one look at it is enough to make you nauseous. Someone's watching you. This filthy excuse for a table is smeared with someone's dinner consisting of algae and corpse starch. Got some cultists in here. Hiding somewhere.
they will see. Oh, yes, they all will.
Cass, tell me, what do you see when you look at me?
Usually a colorful pandemonium, but now your colors have faded. Are you afraid of me, Idira? Or of what I might see in you?
Cultist.
There will be no peace in my wake.
Down here. Oh, can't. Oh. Oh no.
Watching the lazy handle sacred technology breaks my heart. Figuratively speaking, my cardiovascular augmentation can withstand much more than high blood pressure.
Blessed Cape increases melee attack damage against demon enemies by 2. If the wearer has the dogmatic conviction, the damage is increased by 4. Cannot get there. Nice. Get up there. Yeah.
Patience? My nerves are frayed.
Yeah, you can get in these little nooks and crannies.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
Your shrill, baleful giggling coming from behind you, and it is getting louder, but there is no one there.
What lies beyond?
You see, there's ways up onto these balconies. Huh?
What a glorious storm
Herald
this
of
battle will be.
Zinich. Uh-oh.
You don't frighten me.
All right. Get rid of that herald.
At your beck and call.
I will excuse you, rabble, for your ignorance. There we go, baby. Uh-oh.
If I may.
My vow is to serve.
Permanent? Turn them into his allies. Ah. They've all turned hostile. That's not good. Lady agenda?
Schemes, schemes, within schemes.
I'll do it. That is not the Emperor's will.
want me.
She still have benefits of that? Dodge the soldier's next attack. As soon as possible. Got that Herald.
For you, my emperor.
Damn. All right, Pascal. All the way over there, huh? Me being worried that having her do shit would one group of people who yet succumb.
I'm not interested.
Gosh dang it. And you guys have to be there.
Someone else can do this.
God damn it. Had to be like that, huh?
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
I will do my... I took care of this much.
Okay. Oh. Quite a bit of damage there. Going on here? Horrors of the Warp. For difficulty tier of the demon for 1 round. Oh, yeah. Got him. Not far enough, apparently. Dodge. Here it comes. Oh. Fully expecting him to just wait to them. Alright, have the rabble fight amongst themselves.
My place is at the fort.
Oh, an enemy.
In the name of House Orselio, I shall prevail.
Okay.
It will be done.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Yeah. Alright, Lady Identa. You got this, I believe.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
Oh, 40, huh? Matter what, 40, huh? True.
Explorers go one route. Forward.
Wait, shit. I should have done Explorer's Weakness first. God damn it.
Another one is shattered.
Bleep bloop. Cleaning out this meat. Okay, so they're all still quite crazy. Unfortunate. Yeah.
At your beck and call. I'd rather not.
Okay. Bleep bloop. Kill 5 enemies with 1 attack. Hell yeah. Ah, no good. No good spot for that. These guys couldn't be one more away. Come on. Oh, I only got him.
If I may,
Let's see.
Bloop.
I won't
too far.
sully
Should've moved
myself
first.
with that. Another stroke of genius!
I'm a natural.
Right, good job. God, Cassia's so fucking good, dude.
It will be done. Reduce to dust.
As the tactical imperative dictates.
This lad. Sorry, Underhive people. Had to be done. What is this? Hypnotizing pendant. When the wearer successfully hits with a single shot attack, the target suffers slowed until the wearer's next turn.
One step at a time, amidst the madness.
Like the little symbol's gone now. Oh, those were the places that it teleported to. Cool. I wish we could have destroyed them.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
Or just propaganda poster. Wanted for idolatry. Oh, sorry, Underhive
In
citizens.
this tapestry of a world, I
Had to
am
do
the
it.
rogue thread.
Could not suffer any cultists to live.
Patience. My nerves
It's
are
the
frayed.
one that we don't know where. Yet. Oh, this is a new area. The edge, the edge, the edge of what? I can't remember. Rebel.
What lies beyond?
Serve the Emperor in your heart and deeds when you join the ranks of his illustrious army. The Astra Militarum. Arise, let us welcome the new light together. Fight heresy, serve a higher purpose, safeguard humanity's dominion.
They will see. Oh yes, they all will see.
Oh. What?
Duty prevails. The Emperor favors me today.
Interrupted that one.
I better
There will
myself
be
through
no
my
peace
service.
in my wake.
Clearly oblivious to your presence, the soldier mutters incoherently, does not react to anything around him. Litanies of faith. Why you got some profane blades on you, buddy?
One step at a time, amidst the madness.
Which the madness.
What curiosity unveils itself before me?
Ancient Terra Monocle. Whereas Lore Imperium has depend on fellowship instead of intelligence and gain a +3 bonus. Ooh, captives. Elderly citizen.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
Yeah.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
Some 10 people, children among them, are huddled together in fear. You see that half of them have black holes where their eyes used to be. Some maintain a gloomy silence, others are wailing. Several armed insurgents are carefully watching over the terrified hostages, snapping every now and then at someone for shaking too much or crying too loudly. Come to your senses, Arild. Arild? Look what you're doing to your own family. A woman of about 60, gray-haired but still strong, is kneeling before a stocky man with a thick, pure white beard, stretching her arms towards him. Take pity on us. Let us go. Stop talking and embrace redemption. Our children have gained true sight while you still believe the lie. Upon seeing you, the man points his weapon at you. The other insurgents do the same. Who are you, and why are you here? No, you tell me. Who are you, and what are you doing to these unfortunates? Are all these people your family? What are you trying to save them from? And who is behind all of this? Are all these people your family? All of my adopted and blood children are here. I raised them all as my own, and now I must protect them, help them see. His mind and soul are pierced by shards of a colorful deception. Hues once twisted by despair, and the Immaterium's influence can never be the same again. Pascal's vox hisses furiously. Layperson, cognition is not your primary function. You are saving your kin by holding them at gunpoint and believe that burning their eyes will grant them sight. It is evident that the auteur of the demagogic teaching that confused you meant to make a mockery of your deplorable intellect. Abelard's face turns a deep red. To cast your own children into the thrall of heresy. To drown your progeny in this filth with your own hands. Who are you and what are you doing to these unfortunates? I'm the chief. My former name, Arld, is meaningless now. I am a father leading his family to deliverance from woes, to salvation. Aurora has opened my eyes to the truth, and my children will see it. Arld, spare us, spare your children. What you're doing is no salvation. Stop taking your fear out on innocent people. It will neither ease your suffering nor rid you of fear. You have been torturing your own family in order to save them. You have been blinding them so that they could see the truth. Who you're trying to save them from, and who is behind all this? Okay. At Aurora's behest. Aurora is a great prophet and a great warrior. Their face is shrouded, but their gaze pierces the veil of time and sees into the future. I always knew the governor's dogs were hiding the truth from us, and now the day has come. A prophet has come to Rykad Minoris and open our eyes. The end of the world is coming, the final dawn, and only those who accept Aurora's truth will survive it. What you are doing is no salvation. Stop taking your fear out on the innocent. It will neither ease your suffering nor rid you of fear. But all I wanted was to save... The man drops his weapon and covers his face with his hands in desperation. You hear several short sobs. There's no washing the blood from your hands, but you could at least let us go, Arld, the ones you haven't mutilated yet. The old man gestures to the other insurgents, who lower their weapons. Then he shifts his gaze to you, trying to hold back tears. What happens to us now? Iconoclast, dogmatic. Your family may go, so may you, but make sure I do not see you again. The hostages begin to leave, and soon the group disappears around one of the bends. The old man looks away from them and walks in the opposite direction. His shoulders shake with sobs every now and then. We're in one piece. I hope I'm not making a mistake. Nice. Join up at your hive's nearest Asher Militarum Mobile Conscription Center.
They will see. Oh, yes. They
Never
all
doubt
will
me.
see.
Success is measured in blood, yours and your enemies.
Stop it!
Oh. Well, they are little papers. How do you get down there? Alright. Where do those rebels go? Guess they just left.
Oh, what lies beyond?
Managed to open the eyes of some peeps. Alright, level. Right here. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So there's like 15 levels in each thing. Ooh, ooh. Increased by 3. Ally. 10% of their maximum wounds plus resolve. My resolve or their resolve? That is my question. Two times in one turn. It's not grant an extra turn. Whenever an ally is fact the ally gains grants temporary wound, or that grants temporary wounds, the ally's armor is increased by 10%. Allies under the effect of the officer's abilities gain a bonus to their weapons skill equal to 3 plus and deal 6 more damage on attacks of opportunity. The ranks works as if there were one more enemy adjacent to the target. This allows this ability to be used on targets with no enemies adjacent to them. Also increases the damage of the next ranged attack by that. Grants action points to an ally that also gains +1 all characteristics for every action point gained start until the end of combat. Officer gains +10 willpower, +10 when they have less than 50. That. Reach bonus point of toughness. Gain 10% room. Very fast. Reckless strike. Next melee attack gains +5 times strength bonus. 20%. Arm penetration and plus 8 damage and ignores 9% of the target's parry. Every enemy who survives an attack enhanced by this ability will attack the warrior in return, including creatures with ranged weapons. Forceful strike. Warrior gathers all of their might for a crushing strike. Their next melee attack pushes the enemy away. The distance of the push is equal to 1 plus strength bonus divided by 2. 3 cells. Haunting Scream. Or screams at their enemies to draw their attention and become a priority target of any enemy who fails a will test. or against the slash ability. Round slash cannot be used in the same round as charged. The warrior dashes through an enemy to the cell on the enemy's opposite side and makes a melee attack with minus 50% damage, reduced damage. Can be applied only once for one target per round. Does not provoke AOPs. Okay. Like this one. Okay, brace for impact also allows the Navy officer to use a ranged weapon. Allows to suffer only half damage from all attacks of opportunity. Okay, do not falter. +5 toughness. Another character in the party has the same archetype as this character. The first use of an ability for this archetype. Better to die for the Emperor. It's affected by an ally's non-damaging ability. I might get him that. Either that or chain weapon expert. So that he does more damage. We'll make him tankier. So give him some more health. Increases wounds by half of the character's level rounded up. So he would get, rounded up, he would get 6 then. He would have 46 wounds after this. Or actually probably higher considering we've got that toughness increase right there. Or what is that from? Grace of the Oblivious. Okay. Allons. All enemies gain a staggering 5 penalty to all characteristics. So become targets with the psychic powers gain a stacking -5. Pain channeling. Is dealt to the enemy closest to the target. That might be good. Anytime an enemy becomes a target of any particular psychic skill for the first time, enemy suffers a -5 penalty to their int and perception, and the psychic's intelligence and perception increased by 2 until the end of combat. Enemies that have failed against any of the psychic powers will suffer an additional mental damage every time they suffer mental damage until the end of combat. Enemies that have taken damage from the psycho at least once suffer -20 penalty on all of that. The end of their next turn. There's only effect of at least one psychic power. 5. So 7% armor penetration. things she might need. Not really a skill or character. Character level 4. Percent chance to dodge. And half cover, their cover efficiency is increased by 15%. The enemies for the largest number of exploits receive hit chance greater chance while attacking targets affected by exploits. Not too good. I'm playing int-based character. Operative attacks target affected by an exploit from a distance of 15 minus perception. So 9 cells or further. That attack deals more. Uncanny sight. Might be pretty good. +5 ballistic. Is 10 or higher. They gain 1 AP and ignore enemy's deflection. Enemy affected by an exploit within 5 steps of the operative attacks the operative or their ally. That enemy suffers 1 additional exploit. Inflict despair. If the operative hits an enemy that is affected by both an exploit and exposed weakness, that enemy loses 3 MP and their damage is reduced by that. You know what? I'm gonna get that, because that's gonna like encourage me to actually fucking do the thing I want to do, which is like expose weakness first and then analyze exploits or whatever, analyze weakness or whatever it's called. Yeah, I don't really need all these. Really, I can go with any of these. Whatever you have like the least in. Building costs you to have that, yep. Ooh, she gets to do a dash. Merely dashes in a selected direction, spending all their movement points. Does not provoke AOPs, allows soldiers to dash through allies and enemies, but not through obstacles. That would have been useful for Abelard in that last fight. Soldier merely spends all their AP to gain a 30%. Okay, concentrate fire. Soldier's next burst attack will have its rate of fire doubled, but deal 25% less damage. All shots will follow random trajectory. The next ranged area attack made by deals plus that, and has an additional blank dodge reduction. Concentrated fire. Sounds really good. Makes her more likely to hit with her area attacks. Then you get this. We need a way to increase her MP. Okay. Talents. Bonus damage stacks for each hit. Two times perception bonus, 10%. That's actually pretty good. It's like really good, actually. Or creature in combat gains an extra turn. Plus 5 bonus to willpower. I also do a lot of extra turns with my officers. Degradations reduced by 1. That's pretty good. Stare until the end of combat. Enemies damaged by the navigator from all attacks of opportunity and cannot dodge them. As I don't really have any ally things yet. Start their next turn. That might actually be pretty good. Thinking either this or this. We'll do Eyes of Oblivion. Affected by our perception bonus, might as well increase our perception bonus. That's really good. Ben Pascal uses plasma motor. Just no 20 damage. Yeesh. Perception by 10. Dendrite to restore the wounds of an ally. 6 plus Medicae. Divided by 5. 7. In that case, get Medicae up. Right. You have another arm? He does! Look at him! He's slowly getting more and more arms. Love that.
Ha! There will
Love
be no
that for him.
peace in my wake.
Yeah, the big encounter for this map was Commerce Center.
Patience! Oh, my nerves are frayed.
Acquisition is possible.
And somebody's garbage.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
Because in this stark contrast to the rest of the nearby shops, the jars are labeled all-purpose synth powder. Fills you up no matter what. Made in Necromundo's best factories. Isn't there a Necromunda game? Right. I keep getting whispers. Which, for some reason. People are like, hey, how are you? I like your content. For those injuries, man.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
before we leave. Alright, Commerce Center. Big yawn. Big stretch. Alright. This is the Commerce Center, huh? Oh. The formidable shells for large caliber weapons are being stored right in the command center. A solitary young tech priest is offering ceaseless prayers to the machine spirits of the command center.
Oh yes, they all will see.
The governor. Welcome to the Rycad Minoris Command Center. They're scrabbling around, digging into my skull from the inside. It's like nails dragging down these metal walls. Medina. I have conducted a visual survey of the locale. The bunker's metal cladding is fully intact and undamaged. Adeptus Mechanicus. A lot of Adeptus Mechanicus. These heavy chains are used to adjust the height of the command platform.
There will be no peace in my wake.
Identifying Rogue Trader, the Crimson Priesthood greets you. It's a bloodbath outside, but nothing can threaten you here, your ladyship. That's not a second there. Tech Priest Quartz Cram. The painfully thin tech priest turns sharply towards you. The sudden movement makes his chromed augments briefly cling. His gray eyes, set under furrowed brows, almost blend into the pale skin of his face, and he levels you with a heavy, dour stare. Identification: Unit Logis, or Logis, Quartz Crame, official trade representative of the Explorator Cognizance Fleet. The unit supervises supply routes in the Rycad system, ensures the security of the combat arsenal, performs commercial transactions, and secures mutually beneficial contracts. When the tech priest notices Pascal, his eyes widen. His Vox unit immediately lets out a string of screeching binaric, a tortuously long tirade in which the volume rises and falls seemingly at random. When it is finally over, the Omniscire servant bows his head in deference. Unit Quartz Crane requests permission to transfer information. The Rogue Trader possesses a supreme degree of power, the potential to influence the current leadership, the ability to restore order in the Rycad system. Pascal, what was that? A detailed complaint. I recommend you consider Unit Quartz Crane's request to transfer information. You're an explorator, aren't you? What are you doing here? Retrieving archived data. Over 70 Terran years ago, the governor of Rycad Minoris and authorized representatives of the Explorator Cognizance Fleet made an agreement. Its goal was mutual benefit through cooperation. Unit Logis Quartz Crame is the fleet's appointed trade agent. The unit is responsible for maintenance of the arsenal and the combat machinery. Blessed are the armorers, for there can be no Imperium without them. Blessed are the valiant warriors, for there is no end to the darkness without them. The Omnissire's servants exchange short binary mantras filled with intimidating solemnity. What's the Cognizance fleet doing in the Rykad system? The Cognizance fleet's presence in the Rykad system is negligible. Its research activities in the system have been concluded. A limited presence is maintained for the purpose of logistical support, fulfillment of vows to maintain the Omnissire's creations, spiritual oversight. Permission to transfer information granted. What do you wish to tell me? The Tech Priest says, sharply and curtly. Haphazard and careless decisions on the part of the Rykad Minoris governor have led to unacceptable consequences. Communication with the Adeptus Mechanicus Sanctum has been lost. Troops must be sent to the hallowed electrodynamic cenobium without delay, restoring communications with the Electro Priests and ensuring the Sanctum's security are our top priorities. You are the head of a rogue trader dynasty. Your position enables you to exert influence. The Tech Priest pauses for a moment, and pressure on the subjects of the Imperium. Unit Quartz Crane requests assistance. The actions of Governor Faisal Rakadi Ab Medina Af Coronis must be influenced. Demand that troops be sent to the holy monastery of the Adeptus Mechanicus. I observe that this world's authorities lack diligence in the performance of their duties. This statement is true. United in their denunciations and brimming with righteous criticism, the pair in red exchanged knowing nods. I will discuss it with the governor. Unit Quartz Crane is grateful. The rogue traitor is highly likely to successfully influence the future actions of local authorities. From your arsenal. Except to... Profit factor. Profit factor is a measure of your status, wealth, and power as a rogue trader. I got it right eventually. Its value is determined by your trade connections, income of your holdings, treasury, and loans, both to and from you. The value of your profit factor is displayed in the bottom right corner of the inventory screen. While traveling, your character will use profit factor for buying items and completing colonial projects. Profit factor is not spent on purchases and transactions. Instead, its level determines your ability to conclude trade transactions. Profit factor can grow or diminish. Its growth is primarily influenced by major trade deals and its decrease by investments in colonial projects. Equipment, weapons, and other items can be found at vendors of various factions throughout the Cornus Expanse. To trade with them, profit factor and reputation are required. They are not spent on purchases, but their level, one or both at once, affects the range of goods available to you. Reputation is a measure of the rogue trader's relationship with the different factions of the Cornus Expanse. The higher the reputation with a faction, the wider the range of goods available from its representative. To increase your reputation with a particular faction, complete their orders and transfer valuable cargo to their representatives. Okay. And we can see what they do here. But no less than that. Wow. Metronome. Whoever didn't spend MP during their turn, they gain plus 10 to all of their characteristics next turn. Damn. Okay. Ratifying individual trade agreement. Endless helmet. When the wearer kills a target with an exploit using a singular Deadeye shot, the nearest enemy immediately gains 1 exploit. Reputation. Hide untradeable. What's this? What's this symbol mean? Okay, so this kind of shows you what they want. Heretic trophies. Jesus. Alright. So let's see. They like them heretic trophies. How do I select a thing? Bit finicky. How do I unselect? I don't, like, what is happening? Now it's letting me select things. That's weird. Mechanicus Creations. Holy Gifts. They like those. One of our... that. Their armor kit. Ranged weaponry. Provisions and fuel. Miscellany. Psychic Body Glove. The wearer ignores the first critical hit of damage to that. 3 times the dodge if the wearer's willpower is more than 40. Medkit Plasma Pistol. Oh, that's on a... Huh? Right clicked on it and it disappeared. Where? I don't know if I equipped it or not. Lost item, plasma pistol. I was like, how? Hold on. Go back to this. Right clicked on it and it just disappeared. Like, no pop up, just gone. Yeah, these buttons are very, like, not set up real well. Kind of have to, like, find a random ass place on it to be able to even select it. It's like over here for these ones, over here for these ones, and there's no indication of that. Okay. Brigade manual, gas cloud grenade, 4 of them, looks like. Modified bolter. Wish I could see my other heaps things. Okay, so that one had me do that. Fire 1, armor penetration, that. Okay. 16 ammo, 8 range, so it can fire faster, or further, rather. I feel like I should just... I don't trade... Oh. Wait. That's wrong. Holy gifts. Miscellaneous. So much ranged weaponry. There we go. Now we're at 5. Aid manual. It's been a minute. That. Whether we're uses run and gun, they gain a bonus on their ranged attacks. Ooh! I do that all the time before a jet. Big stretch. Alright, more than 40. This dude. A ring weapon that fires a singular slivered needle coated with a viral toxin. 5 can only be used once for combat. The attack deals 1 to 3 damage and has 30% armor penetration. Okay. They changed the icon up? They did. You've got plenty of them. The heavy hum of this massive cogitator runs down the metal walls of the bunker, filling the entire command room. He's looking at Booba on that screen right there. The tall, dark-skinned man turns towards you and greets you in a curt military manner. Faisal Uraikari of Medina of Koronos, governor of this star system, welcome to my temporary headquarters. The man's gaze falls on Abelard, his eyes slightly narrow. Versarian. Abelard nods dryly. Governor Medina, my greetings. The governor's expression changes drastically when he sees Cassia. Lady Navigator, what an honor. I never thought that House Orcelio would grace our world with a visit. I only wish I could have received you under different circumstances. Cassia purses her lips and an echo of grief knocks the wind out of those present. House Orcelio is grateful for the support that you have provided to Yurok 5 these many years. I'm not seeing the convoy I'd sent to meet you. What happened? Did they fail to find and escort you? If that is so, I promise you their punishment will be swift and severe. The curious exchange of pleasantries? Is there some kind of discord between you and Abelard? The convoy was ambushed and massacred. The only surviving soldier turned out to be a traitor and was personally executed by me. Exchange of pleasantries. Is there discord between you and Abelard? No, of course not. An old misunderstanding. Over a century old by now. It's not worth your time, Lord Captain. The convoy was ambushed and massacred. The only surviving soldier turned out to be a traitor and was personally executed by me. That is an outrage. I will have the personnel vetting procedure changed immediately. The slightest suspicion will be grounds for arrest. Your ladyship, before we proceed with discussing the matters that are of interest to you, there is a question I feel compelled to ask. It was only recently that Lady Theodora was the House of von Phalangius. I have received no word of her demise. How is it that you are now the rogue trader? My esteemed predecessor died in the hands of cultists. May the Emperor incinerate their souls. I should be the one asking that question. Our ship was attacked by heretics. They killed Lady Theodora. Our ship was attacked, Theodora was killed, and I claimed my inheritance. That is all you need to know. I'm just looking at his little arm thingies. My esteemed predecessor died at the hands of cultists. May the Emperor incinerate their souls. The governor frowns, and a deep shadow falls over his face. Rogue Trader von Valankius, slain. Unthinkable. Please accept my deepest and most sincere condolences, your ladyship. Do not hesitate to let me know how I might help. I realize that you yourselves are in a difficult situation, but my crew has sustained heavy losses. I must replace my missing crew. My ship's crew has suffered heavy losses. I wish to secure replacements on Rykad Minors. Commerce. I need fresh crew to replace those killed in the attack of the ship, and I need material compensation. These all seem like the same thing. So, you know, like these all seem like they will progress the dialogue. So we shall do commerce, because we're capitalists. We're dirty, dirty capitalists. Profit factor gained, too. The governor bows his head in acceptance. Of course, your ladyship. You will be compensated for any losses, and I'll see to it personally that your ship holds are filled with the finest goods from my personal reserves. Abelard nods in approval and remarks quietly, Excellent, your ladyship. A rogue trader has no use for leniency. I can offer you several thousand fine, obedient servants. However, I am sad to inform you that I won't be able to do it until we've dealt with the insurgency on the planet. I'm sure you won't have to wait long. The rabble will soon be duly punished for their heretical scheming. Are you so confident that you will crush the insurrection soon? My own impression has been the exact opposite. Is there anything else I can do on this planet or in this system while I wait for the end of the revolt? God, I like how they just talk about, like, you can just talk about this whole rebellion thing as though it's just like another Tuesday, like it's just a rainy day. Like, yes, and what can I do while I wait for the rains of the revolt to clear up? Like, I wish to commend the courage of one of your officers, Sergeant Malgar. He and his soldiers valiantly defended the spaceport. Alright, first of all, I wish to commend the courage of one of your officers, Sergeant Malgar. He and his soldiers valiantly defend the starport. The sergeant who managed to impress a person of such noble standing will be recommended for decoration. Is there anything else I can do on this planet or in this system while I wait for the end of the revolt? If you would like a distraction, a smaller and safer uprising, a smaller and safer uprising to suppress at your leisure, there is a planetoid in my system called Ricadiphilia. It hosts a prison colony whose inmates rebelled at the same time as the heretics on the planet. It's an all-around preposterous situation. It should have only taken us a couple of orbital shots to take care of them, but the governor slightly purses his lips. Vane Winterscale went there. He is a relative of my suzerain, the great rogue trader Calicos Winterscale, the master of this system and a dozen others. I imagine the young Lord Winterscale is very eager to prove himself to his distinguished kinsman. I see no reason for you not to join him. It's a small planetoid, the prisoners' numbers are few, and they have little in the way of weapons. It's more of a sport for noble lords and ladies than a real rebellion. Vane, Abelard mutters, stroking his beard. One of his distant younger offspring, yes. That's as much as I know about him, which means he hasn't distinguished himself in any meaningful way. Vane Winterscale has made several diplomatic visits to Yurok 5 on behalf of his father. The great regent would never have granted entry to someone dishonorable, which means no matter what happened on the planetoid, we must aid the highborn. My kinsman, Kunrad Voitvir von Valancius, has betrayed our dynasty and the Imperium. If he is hiding in the system, I want him handed over to me. Voitvir is a traitor. Why, any family, however noble, has an unworthy scion or two. Naturally, we will surrender him should we find him within my jurisdiction. Unfortunately, I have no information regarding his location. However, the governor pauses to think. We have a cogitator here at the command center. It's connected to a data crypt from Logis Abel's sanctum. It aggregated all of the Lex Mechanic reports. Unfortunately, the access prayer for it is unknown to me. If you manage to convince the stubborn machine, you might learn something about Kunrad's movements. I'd haphazard he fled from you on a ship, not on a pair of wings. Data crypt. A data repository sanctified by the Adeptus Mechanicus to be used in conjunction with a cogitator. Lex Mechanic, a low-ranking tech priest. Okay. Alright. Heinrich van Kalax, an interrogator of the Most Holy Inquisition, is operating in your system. Do you know where he is? The governor lowers his voice. I do. Master van Kalax has left for the hallowed electrodynamics Cenobium. It's an ancient monastery of the Adeptus Mechanicus. I don't know what his objectives are. Needless to say, insurgent activity has been observed in the monastery's vicinity, but I suppose that's too petty of a problem for an agent of the Most Holy Inquisition. Besides, I have already sent a small detachment of reinforcements there. The weapon the insurgents were using to shoot down shuttles over the city has been destroyed. Now nothing is preventing you from returning to your ship. If you wish to find Master Van Calix, you should go to the Cenobium of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Notes of anxiety creep into the voice that rattles from Pascal's vox. On behalf of the priesthood of Mars, I, Magos Hanuman, am officially initiating my participation in the operation. I must inspect the state of the relic and assure myself that it is under zero risk of falling into heretic hands. According to the Catechism of Maintenance and Operation, my tech comrades were supposed to lock the monastery gates against lay people and activate the traps. I deem it optimal that an ordained Magos should provide his assistance. I categorically object. The governor clenches his fist. As much as I respect the sanctity of your monastery, I have on my hands a whole capital that needs to be attended by the Omnissiah servants. We have lost many eminent tech priests. Incidentally, one of them perished in that same monastery. Mechanical failures could occur at any moment. Putting it bluntly, you may consider yourself forcibly recruited into the city's defense forces. Medina and Pascal glare at each other, their unyielding gazes like crossed swords. You picked an interesting time to quarrel with a servant of the Omnissiah, Governor. A critical situation calls for decisive action. I simply cannot let every learned tech priest go to their death the moment they hear about an endangered relic. I need people who can do more than praise the Omnissiah to look after the capital and its millions of citizens. This Magos is part of my retinue. You have no right to give him orders. You mistake me for a fool. I know that he arrived separately from you, and I would bet my life that no. Governor's voice dies down in a low growl of a drilling mechadendrite. Its tip is directed straight at the bridge of his nose. Medina clears his throat and grumbles stumblingly. So this is the negotiation techniques you have resorted to? You think this is the first time I have been threatened with a weapon? No, but this could be your last. Pascal's voice is akin to the sound produced by his drilling implement, steady and calm, but ready to explode at a moment's notice with the crunching of bone and the squelching of tearing flesh. I am heading to the monastery because I must. Is that clear? The governor mutters through gritted teeth. Abundantly so, Magos. Why are you so determined to get to the monastery? Is it because of the relic? It is why I came to this world. I am expected there. It will be my pleasure to assist the Omnissiah's servant in reaching the sanctum. Thank you for your cooperation, your ladyship. The drill stops. As compensation for your consideration of my request, I, Magos Hanuman, officially undertake to accompany you in the Rykad system in the role of bodyguard, and to protect you at all costs until your life functions cease, but only within the limits of the Rykad system. You're Hanuman? Glad you're alive. The governor raises an eyebrow and stares at the tech priest in surprise, but refrains from further commentary. Or should know more about the monastery. The Cenobium has been run by the Adeptus Mechanicus ever since the colony was founded. The sacred reactor, guarded by its priests, powers the entire planet. I can say no more. It is a forbidden place that even I have only been allowed to visit once before. What's so special about the cenobium and the relic? What is in there that has drawn the attention of an interrogator of the Inquisition? I have never been there before, but I would presume that the sacred relic of the reactor is capable of great destruction should it end up in heretic hands. The fury of the freed machine spirits, once released from the sacred circuit, will destroy everything around them. The degree of damage inflicted may render the world of Rykad Minoris uninhabitable. Heresy must be purged from those blessed halls. I declare any desecrator who defiles the relic's power a Category 3 blasphemer, deserving of immediate execution. Why not shell the monastery if that is where the insurgents have gathered, or deploy a landing force? Fulfilling this request puts the monastery in danger of major destruction. The consequences of this decision for the world of Rykad Minoris could be catastrophic. What has perplexed you about my companion's name? Governor looks at Pascal with curiosity. According to the reports we've received, Logos Abel Hanuman set off for the hallowed electrodynamics cenobium a short while before it was stormed. I'm glad to find out that you're safe. Perhaps you possess information on Master Van Calix? Pascal's vox rasps in confusion. My name is Pascal Hanuman, not Abel. I know nothing about such a person. What do you know about this Abel, Governor? I've never met him in person. That esteemed Logos supervised the work of Rykad Minoris' Lex Mechanics for many years. However, he's rarely left his cyber chapel, and I never had the honor of making his acquaintance. A true anchorite. Why did he fly to the monastery? That seems suspicious. When a Logos of the Adeptus Mechanicus wants to go somewhere, I don't ask why, your ladyship. We're going to get more information on this individual. I would have suggested that you inspect the esteemed Logos' sanctum, but it was destroyed by the rebels. We recovered several data crypts and connected them to the cogitators at the command post. They might provide you with some information. It is amazing that a mechanical voice with a vox can sound so confused. That name might have been used as a signal intelligible only to its intended recipient. In that case, its bearer might be Archmagos Amarnat, initiating an investigation and data collection procedure. Adira tenses up and listens, then turns around sharply to face Pascal. I can hear my friend's snide whispers through the doors. Be careful on your search, Magos. If you stare into a shattered mirror for too long, you might see yourself in it, in every shard at once. Mending it is that much more of a tainted affair than the new reflection is death-like. I see. Glad to be of service, your ladyship. Tech Priest Court's claims you have not been doing enough to ensure the safety of the Adeptus Mechanicus monastery. With a heavy sigh, the governor warily covers his face with his hand. Of course he does. That Tech Priest is very insistent. I ordered a squad to be dispatched to the Holy Cenobium of the Adeptus Mechanicus. They haven't been heard from yet. I'm afraid this is all I can do under the present circumstances. I don't have a single soldier to spare here in the capital. You're confident that you'll crush the insurrection soon? My own impression has been the exact opposite. Is that so? The governor maintains his composure. I'd like to hear your reasoning. The insurgency is headed by a certain Aurora, a prophet who, according to the followers, possesses mystical powers. Scores of crazed people with scorched eyes are stalking the city. The insurgents talk of a final dawn, the impending demise of the world. The insurgents managed to steal a vox caster. They have been listening to your people's communications. The insurgents are using the arch enemy's artifacts, enchanted lenses, to perform unholy. I can see that is not in my power to convince you. Is headed by a certain Aurora, prophet, who, according to their followers, possesses mystical powers. The rabble's usual superstitions. I'm sure this Aurora is a charlatan muttering some dog rule, which their dim followers think to be magic spells. This does, of course, warrant their eventual burning in the furnace of penance, but it does not point to there being anything special about this insurgency. Scores of crazed people with scorched eyes are stalking the city. The insurgents are maiming their own? Good. They talk of the final dawn, impending demise of the world. Yet another superstition. Surely you don't expect me to believe in it. Surges managed to steal a voxcaster. They have been listening to your people's communications. It's not much, but it is something. I will order an audit of our equipment and see to it that our communication channels are more closely monitored going forward. However, it is only the accidental success of an otherwise disorganized mob of heretics, who have no understanding of the art of war. Are using the archenemy's, the insurgents are using the archenemy's artifacts and enchanted lenses to perform unholy sorcery. I've heard about these lenses. What makes you think they're enchanted? Any fool can light a fire with a magnifying glass. That's no sorcery. You ought to leave your bunker more often, Governor Medina. I have only recently arrived in the system, and I seem to already know much more about the uprising than you do. The governor's eyes darken, but your unwavering gaze makes him give in. All right. Perhaps I've underestimated the mutiny, writing it off as the rabble's usual nonsense. However, if it does involve corruption and an underground cult, this needs to be investigated. I'll assign additional resources to it and take the issue seriously. You have my word, your ladyship. That's all I wanted to discuss. Combat arsenal transferred to command center in full. No damage sustained. Unit Quartz Crane requests permission to negotiate trade agreements. Are you open to commercial transaction? Do you know anything about the tech priest Abel Hanuman? Unit Quartz Crane has had no previous communication with Unit Abel Hanuman. The memory sector contains other data related to this quarry. Various resources and data storage devices of interest have been extracted by the standing army of Mycad Minoris for preservation purposes. The command center currently hosts a cogitator that was used by Unit Abel Hanuman. Appeal to the cogitator spirits for further information. Excuse me, friends. Identifying Rogue Trader. The Crimson Priesthood greets you. Alright, machine spirits. This cogitator looks a lot older and more worn than the ones next to it. However, it has evidently been well cared for. Numerous parts have been replaced, not a single key is jammed, and fresh seals with prayers to the Omnissiah adorn its surface. One of the side panels has been removed. Bundles of gold-notched cables run from inside to a small data crypt that was connected only a short while ago. The screen reads, awaiting access code. Alright. Force access to the cogitator. You have bypassed the security layers. The cogitator is ready to reveal its secrets. Pascal leans forward and runs his fingers over the keys. The cogitator's screen blinks and responds with strings of unknown characters. I appealed to the machine spirit to open Logis Abel's personal archive as well. It has accepted my request. Go to Logis's private archive. Result of Logis Abel's data trance. I cannot see the secret design, but I can sense it in shackled in stasis. The minds of the initiated are slumbering in the neural harness of their vows. I am registering an impulse of change. I surmise a potential influence on the stasis of the secret design. There came a time when the spiral was turned into a circle, but the cycle can be discontinued. The revelation granted by the Omnissiah to Logis Abel is in the course of his data meditation. has been recorded verbatim. Logos Abel is seeking an audience with the Venerable Dar Impulse 6, who may assist in interpreting the revelation. A request has been sent to the Governor's Palace for the shuttle flight to the electrodynamic cenobium. A message has also been sent to Furibundus system. The cycle can be discontinued. I recognize the words. The voice from the Vox is soft and pensive, barely audible over the static noise. I believe I know the intended recipient of the message in the Furibundus system. It was me. Omnisire, grant me the wisdom to fathom this mystery. Go to Sacred Computation 7825M. Upon Logos Abel's orders, the archives of every augur stationed on Rykad Minoris and the 2 primary satellites of Rykad Star have been queried. Said satellites are named Magos Maruf and Zephyra the Keen, after 2 great champions of faith whose external cogitators were placed inside the satellite's cores after their shells perished. The purpose of the sacred computation requested by the Logos is to uncover the external influence behind the ongoing insurgency. Computation result positive. Multiple instances of interference and malfunction detected, suggesting that the ships moving across the system deliberately blinded the sacred augur's eyes. The first of these ships is thought to have arrived to Rykad Minoris cycles ago, early in the winter. The most recent one arrived a month ago. Logos Abel's conclusion. The insurrection on the planet has been long in the making. With the participation of external actors, it is alleged that 2 cycles ago, Aurora arrived in the Rykad system, the rumored unholy prophet of the insurgents. The subsequent ship movements can be attributed to weapon deliveries, but what is the nature of their activity near Rykadi Philia? Governor Medina's attention must be drawn to. The final entry cuts off abruptly. Go to recent observations. The satellite Magos Maruf reports that a ship has translated into the system. Its signature is consistent with the records of the flagship of the Rogue Trader dynasty, House von Valancius. The satellite Zephyra the Keen reports that a ship drifting nearby has hurriedly sped away. The ship had sent an encrypted Vox transmission to the insurgent-controlled areas of the surface of Rykad Minoris. Another transmission was directed to planetoid Rykadi Philia. Both transmissions were signed Brother Twilight. Their contents could not be decrypted. Oh my god. Twilight Sparkle is behind the rebellion. To be investigated. The entry contains planet-side coordinates marked as Heavy Augur Station jamming, possibly a hidden insurgent base. Bit of interesting. Interesting. Gleam of the Final Dawn. Ugh. Ergrader von Kalox. Head to the monastery at the beginning that guards the sacred Archaeotech reactor. Have been spawned in the facility. And locate the agent of the Inquisition. Away from the hives of Rykad Minoris. Due to the scale of the planetary rebellion, descending from orbit is considered the optimal way to reach the monastery. Looking for trouble. Okay, examine. Okay. No blood.
What lies beyond?
nothing else I can talk to him about.
One step at a time.
Oh, we can just straight up
amidst the
return to the
madness.
voyage. That's nice. Eskel Hinuman. Permission to report, Lord Captain. Over the past few days, I received several messages from different decks, complaining about anomalous behaviors in the ship's cogitators and servitors. The machine spirits are restless and rebellious, and no tech litany or ritual of pacification can rid them of this obstinacy. The tech priests can deal with the vessel's systems, but the servitors? They make errors in their tasks, disobey orders, change the assigned rituals, or sometimes downright freeze as if in trance. A click comes through the Vox channel, followed by a wary sigh. Lord Captain, occurrences such as these are caused by errors in cogitator calculations, or have some other sensible explanation. I beseech you not to take after those who whisper about the ship being cursed or possessed. Dira joins the channel and chimes in playfully. Oh, don't start, old man. All these peculiar happenings have long since turned into local legends. A door slams shut, a lumen starts flickering. Folk have grown used to all that, so our resident ghosts have decided to up the ante. I'm telling you, things are only going to get worse from here. The technomats inspected the servitors and concluded they pose no danger. According to the servants of the Omnissiah, such behavior is caused either by the echoes of minds not completely eliminated, or by manifestations of the machine spirit's wills. Nevertheless, the faulty servitors make the crew's task considerably more difficult, and High Factotum Janris Danric would like to discuss how he should deal with the defective property. He is awaiting your audience on the bridge. Defective servitors. The unusual behavior of the servitors should be discussed with High Lad Boy Person Guy. Okay. So we got this. Got the bunker, we've got this void ship, and we've got this. Oh, that's thanks. Identified void ship. Bunker. Oh, bet. I was like, just wondering how we go there.
Lord Captain. Lord Cap...
Can't scan.
The Messiah knows all, comprehends all.
Pascal, shrouded in his crimson robe, greets you with a soft voice synthesized by the Vox system. Praise be to the manly emperor of mankind. How goes it? Praise be. It goes well. We have a tech priest now. He's our friend. He's got many little arms. The mechadendrites growing out of the tech priest rack swivel in your direction as if examining you with curiosity. You know anything about the malfunctioning servitors on the ship?
Information about the incidents has been detected in the catalog. The incidents have been acknowledged as insignificant. A technical inquiry has established that the most statistically likely cause of the errors was a transgression of sacrilegious negligence during the lobotomizing rite. This disgraceful act of malfeasance has allowed shadows of the servitor's thoughts and recollections to survive in the depths of his mind, which ought to be dedicated to service alone.
That's horrifying.
As a ship's engine seer, I accept the results of the technical inquiry. As a learned servant of the Omnissiah, I question its findings. The patterns of the malfunctions form a more complex picture than can be discerned by those of lower ranks. For this reason, instructions have been issued across the ship to report any new incidents to me personally.
Pascal's Vox crackles peevishly. Some questions about your visit to Rykad Minoris.
The request is approved. I am ready to provide the necessary information.
What brought you to Rykad Minoris?
I came heeding the call of my mentor, the blessed Archmagus Amonat. We were supposed to meet on Rykad Minoris and discuss my mission.
People who wanted to kill you at the port weren't renegades. It was just a cover.
Thank you. Information acknowledged. I will analyze it and take additional security measures.
What do you think of this able Hinhuman?
I propose that it was the blessed Amonat who assumed this name. This name is assigned to me. His presence in the hands of heretics is categorically unacceptable. The canon of technological security commands that every effort be made to rescue a high-ranking bearer of knowledge.
That'll be all for now.
Acknowledged.
I don't know about your past.
The request is approved. I have no outright restrictions on disclosing this information.
Behind the tech priest's shoulders, the mechadendrites spread out like wings. Where are you from?
Information about my origins is worthless. I belong to the priesthood of explorators and came to the Coronis Expanse over 200 years ago. Any events preceding that moment are insignificant.
How did you end up in the Coronis Expanse?
I was honored to become a member of the Explorator Cognizance Fleet. When the Adeptus Mechanicus summoned the faithful for an exploratory venture into the depths of the Coronis Expanse, I joined the fleet in fulfillment of my sacred vows of comprehension.
Who are the explorators?
The sacred fraternity of explorers. The cult Mechanicus sends us out to the frontiers of the known sectors as researchers and conquerors. We are the warriors of the code, who return to the lost worlds and devote themselves to recovering the lost ancient knowledge.
Did the attempt, the Adeptus Mechanicus, didn't they, like, bring back the Necrons by accident?
Explorators are granted the privilege of being more independent than many of our tech comrades. However, it has earned us a reputation as unstable and poorly controlled troublemakers whose unorthodox views are dangerously close to apostasy.
Why are you not with the fleet then?
Archmagus Amanat, my blessed mentor, commanded me to crew the orbital station Alter Templum Calixus EXT-17. This venerable temple station was founded in the early years of our expansion into the Coronis Expanse. It is currently a rear observation post of the Cognizance fleet in orbit around the star Furibundus.
Oh, your mechadendrites.
They are my younger brothers and guides on the way to the Omnissiah. Their machine spirits are directly bound to my neocortex and pick up impulses from my subconscious. Sometimes they act ahead of my thoughts. This is how the Omnissiah leads me to comprehension.
Voice coming from the Vox synth changes, becoming strangely softer, blooming with low, warm undertones. We can stop there.
Acknowledged.
Tell me about the Adeptus Mechanicus.
I am honored to belong to the priesthood of Mars, guided by its tenets. We safeguard technology against the impure and the unenlightened.
Why you mention Mars?
That is where the cult of the Omnissiah originated, and where we were granted the first revelations. Many millennia ago, we made an alliance with the Emperor of Terra, and have served the Imperium ever since, paying a tribute of machinery, weapons, and void ships. Everything that bears the blessed seal of machinery comes from our hands, and it is we who make sure the operating rituals are performed as they were meant to. We are everywhere. We are the Mars forged steel bars that give the Imperium strength.
What do you mean you guard it? It's not buried treasure. It's not a secret.
It is both a treasure and a secret. Technology is how the divinity of the Omnissiah manifests itself in this world. This is why the uninitiated may only be allowed to touch the most vulgar and mundane of its instances. We, on the other hand, are authorized to use the sacred catechism of maintenance and operation.
Imperium forbids AI's abominable intelligences. Machine spirits are their workaround, so they're like VIs. Like in sci-fi terms, like the less intelligent ones. I just assumed that was just programming. No, they're AI. Okay. I assumed that was just their enrolled term for, you know, programming, like commands.
Although there is another reason to deny lay people the sacrament of knowledge, it can be dangerous. Twisted by renegades, the Omnissiah's wisdom is called heretic, and the exposure to it may corrupt the uninitiated. Another danger is knowledge strangely interpreted and inscrutably twisted by the minds of the Xenos. This bane is called xenotech.
Heretic. Forbidden heretical technology spawned by the warp and chaos. Sacred objects should be touched only by worthy ends. Banning things you cannot understand is the opposite of seeking knowledge. Technology is merely a tool that can be employed without risk by a wise wielder. I'm out to get like minus 100.
That is a bold hypothesis. And yet the Omnissiah teaches us that a dauntless mind can penetrate any knowledge through analysis. Where the ignorant see heresy, the enlightened might see truth.
That's techno heresy. Don't worry about it. Don't tell the Inquisitor. They use AI, but like shrouded in techno mysticism, so it's somehow okay. I see. I see. Do you hold a high position in the fraternity?
This electu indicates that I am a Magos, who has mastered the sacraments of many spheres of knowledge, and has the right to conduct services in a forged cathedral.
Nice portmanteau right there. Pascal exposes his wrist. The glowing green threads of an electric tattoo run under the pale skin that has long forgotten the taste of sunlight. Electric tattoo. What is the Omnissiah in your understanding?
He is the divine mechanism, the maker of technology. The universe was made to resemble a mechanical marvel because the Omnissiah rules over it. Knowledge is the highest form that he uses to manifest in the world. For now. Someday, he will come to this world in the absolute fullness of his splendor. The Adeptus Mechanicus worshipped the Emperor. He is the earthly manifestation of the Omnissiah, who brought humanity into the light of divine grace.
What is behind the Adeptus Mechanicus's enthusiasm for replacing flesh with augmentations?
Organic tissue is an imperfect replica of the machine, transient and vulnerable. Metal is more stable, more effective, and more durable. Flesh speak is flawed next to binaric language. Meat begets weakness. It softens the mind and undermines discipline. But you can replace metal when it wears down. In addition, a machine is a supreme form of knowledge, and by assuming mechanical form, we become closer to the Omnissiah. However, like all things sacred, our augmentations must not be defiled by the eyes of the ignorant, which is why we reveal only the crudest of tools, while holier mechanisms remain concealed beneath our crimson robes.
Curious to see your augmentations. That is an abominable disfigurement of the sacred human shape. An interesting superstition. Nah, I'm curious.
The right to witness the miracle of flesh being fused with holy metal is granted only to those who have ascended to the rank of initiate. However, your lofty status of Rogue Trader allows me to make a partial exception and reveal my sacred stigmata.
Not all tech priests are like Pascal. The Genitors focus more on organic enhancement. Bioengineering. Neat. Pascal reverently parts the robe's scarlet folds of his chest. You see emaciated white meat gnawed through by metallic shunts and flexible wires. Blood runs through transparent pipes, enriched with the nutrients required by the pallid flesh. Tech use test succeeded. The sight of a body transformed into an appendage to an incredibly complex mechanism built using unfathomably ancient blueprints is mesmerizing. Every component of this machine serves the dual purpose of preserving life in Pascal's fragile flesh and preventing all threats to his well-being. Read up on the boy dragon later if you want to see how the Emperor messed with Mars's development. Oh. The Omnissiah has been generous to you. His creation is keeping you safe from death. You're right to hide your disfigurement from everyone else. How could you maim yourself in such a gruesome manner? His creation is keeping you safe from death.
The Omnissiah has been generous to you too. He has granted you understanding.
Pascal looks at you with respect. He seems surprised that you recognize the purpose of the augmentations implanted in his body. I mean, to be fair, though, or I guess to be contrarian, He literally just replaced his, like, organs and shit with machinery that does the exact same thing as organs. You have a strange way of speaking. Is that because of the augmentation, or does your faith dictate how you should express yourself?
Partially true. I had a voice modulator implanted alongside the respiratory purification module, but there is an additional reason. Gothic is not my first language.
Oh.
I am used to thinking and making statements in lingua technis. The binaric language is more informative, more ergonomic, and less prone to misinterpretation.
Lingua technis. Herrick, Lingua technis, Cant Mechanicus, a collection of dialects used by the Adeptus Mechanicus and his tech priests, can be used as a spoken language with audio bursts or as a machine code with electrical signals. Neat. Oh, that's it. No more questions.
Acknowledged.
I must take my leave.
May your labors be effective and fruitful.
The Vox synth emits a rattling Binheric mantra. I used to think they spoke in DSL dial tones. Logging into AOL. When Nadira sees you, her lips curve into a smile and she nods at something over your shoulder. You seem to have a very strong reaction to what Argenta said by the Broken Lens.
It was just my nerves playing up. Something about our little saint doesn't sit right with me, and I trust my gut. Oh sure, she seems straight as an arrow and as predictable as a hangover after drinking. But when I look at her, something about her makes my brain itch.
I mean, could be because you're an unsanctioned psyker. Adira snorts, but then she frowns and continues more seriously.
After that conversation, I tried to listen to what was being said about her. Beyond the door, what I heard was strange. Blood in her past, twilight in her present, and something like a star leading her. But where is it leading her? I saw several roads, and all of them frightened me.
Adira adds in a murmur. What does that mean?
If I knew, I would have told you. Hearing things clearly requires cooperation from the other person you know. But that cobra just hisses and spits its venom at me. I don't trust her one bit.
Maybe we should warn Argenta?
Oh yeah. You go ahead and tell her the wicked Psyker has divined something about her. She'll be so pleased and grateful, and of course she'll listen to what you have to say. No, that would be pointless. And anyway, I'm not even sure what it all means. Maybe the danger is to her? Or maybe the danger's coming from her.
Adira's voice is full of aminosity, but you also detect concern, even a hint of pity and compassion. You are weird. What awaits me in the future?
All right, let's hear what they're whispering about you.
Adira laughs, rubs her hands together, and suddenly freezes with a vacant smile on her face, her head slightly tilted. You feel goosebumps appear on your skin, and your collar begins to waver ever so slightly, as if moved by a breeze from a half-open door.
I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The voices are going wild. I can't make out a thing. I'll try to rein them in, somehow. But for now...
So she doesn't repeat the previous divinations. Adira strains to listen, then frowns and shakes her head. The psyker shrugs sheepishly and sniffs.
Of course. Always at your service. Whenever you need me.
Yes. Keep up applying the incense to the holy cogitators, so that their code lines do not break. Pleasure to see you, Lord Captain. How may I be of assistance? Vigdis informed me about a problem with the servitors. What happened? We got some other things. I'd like to order the shipping and transportation of some goods. Vigdis informed me about the problem with the servitors. What happened? Ah, yes. You see, your ladyship. The ship's servitors have been malfunctioning of late. They violate protocols, interrupt their tasks, observe crew members for long periods of times, and move erratically with no meaning or purpose. Janice Danrock nervously pulls on his luxurious frock coat as if it were uncomfortably tight. Had it been a routine technical fault, I would have decided the fate of those servitors myself. But I deemed it necessary to notify you. I do not wish to hide such irregularities from the Lord Captain. If you wish to observe the servitors' usual behavior before you decide their fate, this can be arranged. The majority of the defective units have been delivered to one of the storage compartments pending your decision. Pascal Hanuman expressed the desire to be present during the inspection, should it be carried out. I suppose the expertise of the esteemed Magos may come in handy. I wish to take a look at these servitors before deciding their fate. As you wish, your ladyship. Would you like the Engine Seer Prime to accompany you? Yes. As your ladyship commands. Ooh. Alright. Sector, data unavailable. Region, data unavailable. Location, Von Valankius flagship, lower decks. Material, report of a tech phenomena that was observed during the Lord Captain's visit to Bay AKN-108, from the words of High Factotum Janice Danrick. When her ladyship arrived at the scene, she found the servitors in the same position that they assumed after they had been corralled into the bay, all standing in a long, spiraling line and facing the center of their strange formation. The moment her ladyship crossed the threshold of the bay gate, their bodies jerked in motion, all as one, as if obeying a command. The servitors turned to face the Lord Captain. The technomats tasked with overseeing the defective units even reached for their weapons, but then the servitors went still just as abruptly, staring at her ladyship with vacant eyes. I took several steps towards the servitors, gestured for Agency or Prime to study servitors, demanded a report on the defective unit's status from the technomats, ordered that one of the servitors be disassembled and its components investigated, turned to me to announce her decision. Oh, there's more. All present held their breath. Disturbed by this sight, we waited for the Lord Captain to speak. Her ladyship, Vidia von Valankius, took several steps toward the servitors. Immediately, the servitors, each and every one of them, stepped toward the Lord Captain in perfect unison. They mimicked her movements with frightening precision. The rogue trader halted in place and, after a moment's thought, waved her hand, and the servitors, just as synchronously, repeated the gesture as well. When the Lord Captain turned quizzically to the technomats, so did the servitors, as if mocking her. Whatever the Lord Captain did, be it an incline of the head, a wave of a hand, or a step to the side, the defective units repeated it without a moment's delay or hesitation, like grotesque marionettes controlled by an unseen puppeteer. We observed this mime unfold in distressed bafflement for nearly a minute until the servitors finally came to a stop. Not sensing any threat from them, the rogue trader approached with confidence. The Lord Captain examined the servitors. As High Factotum, it was I who had prompted that entire inspection, and thus it was my duty to follow the Lord Captain. As we stepped closer, we noticed a fascinating irregularity. The servitors' pupils, normally still, were shaking wildly. Their bulging veins were pulsating under their copper collars, inscribed with their past offenses. It was as if these mindless half-machines were locked in a perpetual state of extreme tension. A visibly shaken technomat behind us proposed that the human souls had awakened within the servitors' bodies after a long slumber deep within their lobotomized brains. Formerly bereft of intelligence, they had attained awareness, feeling, and understanding. After a pause, the technomat added that the servitors used to function properly, and that no one had been able to explain the change in their behavior. Her gaze still trained on the motionless but animate half-machines and half-people, the Lord Captain stepped away from the servitors. Gestured for her engine seer Prime to study the servitors. The engine seer Prime slowly waded into the motionless ranks of the servitors, peering into their faces and checking the readings. There was no haste in Pascal's actions. With mesmerizing diligence, he inspected every single unit in his path, and binaric prayers were his companion in this investigation. The examination confirmed the technomat's initial hypothesis. The servitors' souls, or rather the souls of the people they once were, had awakened. Not yet fully conscious of their past and present, these half-machines could nonetheless feel primitive emotions and sensations such as fear and pain. This undesirable consequence of shoddily performed lobotomy is most rarely observed, and yet, for some unknown reason, it had occurred in every single one of the servitors gathered in the bay. Demanded a report on the defective unit's status from the technomats. The technomat's long-winded and detailed report could have been summarized in a single key point. Despite the servitors' abnormal behavior, they were still quite capable of carrying out tasks, and therefore the circumstances did not call for their termination. Ordered that one of the servitors be disassembled and its components investigated. A group of technomats hurried to act upon the Lord Captain's command. The servitor's mechanical parts separated with clicks, snaps, and hisses. The sutures between its wrinkled pale flesh and its augments were laid disgustingly bare. We watched the technomats do their work and could see every centimeter of the servitor's stiff muscles abounding with valves and cavities pierced by countless cords and tubes. The disassembly and analysis complete, the technomats concurred. The unit was in working order. Nothing in the dissected body that lay before us could provide any insight into the reason behind the defects. I should make note of one more thing. At that moment, all of us present discovered that not just the eyes, but the hands and head of some of the servitors were now shaking too. It was as if the mechanized servants were overcome with some primordial terror. Turned to me to announce her decision. Okay. Her ladyship looked at me with unwavering resolve, and it was that confidence that wrenched me out of the nightmarish stupor that had me tensely observing the scene unfolding before me. The Lord Captain gave the order to dispose of the servitors so that their human souls may be released from torment, to send the servitors back to toil as they had toiled before, for they had not yet paid their dues for the crimes of their past lives, and thus did not serve clemency. Did not deserve clemency. Destroy the servitors, for what was happening to them could spell horrific heresy. To leave the servitors to their work, for there was nothing in their behavior that the Lord Captain found alarming. Iconoclast. To dispose of the servitors so that their human souls may be released from torment. The Lord Captain's command was executed post-haste. All defective units were incinerated in furnaces, and their remains were expelled into the void. The crew was provided with replacement servitors and soon forgot all about the destroyed unit's peculiarities, yet this incident haunts my memories to this day. With the fate of the defective servitors decided, nothing could now distract the Lord Captain from her mission. Release them from their torment. They don't deserve this. Lord Captain, the ship informed me of our imminent meeting. Have the Vox spirits brought you anything interesting lately? Forgive me, Lord Captain, I have no information that would be of interest to you at the moment. Uwe? Servant's docked vocal cords were recently replaced with a silver-plated Vox implant. I serve the Imperium and House Rosalio.
Words cannot describe how boring the bridge is without our stimulating conversations.
Caster offers you a reserved smile and waves at you in greeting. Swear I must go.
I have enjoyed your company.
Up in Depot 4, where the officer came running from. Talking about the mad woman who burst in here? I don't think she got away with that little stunt. Who knows? Who knows? That's how it was with Lady Theodora, but everything is different now. Lord Cotton. Right, and they talk about some of the things that happen.
Greetings.
You see that we can't talk to her about the thing about the worries. Oh no! Again, by the throne, this cogitator will drive me crazy one day. I don't have a sniper. There it is. Damage reduction 10. Additional hit chance 30. Hit fire range 15. Max ammo 5. Snipey. Omnissiah axe, las gun. Other. Just has a fucking skull on it. Oh. Rate of fire 1. Damage reduction that. I want to see. We look hover over this. Can you check to see what it does? No. Okay, range 8 versus range 10. Did I get that modified one? I did. Omnissiah axe. Looking. Okay. A long lays. I feel like that's probably better than we really got right now. Yep. Yep. Alright, modified bolter. Unfaded valor. Okay, nothing special other than I think it has like higher. Okay, so we probably want this. Okay, yeah, so this is just better. And then since this one has a unique name, we just put it into like storage to our vote. Ripper auto pistol. Eight, 5, 16. Yeah, all around better. Alright. I think these psychic stabs do the same. And let's see, she's got a laser pistol. Fire 10. A pistol. Gun. Food. Let's see. The stun baton does more than the chainsword, huh? Interesting. We could give him a regular ass sword, though. What kind of armors can you wear? Does not have heavy armor proficiency. Heretical follower. Ooh. Dodge penalty, 75. 10% increase in that. Wearing this armor will dodge 22% of average enemy attacks in this chapter. 40%. Plus 5% armor against ranged attacks. Skin. 50, 27. Ignores the first critical hit. They get in more than 40. 5% dodge. Physical willpower is more than 40. Looks the same. Fortress World Origin. Plus 5 toughness. Heretical. For some reason. Chain of Male. Holy Vestment. Logic divided by 10. 7% armor. So that would mean that he basically has 27% armor. Plus 2 reject the flesh rank. Oh, this I guess. What is reject the flesh? This creature gains plus 1 deflection, plus 10% armor, and suffers minus 5% to dodge. Reject the flesh. 1. Detect use. It gets plus 2. Which, like, is at 100. Anyone here even use heavy armors? No. Anyone get heavy armors for free? Monocle. Depend on fellowship instead of it. Blessed Cape. Increase melee attack damage against demon enemies by 2 with wearer is dogmatic. The image is, or the damage increased by plus 4. I don't think you're dogmatic, are you? You're kind of like neutral. Yup. Oh. I see that, like, green Puritan. Follow the doctrines and laws of the Imperium to the letter. Radicals are willing to push the boundaries of what is permissible in their quest for tools. Many radicals are punished for their heretical acts or fall victim to their own dubious methods. Interesting. wonder what the max rep is. Obligated the governor of the Arcade system to provide resources and people to the crew of Von Valancius flagship. Nice. Fellowship of the Void. Pirates. Ooh. The max reputation you get. Anyways, back to equipping. Okay, Deadeye. The wearer of this helmet gets 2 times fellowship bonus, so 12 armor. The helmet also grants a bonus to equal to 2 times iconoclast rank. That'd be 14% armor? Yeah. 12. Okay. Snipey gloves. My persuasion at? High. Do critical chance, do single shot and deadeye shots. Hypnotic or hypnotizing pendant. When the wearer successfully hits with a single shot attack, the target suffers slowed until the wearer's next turn. Give that to you because you fire a shit ton of things. If the wearer didn't spend MP during their turn, they gain 10 to all their characteristics. That might be good for Adira. Since I tend not to have her move around a whole lot. It gets an injury or falls unconscious in combat. Their allies gain +1. I forgot I gave her those. Because she is the only one who has ever fallen in combat so far. Melee damage attacks against demons by 2. Blister Cape against warp damage. See, receives 5 less damage from critical hits, and they add 10 coercion. And who has the best coercion? Me, apparently. Oh, he doesn't have a helmet. Oh, he can't use that. That's the next highest persuasion. Cassia, here, have some gloves. Alright, -5. That on ya. What do you not have helmet stuff? Just you. Choose a target with an exploit. The nearest enemy immediately gains 1 exploit. I wish I could give him that. Hit chance, crit chance. Got the warp thingy. You got the logic. And gain a +3 bonus. bit silly looking. Even sillier looking. Keeps hid it out. Let's throw some of these items into the void. By which I mean my vault that I will never look into after putting things in. Kill an animal? Last way. Each orc act used in battle increases the wearer's dodge by 20%. Okay, pretty good. Arc of the Ruler. Laser shot. Ooh. 8 to 10 damage. 10% armor penetration. Negotiator pistol. It's a laser weapon. Books the melting effect. Oh, and it gives +5 persuasion. Half of St. Drusus. 7 air attack. Increases damage from all sources against any hit. Target by... Wait. Increases damage from all sources. Again. Increases damage from all sources against any hit targets by 15% until the end of combat. Heirloom auto pistol. Use there has that. Officer. Hold up. Oh yeah, take that, my guy. You're gonna dual wield chain swords? Okay. Lower damage, but it pushes enemies. Add to cargo. Add to cargo. Add to cargo. Carbine. That one. The vault. Okay. Setup. What does she have on there right now? House or Celio? We don't need another one of these. This one we can keep. Setup. Very good. For a second, I thought she could equip that, and I'm like, whoa. You've got medium. 30. Okay, yeah. We want to keep that. What about you? Pretty good for him. Better. Black armor. 18%. Now he's blue. About you. 33%. 20%. Gosh, 54%. 10%. That. Ooh, armor deflection. Heavy armors have a neat. Heretical. Oh, that's why only she can use. The rest of this shit. Cargo. We'll keep this one. And the adamantine. A rough precious stone lacking a setting. It is always cold to the touch. Intercepted. Okay. I'm just seeing if there's any documents that I might have missed. This is from the catcher on Icad Minor. So Harbinger reports Brother Twilight and his people were unsuccessful with a dangerous enemy, Medea von Valancius foiled his plans. The duty is now upon us, Aurora's follower, to succeed where Twilight failed. Where the what's-a-mahoozits? I'm pretty sure I can send some of the stuff. Painted with fresh blood. Like water. I don't know what the glowy crystal. much less cluttered. We're ready for any orders, Captain. All right. And then all that's done. Save. Oh, let me see if Pascal has any follow-up things to say. Not the servitors. No. What about you? Like to order the shipping and transportation of some goods. Oh. The Drusians? Followers of the sacred cult. Damn, you gotta get... Oh, I guess because I don't... Pirates are fine. I guess because I haven't met a proper person, I have less reputation with them. I don't know. I would like to replace the painting of the late Theodora in my chambers. Hang my portrait instead. Janus bows obsequiously. It will be done, your ladyship. Oh, well, now I gotta look at it. Ah, yes. 'Tis I. Classic. The majestic portrait painted by a skilled artist greets guests who have been granted permission to enter the Lord Captain's quarters. Hold up. What the fuck is that? The coat of arms of House von Valancius is crowned with the text of the Oath of the Rogue Trader, Traders, the Emperor's servants. That's easy to miss. Now I check. Now we decide what we do next. Okay, so got Rebel Base, one of our Canosaurs. We've got the Cenobium. We've got whatever this is, which I presume is where Agent Twilight Sparkle is. And we've got a rebellion, a minor prison riot here, which I'm sure we will get another companion from that. I feel like we should take out the bunker first before anything. Or anything else, I feel like we should take out the bunker. Because then the rebel communications go down. Oh.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
Isn't where I thought it would take me. While I'm here, I might as well do some trade. We have 14 now, so we can get the needle ring. Ring weapon that fires a single sliver needle coated with viral toxins. Oh, like one away from that. Ceramite Stormtrooper Carapace. Whew, that sounds fancy. Modified las gun. these. So many. Those. And, you know, keep a little extra something for whomever we next.
Patience? My nerves are frayed.
Okay. Wasn't expecting that to just lead me there. They mentioned a bunker of some sort, and I'm like, oh. Those are the points of interest. Say fuck you to this void ship. The box crackles to life, and Master Helmsman Ravor addresses you. What we have here, Lord Captain, it is not very noticeable, but there's a void ship sitting in the local asteroid field. It sure is quiet, like it's huddled up in there on purpose. It's not like I am surprised. The thing's more scrap heap than ship at this point. Somebody sure went to town on it. We're registering critical damage to the hull and depressurization of several compartments. Oh, there's an incoming transmission now, too. Hear us? The Vox transmission hisses and abruptly cuts the static. Do not request assistance. Pete, do not require assistance. Copy? The Vox relays a different voice. Keep following. They'll pass us by, won't they? Emperor protects. Lord Captain, I am told our augurs cannot determine the allegiance of the vessel. To be brief, there is an unidentified and badly damaged vessel within an asteroid field near the Rykati filial colony that is refusing help, which, not to put too fine a point on it, has not yet been offered to them. Can we establish communication? Let the vessel identify itself. Yes, Lord Captain. The connection established. Unknown vessel, we are receiving you. Identify yourselves. I repeat, identify yourselves. For a brief moment, the Vox only hisses and snaps, and then several voices at once start shouting over one another. Do not tell them. We're done for. This is Thunderfang. We are... One of the voices falters uncertainly and is replaced by another. A merchant vessel. Do you copy? We are a private... vessel. A merchant vessel. Of course they are. Damn my stupid head. Where did I hear this name before? Thunderfang. Damage report on the unknown vessel. The telemetry shows multiple hull breaches, most likely caused by the guns of a combat ship. Several compartments are leaking air. The bridge has been almost completely obliterated. 2 of the engines are critically damaged. Somebody gave them a thrashing so solid, they barely managed to limp away. Thunderfang. Why can we not identify you? You can make out hoarse and furious whispering, even over the crackling of the static. Why? I don't know. What if... Certainly not. The whispering dies, and a clear, youthful voice cuts through the static. Our vessel is badly damaged. Damage is preventing the correct identification. We assure you, is peaceful, I'm guessing. Full merchant vessel. Thunderfang does not require aid. Your vessel's badly damaged. What happened? The Vox responds by bursting into a cacophony of sounds, words, and emotions. Someone chuckles bitterly, another swears with some foul expletives, and yet another hisses, fiercely demanding that the others shut up. You manage to make out little from all this noise. We were just flying, minding our own business, straight out of the blue and opened fire. Miracle we could get away, Emperor protected, and then more fire. Who? Void only knows. Roasted our tail, bombed everything. Our folks are left without our help. We never got to them. Now stop playing games and explain again what your business is here, and this time I highly recommend the truth. Happy now? What have you done, idiot? It's too late now. The Vox channel is again filled with an angry whispering of several voices. Whoever commandeered this ship did not get their story straight before anybody arrived. The whispers and static are drowned out by a clear and slightly frightened voice. Do you copy? We are from the Fellow of the Void. We do not come here to loot on a different business. To help our own out of jail. Do not hurt. Please. We already had our Chronos cleaned. How about striking a deal? Our hold is full of plunder. I mean, goods. In case you are unaware, Lord Captain, the Fellowship of the Void is a disorderly assembly of several dozen pirate factions in the Chronos Expanse. They consider themselves above regular heretics solely because they sometimes have Vox conversations with those whom they are about to board. Were it up to me, I would make them eat a salvo from the macro cannons to shake the scum loose from their decks. They certainly deserve it. The honeyed voice of the high factotum interrupts the translation with a polite cough. I would wait on destroying the vessel if I were you, although the moral aspects of their livelihoods do cause some awkward questions. The Fellowship of the Void remains a major supplier of goods to the local market. Perhaps you will find dealing with them acceptable, especially in a situation where performing a warp jump is impossible. Thunderfang, prepare for commercial exchange. Ooh, Flamer, Melter Charge, Camouflage. Well, the wearer's ranged attacks decrease their target's dodge by 5%. Does not stack. Okay. Force Grenade, War World Origin. Fencing Body Glove, plus 10% parry. Cool. Alright, Stalker Gloves. If the wearer's ranged attack hits an enemy, the wearer gains a plus 5% bonus to critical hit chance for the next ranged attack against the same enemy. Does not stack. Ooh. That might be good on Argenta, since we're kind of doing a crit build on her. Noise Suppression Helmet. When the wearer kills an enemy in a 1-cell radius with a shot, they gain plus 1 resolve until the end of combat. Power Maul. Maces and hammers have a special attack that pushes enemies away. Oh. Let's see. Autogun, Mizoa pattern. I don't know what that means. Okay. Rate of fire 6. Next, Reaper Cape. The Reapers are coming. Where's Commander Shepard? Grants a plus 12 dodge reduction to the wearer's melee area attacks. It's pretty good for either Pascal or a fucking great sword. For either Pascal or Avalar. Using the charge ability costs 1 AP less. Ooh. Ooh. Black chest piece. Medal of Alacrity. When the wearer targets an ally with the Bring It Down ability for the first time in combat, that ally gains an additional plus 1. Alright, what do y'all like? Xeno artifacts, jewelry? Okay. Like armor. Here, have some jewelry. Have some of our melee weapons. Some armor. Actually, I have quite a few armor kits. Still. Let's try and at least get like the there we go. Get that first reputation point. Does the Rogue Trader wish to buy or sell? Alright. Thunderfang. In scan. Asteroid. Arcadiphilia, the prison planetoid. Opening the map of the Coronus Expanse. Coronus Expanse is a vast region of space where you will travel between different solar systems in each system. Unique events can occur by steering your flagship towards them. You can explore planets, study anomalies, and interact with other ships. To switch to the map of the entire Coronus Expanse, click the button on the bottom right corner of the screen. Right? Oops. No. Oh yeah, we have like a bunch of people. Now. Field Master is you. Master of Athletics Awareness. You. Warp Channeler is now you. Wing and run. Says there is a button. I guess since we're only in the first act, we can't go there. Or can't open up the greater Coronus Expanse. Alright. While we wait for that to load, we're gonna take a break. Because I've run out of sippies. And my voice is starting to get a little bit raspy. So, we'll take a little break for me. No. Boop. I am back. So I do a 2-song break. Because why not? You know? Alright. Back to the warhammering. Alright, we've got a little minor insurgency. Like a regular Monday insurgency to take care of here. So, yeah. Oh, we didn't nearly get blasted out, so that's good.
Ha! There will be no peace in my wake.
Ooh. I don't like that that's not animated. I feel like it should be. Okay. So, mining colony. Mining prison colony.
O Messiah, grant me the wisdom to perceive.
Trap A. Oh. That is the heretic symbol. Come in, escort. This is Captain Vekhari. Escort, please, come in. The pale young woman looks at you with a mixture of hope and disbelief swirling in her eyes. You notice her hands trembling as she clutches her weapon. Who are you? Did you come from the planet? Are you reinforcements? Saints, teeth, I thought you'd never come. Abelard, teach this riffraff the proper way of addressing her sovereign. Tell me about this planetoid. The only settlement on Ricadiophilia is a penal colony. The prisoners work in the mines and the domed quarries. They mine sulfur, ceram dust, and sand, which is then melted down. A rather nondescript place, or so it was prior to current events. What is happening? There's been a prison riot on the planetoid. Sadly, it is being led by the prison warden himself, the Honorable Anathagan Castiglia. Castaglia? Yeah, whatever. He has allied himself with the rabble that he himself was supposed to watch, and declared Ricadiophilia to be independent of the authority of the system's lawful governor. I came here as a shuttle pilot alongside the Honorable Yvain Winterscale, son of Caligos Winterscale, rogue trader, vanquisher of Xenos, forever triumphant over the enemies of humanity. She details, enunciating every word of her overlord's title. Young Lord Winterscale wished to speak to the warden personally so he could put an end to this lawless treason. He and his escort went ahead and... She grows paler. I have been able to contact them over Vox for a very long time now. The warden himself is spearheading the riot? Yeah? She bites her lip. No one expected this. Master Castiglia is a nobleman from a respected governor house and a vassal to House Winterscale. All of a sudden, he proclaimed the Ricadiophilia are now his personal domain, that the prisoners were his subjects, and that he would never bow to anyone again. It's pure heresy. And I take it they're looking forward to a diet of sand and gravel. What kind of madman would start a revolt on a barren rock? Why would young Winterscale have felt the need to parley with the dissidents? He sighs quietly. It's a personal matter. Master Castaglia, the seditious warden, is Lord Yvain's childhood friend. When my lord heard of the riot, the news saddened him greatly, and so he rushed here without delay, in hopes of bringing his old friend to his senses, no doubt. The first Winterscale in my memory who prefers to talk first rather than shoot and slash. She smiles faintly. Young Lord Winterscale is not his father's shadow. If he is determined to save his friend, he won't back down. I pray to the throne that he is alive and well. He's been gone for such a long time, and I really don't like this place. She smiles faintly. Cassia frowns in confusion. Theobald executed his wife and only son on the mere suspicion of treason against House Ursalio. So why did the noble Yvain rush to save someone who had betrayed his house? Do bonds of friendship give one the right to make inexcusable mistakes? Is this prison riot connected to the planetary rebellion? Seems more likely that Warden Castaglia learned about the rebellion on Ricad Minoris and decided to use the situation to his advantage. I can't say for certain. Perhaps no one can. Governor Medina has always preferred to shoot rebels rather than inquire about their motives and connections. I'm looking for a man by the name of Henrix van Calix. He is here, perhaps? Unless it's one of the prisoners or guards, then it seems unlikely. There are no shuttles in working order other than yours and mine. There is nothing else anyone could have used to reach this place. Anything else I should be apprised of before I set out? Some of the rebels have holed up in the barracks. I don't know how many, but given this is the only way through to where the negotiations are taking place, I would expect heavy resistance. Please take caution, your ladyship. Lord Winterscale's guards mined the entrance so that the rebels couldn't get to the shuttle. There are no more questions. You may excuse yourself, pilot. The woman freezes for a moment before asking hesitantly, Your ladyship, if I may have a minute of your time, I wouldn't ever have dared to trouble you with a personal matter, but the situation... In any case, have you been to the capital of Rykad Minoris yet? I want to ask you if you saw a man there, a communications officer by the name of Jasper. What is your relationship to this man? We are engaged, your ladyship, she declares somewhat bashfully. You need not worry. Jasper is her wife. I met Jasper at the starport and saved his life. I expect some show of gratitude. You may name your firstborn after me, or whatever it is you commoners do to think you're heroes. Oh, man. Some of these, like, assholey dialogue options are such a treat. Remain disdainfully silent. I noticed that there's a lot of, like, just be quiet, like, options. You need not worry. Jasper is alive. She lets out a long sigh. You can see the relief gleaming in her eyes. Oh, you can't imagine how much I needed to hear that. Thank you. She bows. You can tell by the desperation in her eyes that she is exhausted, frightened, and wishes to be off this planetoid as soon as possible. Well, let us help her in that regard. That is the symbol of heresy. I know that much. This guard post has been vacant for a long time. There's a layer of dust on every surface. Build a
They will
bridge.
see. Oh yes, they all will see.
The barracks. Where is everybody?
How intriguing.
You left the Navis Imperialis to serve the Rogue Trader. Do you ever regret it, Seneschal?
No, I do not regret it in the least. Serving in the Imperial Navy is a fine thing to do. But it was only under Lady Theodora that I truly felt the significance of what I was doing.
The remains of a meal, one far too lavish for even a hive world, let alone a prison colony. A long string of names extends beneath the heading Top Quarry Workers of the Cycle. Employee of the Month.
Are authorized.
Carry the Emperor's will as your torch.
Multiple of them.
One step at a time, amidst the madness.
Scraps of typical prison food. I almost said poison food. Repulsive to the senses. Venerable optimates, the best among us. The lists are faded and the names are barely legible. Paper. Prison Diary of Adi Shan, Part 1. Brock shit, why me? Why? I missed my tithe payment 12 years ago. 12 years! The inspector's rake got lost somewhere in the bowels of the planetary administratum and was lying there this whole time, but they made sure to remember to tack on the fines every month. By the time they found the blasted paper and finally informed me, the total sum was so obscene it would take 3 generations of my descendants, if I had any, to pay it off. My fate was sealed. Trial, sentence, prison. All because of some daft rotter who shoved my paper in the wrong box. Capitalism! To be fair, I think I got off pretty easy. My bed in the barracks is about as hard as that slab of rockcrete I've got at home. Working in the quarry isn't much tougher than my old job, and the rules. Boy, take me, that old sod that governs Rykad Minoris is a bloody sadist by comparison. It's a strange old place. I haven't been beaten once yet. The guards bark orders all the time, but they never hit us. They also get this kind of inner circle of special chosen prisoners, the optimatum, they call it. if you can get in, Emperor as my witness, you get an actual day off. They let you out of your cell and into the yard by the big barracks. And I tell you what, they let you rest there and feed you better than whatever swill they're giving us in the canteen. They told me it's to improve our motivation and all that, to foster a stronger desire to reform and become a worthy servant of the Imperium once more. Oh my god. Oh my god. Humanitarian treatment of prisoners? What the fuck? Heresy. But I know it for what it is, just a club for the Warden's favorites. The same story as everywhere else. Suck up to the people in power and get some swanky perks. Fascism. They say the whole thing was the Warden's idea. Funny man, our Warden. He looks more noble than nobility itself. Tall, groomed, teeth even. Eyes burning, boots so polished you can see yourself when you move to lick them. But that nutter doesn't much want people licking his boots. He walks around looking like he's deep in thought, all right, with only a couple of guards at his side, and he sometimes, and if you can believe it, talks to prisoners. Like, what's your name? He asks them all quiet like. Why were you condemned? Do you feel remorse? He never even yells at no one, never orders to have him flogged. Instead, he doles rewards out to the special ones. Keeps telling us things like how we should strive to make society believe in us again. Whatever you say, Master Warden. Starting tomorrow, I'll be trying to join these optimates of yours. I'm stuck in here till the day I die, and that means no return to society for me, but with the Emperor's help, I might just join the ranks of the local elite. Pragmatic. My god. What is this humane treatment of prisoners? What the fuck, man? Absolutely outrageous. Oh, wait. Ah, no. Oh, wait. Can I get psi rating too? Ba-ba-da-ba. Rating 3. Wiggly. Okay. Could take more of that. Let's see. Get back in the fight. The officer encourages an ally who immediately recovers from burning, bleeding, toxin, and stunned effects. If the target is under the effect of voice of command, they also gain 2 times the officer's willpower. 10 temporary wounds. Back in the fight, Air of Authority. It increases an ally's resolve by 2 plus officer's resolve. 8 divided by 2, 4, so 6 until the end of combat. They also start their next turn with 1 additional action point. Okay. Move. Immediately grants an ally additional movement points equal to their fellowship bonus. So 6. Ignores attacks of opportunity until the end of the officer's turn. Break their ranks. This ability can only target allies who have enemies adjacent to them. Until the start of the officer's next turn, all melee attacks made by the target deal additional damage equal to officer's fellowship bonus, divided by 2, 3. Multiplied by the number of enemies adjacent to the target when this ability is used. If the target is under the effect of voice of command, they immediately make an attack of opportunity against an adjacent enemy, targeting the one with the lowest remaining wounds. Target within 4 cell radius. Take aim. The target's next attack will ignore cover and will have double the effective distance. If the target is under the effect of voice of command, this attack will ignore enemy dodge. Additionally, the damage from this attack can't be reduced below 30 plus 3 times fellowship bonus. 3 times 6, 18. So 48% for any reason. I kind of like this one. Covers from burning, bleeding, toxin, and stunned effects. And then we do that. Yeah, that. I am now a more powerful psychic. Yeah. Alright. Toughness or strength. We have toughness. I like him being tanky. Carouse. I haven't really had to use carouse yet. You get a new ability. Alright, precise attack. For the next attack against a target affected by an exploit, that target's cover efficiency is reduced by -5 plus perception bonus. Time stacks of exploits. Going to analysis. Until the operative's next turn, their allies' attacks also remove exploits and deal plus int 3 more damage. When cover the operative gains plus 25% cover efficiency, plus 15 perception, and plus 15 ballistics. This effect lasts until the operative's move. Operative's next non-area attack inflicts the intimidated effect on the target. Hit. Okay. Foreboding creates an area that lasts until the start of the Psyker's next turn. All allies within that area gain 4 plus 2 times psi ability, so 2. So 6% dodge. Their dodge chance cannot be less than that. Didn't take last time. I took that last time. Prescience. The target gains 4 to the end of combat. It doesn't say. All allies increase dodge. Increase intelligence, perception, fellowship, and willpower. It's 6 of those. It says personal, so it's not like an ally. After this next turn, this negative effect is doubled for enemies with less than 3 times int, 9% armor. Oof. Yeah, you need an int build for that. Operative removes -1 exploit from each enemy within a 5-cell radius around a point within 10 cells from the operative. If there is only one enemy in the area, with that, all allies gain plus 2 times number of removed exploits armor until the end of combat. More than 4 exploits are removed, the operative gains number of removed exploits damage until the end of combat. Good, we're good. Or on their next turn, they will spend all of their movement points. Yeah, I don't really like that one. Let's go with foreboding. And I doubt I can get it for you, but... Where's the side ratings? There they are. Level 20. Yeah, not so. Oh, so I kind of need to get that. 2 strength things to... I already had that, though. Okay. Okay, so... Okay. She just has +1. Agility. Strength, yeah, agility. And let's see, maybe that, but let's see what things we got available here. Flancing Fist, melee, flame, and melta attacks against demons and psychers. Deal, okay. Your allies in the area gain devotees, so 2 damage for single shots and attacks of opportunity for 1 round. All enemies near effect of that gain +1 stack of disturbed. I feel like that's better for like a melee build. And then this is like what you want for non-melee build, basically. No heresy. It's +10 against Xenos and demonic creatures. Their allies gain half the bonuses of no heresy. I'm doing my part. Alright, yeah, I think we will do bolt weapons gain +10 stuff. Fire weapon will not die. Heavy weapon. And like an armor one. Power armor for efficiency. 45 strength. Damn. Alright, yeah. Bolt weapon. Alright, Cassia. You have quite a few thingamabobbers. Lot of apathy. Ton of fear. Ton of hoobity hibbity. Okay. The target gains +5 times Navigator's willpower bonus 30. Increased hit chance on their next attack. Okay. Willpower and toughness until the end of combat. End of reality. Have at least 1 melee weapon in one of their weapon sets. The target immediately gains an additional turn, which they can use to charge. Navigator decreases fail degradation by -1 willpower points. All allies gain deflection against all warp damage and damage from psychic powers until the end of the Navigator's next turn. Pretty good. Held in my gaze. Deals 1 + 2 times willpower bonus. So, well, 13 to 30 damage to an enemy. Or become immobilized. All enemies within a 4-cell radius circle suffer a -10 + 2 times Navigator's willpower bonus. So, 12... 22 penalty to their willpower and toughness until the end of combat. Thought of apathy. It's any creature that is inside of it, enters it, or ends a turn inside of it, not under the effect of apathy, makes a willpower saves, and apathy, they are immobilized if 1 round passes. Under the effect of apathy, the target must make a willpower save. failure stuns them for another round. Removes apathy and makes the creature immune to the effect of it. Okay. Zone of fear. All units in a 3x3 zone must pass a or immediately move out of the zone even if they are stunned or immobilized. This movement triggers attacks of opportunity from the navigator's allies. Kinda like that. Touch of anger. All enemies and ones those who fail, even if they are stunned or immobilized, immediately gain an extra turn where they attack their allies. Every time an enemy becomes the target of this navigator's party again. Ooh, both of those are really good. Because like I've got the one that makes it so that whenever I force movement with Cassia, they take damage. And I think it's damage per square that they move, too. So we'll get Zone of Fear. Or, no, I like the sound of Touch of Anger. Inky. That sounds fun. That sounds chaotic. Origin advancement. 20 warp. Okay. Has to be a common one. I know weapon is, or yes. What does this do? Primitive. Dang. Alright, back to this. I forgot what I decided on here. Oh, Touch of Anger. Chaos. Like Chaos Rain. Amongst my enemies. As they are targeted by the navigator's power, I haven't really given her beneficial things yet. There's all turns, including extra turns, plus 3 additional movements. The first ally, targeted by their friend. Enemies have their armor reduced by 2 times Navigator's willpower bonus. Is increased by the devastating parameter. At the end of combat, enemies damaged by the Navigator suffer an additional 6 from all attacks of opportunity. You can't dodge them. Whenever an enemy fails a resistance check against the Navigator's power, attacks against them. Touch of Anger plus this. Because, like, they have to fail the will save in order for them to... Yeah, they make the willpower save. And then they attack. And then we make it so that there's a... let's see, 20 plus 2 times perception bonus, so 6, 12, 32% critical hit chance against them. That's nefarious. I love it. No degradation reduced by 1. That's the safe thing. We want chaos. Alright. Oh, you don't get any new things. For the next attack against a target affected by an exploit, that target's cover is doing the opposite's next turn. Their allies' attacks also remove exploits and deal plus int more damage. Okay. Next, non-area attack. Like joint analysis. He is an int build, so that's beneficial to us. He's got a power weapon. He already has it. I already gave it to him. Okay. Past me, already ahead of me. I can't get him any cool things. Giving him more movement might be really good. Dodge. 80% parry. It will not die. And let's see. Pinnacle of Weaponry. First attack in combat with any plasma melta or power weapon deals an additional damage equal to 5. It's the bonus based off of intelligence. Okay. For the remainder of combat, the bonus damage is decreased to half of that. So 2.5. I'm guessing that gets rounded down. 3 deflection against the burning effect and flame weapons. While wearing heavy armor, can't. Wait. Heavy weapon proficiency. These are all the weapon stuff. Yeah, I don't know who gets heavy armor. Based on intelligence instead of that. And flame weapons. Reject the flesh. We'll do Fires of the Forge. Seems very situational, but you never know when you need those, when those situations will arise, you know? Or save after doing that.
Another annoyance. Are you ready to die?
Oh. We don't need to fight. It's a poster? Alright. Are they able to open that? Can they shoot through it, rather? Actually, what I really want to know. Oh, I can't move. Am I able to fire through that? I think I am. No, I'm not. 95. What is this skill? There's an ally who... Okay. Where's the full? Plus 17 at this point. Nice. Alright. Put up. Put up. 95 by default. Whew. Eye of Oblivion. Every enemy the navigator has in their line of sight has its dodge and hit chance reduced by 12.
Achoo!
God, that's such a good debuff. Achoo! Hello. That's why. Aw, but now I can't get that guy. Not that. This. There we go. Wait. I want to test this out. Ooh. Yes. Prison fight. I love it. All right, now that you've done that, fuck you.
As duty demands.
Good job, guys. Oh shit, they can't throw. Throw it.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Anything else? Farewell.
Fuck you, Grenadier. I should have done
But
that
of course.
first. I always forget to do that first. Oh. Did I accidentally just skip Abelard? Oh no, he's prone, that's why. Hey buddy. Effective rain and a plus 10% hit chance. No line of sight. There we go. Right, buddy. Yum. There, and then rip and tear. What's that? Oh, bro. Okay.
Let's see.
How her abilities fucking veil phenomena, I do not know. Okay, 1, 2.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
No!
No, apparently. Stop that.
High momentum.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue threat.
Serrated knife. 7 to 10. Or swords. Inflicts bleeding. Okay. Ba-da, ba-da. Gave them this equipment. Prison Diary of Adi Shan, Part 2. I swear the Emperor hasn't forsaken me. Guess who just came down the shuttle gangway among the fresh batch of prisoners? Clension Throne Damned Willia. Former administratum clerk. No, the clerk. The very same scum who lost the writ about the missing payment. He's the reason I'm in this hole. Don't know what they threw him in for, but I've never felt better in my life. He's not just behind the same bars as me, he's fresh meat, and I'm a venerable optimate, respected by everyone in the colony. The warden just came up with a new improvement. From now on, anyone who underperforms, misbehaves, or causes trouble any other way is to be punished by the community, specifically by the local best and brightest. Yours truly, the Optimates. The last two saws who failed to meet the quota were stripped naked, whipped, and thrown into cages in the big barracks. That's where they have to eat, sleep, and shit now with everyone watching. I thought to myself then, that isn't right. They've taken those punishments too far, but now, just you wait, you piece of grok shit. I'll get you for something. Those cages are calling your name. Bare beds made from metal sheets swing back and forth on rusted chains. Whoever is forced to sleep on them, it would not take much for them to fall. These cages have been placed in plain view of the beds. Inside are traces of blood and excrement. The grease-stained edges of the poster detach ever so slightly. It appears that it was frequently removed and rehung. What does it say? Your courage, devotion, faith will bring us victory.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
These beds are bolted to the floor. Some have thin, torn bed sheets and even tattered pillows. I'm guessing these are the beds of the Optimates.
Sometimes, I wonder to what extent our perception of the Empyrean differs.
Ooh, I'm glad that I never have to look at it. No offense, Cass, but I'll do just fine without an eyeball in the middle of my forehead.
Edit. Unlock. Main level.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Oh. My brethren, the dawn is nigh. The Optimates will guide us into a new existence. Yes, yes, dear brethren. Have a taste of my steel. Oh, how I've longed for this, my dear brethren. Oh. Thank the throne. Normal looking faces. We thought we were going to die here with these nutters. The old man, with a gap-toothed smile, drops his weapon and holds out his hands in a placating gesture. Please, don't shoot us, your nobleness. Let us speak a word. Well, this is a welcome change. Talking before shooting. Still, Lord Captain, the look of this ragtag team hardly inspires trust. Came across a void ship in the system belonging to your associates. They told me some interesting things about you and your planned escape. The man grunts, huffs, then makes up his mind. Well, now that's out of the bag. Our fellows were supposed to come get us a long time ago, but they got tied up somewhere. Void Kraken's gullet with them. And in all this time, we had to wait. This happened. Pardon me for trying to pull the simp wool over you. It's just that we want nothing to do with this whole warden nonsense. So what now? Will you let us go? Adira cracks her neck. Sure, no problem. Today you tell us a little lie. Tomorrow you stick a torpedo in our side from that ship of yours. If it doesn't fall apart the moment our helmsman sneezes in its general direction. Any reason to not execute you on the spot. Here's the deal. We're honest, quiet inmates. We didn't want to riot, but, well, sitting it out wasn't really an option either. The warden's lapdogs made short work of those who refused to join in the festivities, so we had to, play along. But that's all it was, play. We never meant no offense to Governor Medina, nor the lawful authority of House Winterscale. Give us a chance. We just want to wait until everything blows over. And we can go back to our cells and quietly do the rest of our time until we escape. Pascal inquires demurely. Does the fact that the serf is presently confined and therefore has previously betrayed the trust of the Imperial servants need to be vocalized, or is it evident to the late persons uninitiated in the sacred mysteries of logic? Repentant, honest heretic. How novel. Judging by Abelard's tone, the seneschal is utterly unimpressed by the old man's ingratiating monologue. The lowborn's speech is mottled with colors that conceal his color, darker hues. This old man has a long history of lies, and he is using his wiles on us as well. But I see no foul corruption or ill intent in his words. Tell me more about the warden and the riot. Why soil your tongue talking about that heretic? But if you insist, here's how it is. The warden of this here prison, the Honorable Master Castiglia, was a crackpot from the start. The previous warden ran things the proper way. Prayer, 1 meal a day, work, a punch in the choppers from the guards, work again. But the new one, do you know what his first decree was? He introduced lunches and dinners. By the 9 devils, that's 3 meals a day. The man was obviously stark raving mad. I mean, can you imagine? 3 meals a day? 3 meals. For prisoners. What do they think they are? Nobility? Outrageous, preposterous, downright heretical. Things only went downhill from there. The guards quitted with the teeth punching. The warden forbade them. Instead, the overseers started counting which prisoners were digging up more things in the quarry or swinging their pickaxes harder or whatnot, and then, would you believe it, they put together a list of best workers. And if someone on that list also showed good behavior, that's when they'd get promoted to an optimate. That's the upper crust among us jailbirds. Or that's how it was at first. Then the warden decided it's the optimates, not the guards, who should be in charge of punishments, and that it wasn't the overseer's job to watch the prisoners work, it was the optimates. Well, let me tell you, that's when these goody two-shoes really started to shine. The guards aren't even in the same league as our dear fellows, the optimates. In the old days, we had maybe 5 or 10 stiffs kicking it a week, and now we were lucky if it was only 50. And that wasn't even the end of it. Warden Castiglia moved out of his chambers to live right in the quarry, under the dome. And I think something in his new home really scrambled his brain. He began sprouting the wildest things like the optimates are saints who will behold the truth, and he started taking them to the quarry. Not all of them returned, and those who did, you wouldn't recognize them. Not more beast than man. They were butchering people left and right, even guards and overseers. The warden himself had armed them, and that's the whole sob story. But I knew it from the moment he let us have dinners. Oh, this won't end well. Yep, it was obvious. Like dinners and lunches and breakfast. Heretical thoughts. Truly heretical. Adira nods knowingly. The old codger's right. Whenever nobles start giving handouts to commoners, something always goes wrong. She notices your look and catches herself. I mean that with all due respect, your ladyship. No offense intended. If I spare you, what do I get from it? Now, how can lowly jailbirds hope to thank your noble self? I have an inkling. You see, us here, we're, how should I put this? Different from the rest of the prisoners in this place. We're all petty thieves from Rykad minors, debtors, gutter snipes. There's no one serious. They're no one serious. Now we, your nobleness, are cut from different cloth altogether. We're fortune seekers from the void. Why don't we tell you we're on Football Station? You know Football, the only shipyard and best market in all of Cornus Expanse. Yeah, so, where on Footfall you can find some very serious, business-minded people, and how you can get yourself a very special discount from them on some very special goods. What kind of very serious people? The most serious kind, your nobleness. Have you heard about the Fellowship of the Void? It's the largest pirate alliance in the Expanse. There is no leader, of course, but there are some terribly serious captains who decided that cutting each other's throats over loot was, what do you call it, counterproductive? But cutting throats together, now that's anti-counterproductive. And, well, their joint efforts leave them with an excess of spoils, so they need to dispose of it somehow, and I, your nobleness, just happen to know someone who handles such kinds of dealings on behalf of those very serious people. I'm down for being a pirate. Very well, I shall spare you. Give her some good information. Oh, that's so great to hear, your nobleness. Just great. Now, there's a true aristocrat, not that warden creep. Now then, your nobleness, where was I? If you're ever on Footfall Station, there's this district there, the Shadow Quarters. It's called that because it's located behind the shadow of our holiest emperor. I've known folks who call it something else, also on account of it being behind the statue. Don't repeat their mistakes, I tell you. Reverend Hieronymus wasted no time finding and burning them all. Forgive an old man for getting distracted. So, Footfall. The Shadow Quarters. There's a bar there built into the remains of an old ship. And in that bar, in the back room, a certain Riza does her business. Tell her Grandpa Bakval, says hello. You'll be her favorite client in the blink of an eye. There we are. Well, your nobleness, we'll be going now if you don't mind. You may go. I shall not leave you here to die at the hands of the warden's henchmen. Go. Tell my pilot that it is the Lord Captain's orders that you be sent to my ship. You will join my ship's crew. You have my personal pardon as a rogue trader. Dogmatic. I have changed my mind. By his name, I will not let heretical riffraff such as yourselves leave this place alive. Hum. I love that just letting them go is heretical, but recruiting them into your own is somehow not heretical. I shall not leave you here to die at the hands of the warden's henchmen. Go. Tell my pilot that it is the Lord Captain's order that you be sent to my ship. You will join my ship's crew. You have my personal pardon as a rogue trader. Thanks. We're most grateful, your nobleness. The old man glances at you somewhat skeptically, but then smiles and leaves. Oh, one of them bowed. So polite. Wow. Clumps of dust, but no trace of weapons or gear. This storage has not been used in some time. Alright. Neato. What? We have to demolish this? Did.
There will be no peace in my wake.
Ooh, oh. Lot of things here. What the heck? Unsanctioned psyker, divination. Ooh. That is specifically. an item that our good friend Adira can use. Bow hammer. One-handed ranged weapon. Shotguns knock enemies back when shot at effective range. I don't think a shotgun pistol. Foehammer is popular with many naval ships officers as well as crew chiefs who need an intimidating weapon. Huh. Okay. So it's like a sawed-off shotgun, I guess. When the wearer uses Endure, they immediately remove one of the effects on them in the following order: burning, toxin, bleeding. Cool. That leads to the main level. That also leads to the main level. Open this up. Huh? Axe. Oh, Jesus.
What lies beyond?
Prison guard key. Severed human body parts. The chopped up slabs of meat have been thoroughly washed of any blood.
I've read about this.
The symbol before you bears a familiar scent, that of the dark forces of chaos. Adishan. Part 3. I'm scared. I should have known all that charity from the warden was going to bring nothing but trouble. No noble, no matter how barmy, would put anything of the sort, but that man would pull anything of the sort, but that man started with the little things. The warden would come by to talk as he did, except he used to ask us questions before, and now he was mostly gushing sermons. Some gibberish about a path to purgation, the sanctity of sacrifice, seeing with blinded eyes. I listened and nodded. Yes, Master Warden, of course, Master Warden. He could say whatever rubbish he wanted, as long as the tasty Optimate meals kept coming. I thought everyone else was doing the same, nodding just to please the big man. I was wrong. After that, people in the barracks started yapping on about purgation and blindness, too. Apparently, us Optimates were no longer just the Warden's favorites. We were, Emperor forgive me, prophets of some kind, who were meant to save the rest of this story lot, or awaken them, or make them see some rubbish along those lines. People were now supposed to make sacrifices to Optimates. Yesterday's sap who slept in the bed under me, in my first year here, cut off his own damn ear and crawled on his knees towards me. He handed me the ear and begged me not to forsake him when the fateful hour came. What in the throne am I supposed to do with an ear? Why is everyone, every single one, staring at me all the time? The warden said the time was nigh, that fate had truly great things in store for the Optimates. I went to look how my good friend Clenshin was doing. He hadn't spoken for 3 months ever since I had all his top teeth ripped out. He spoke today. He looked straight at me and said, "Dead man." I kept hitting him until it hurt me. Now my fist and feet are all bruised. Half the barracks stood there and watched and prayed. I'm scared.
One step at a time, amidst the
Judging by the
madness.
dozens of horrid morsels, dozens of victims were slain here. Sheesh.
They will see. Oh yes, they all will see.
Of course, have to go in through the captain's quarters. Let's see. Labor to the citizens, Promethium to the stars. Hold on. Let's see. Loyalty, obedience. The main level. Alright. Oh, there's an upper level. Were you able to get up there? Does not look like it. Oh, that's why I couldn't use that. Oh, there's Big Dilla. A corpse in a uniform decorated with the winter scale coat of arms. The dead guard did not even have time to draw a weapon. The attack must have come as a surprise.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
All right.
Operation?
The evidence suggests that the victim was killed by poison gas. This glass-making furnace was used to melt the extracted sand into glass.
Peace in my wake.
Oh. Oh, we've seen one of those. We've seen one of those. Main winter scale. The one. Oh, they have several of them. That's not good. They got several of them. Chaos, chaos, heresy. The accretions on the outside of the structure indicate some regularly occurring natural phenomena, possibly poison gas emissions. I told you, Evie, they are hiding so much from us. Arrogant mentors, holy brothers and sisters, what have they ever given us? Nothing but a pile of fibs and useless admonitions. The voice of the man standing with his back to you sounds almost soft, heedless of everything but what is in front before him. He leans over a prisoner dressed in expensive clothing. But Aurora is different. She spoke with me like no one ever had before. She revealed the truth to me, and now I can reveal it to you. If you just stop struggling for 1 minute. What? The man finally realizes he is not alone and turns to you. He is clutching a long, thin metallic rod with blood dripping off of it. We have guests. From the Von Valencia ship, I would wager. Evie, my dear, you will have to wait. Do not faint, I beg of you. It's important that you feel everything, including your other eye. As the warden is speaking, a strange sensation draws your attention toward the ground, specifically an open pit in loose dirt. A single word spontaneously surfaces in your mind: cradle. The pit itself does not appear to be of much interest, but at some point it housed something of great importance, something faintly familiar to you. Crystal. Shard. The warden's words are suddenly drowned out by a chorus of voices in your head. The entity that still dwells in the recesses of your mind rejoices in a cacophony of cries. This place, it holds great significance for the entity. In the frantic chanting of the voices, you can almost make out words that speak of an ancient grave, one that was opened, for it contained a priceless treasure, a most coveted prize that was retrieved by the faithful after a centuries-long search. Such dreadful shades. There we go. Her cape is wigging out. Asher recoils and covers her mouth. The colors in this place, they are putrescent to the core. And these people, their colors are oozing with madness and despair, pain and doom. How do you know who I am? Lies have many faces, but there is only one truth, and it has been laid bare before me. I know the enemy of the truth would come here sooner or later. You know, we had this guy once. He was a quiet one. One day he walked into a middle deck bar, threw one back, and then pulled out a gun and started shooting people left and right without saying a word. Then he shoved the barrel in his mouth and blew his brains out. Our warden here has exactly the same look in his eyes right now. Who's that on the table? My sincerest apologies. Where are my manners? Please, allow me to introduce Yvain Winterscale, the younger son of Caligos Winterscale in the flesh. You know, he was so close to witnessing the truth right before you interrupted our little chat. How dare you, contemptible peasant? For every drop of noble blood you spill, you will pay 100-fold more. Cassio turns to you for support with an expression that is in equal parts indignant and frightened. Abelard shakes his head solemnly. That poor fool. I knew nothing good would come of his naive attempt at negotiating with heretics. However, Yvain appears to still be alive. If we make haste, we might yet save him. Having a scion of House Winterscale in your debt would certainly prove most beneficial. What madness have you wrought in this prison? Do you truly want to know? He becomes more animated and runs a hand through his matted hair. You note it has been some time since he last trimmed his nails. This was my garden, where I tried to grow the seedlings of a beautiful future. That was before I realized that there is no future, not in the sense ordinary people understand. We are too attached to this life, to the limitations of our weak bodies, to the short-sightedness of our eyes that can scarcely see. It is all so insignificant. The true future lies beyond real space, and the only way to reach it is through a cleansing sacrifice. You understand? Why did you mutilate these people? These are my optimates, saints who will guide the flock at the fated hour. Listen. He pauses and smiles. Can you hear? You can't? They are crying out, calling. It's just that their cries are not meant for our ears. They cast their voices out there, beyond the edge of the glass, into the transparent quiet. There, they are heard. There, their call is answered. Rogue Trader, every moment spent on talking to this heretic could be a moment spent destroying him and committing this place to purifying flames. Isn't it time we got started? That pit. There's something special about it, is there not? An item of value was once buried there. Now tell me, Warden, what was the item, and who took it from here? The Warden's gaze bores into you, but then he smiles of the corners of his lips. You are too late, enemy of truth. This bastion has already fulfilled its great purpose. You will never find the trail of the reclaimed relic that now rests in the hands of the devout. Who is Aurora? Oh, so you've managed to barge in here and interfere with the prophetess's designs without even knowing who she is? But it is too late now. You will never attain sight. All you can do is accept your fate. He suddenly stirs like a predatory beast. I do not like it when people take the prophetess's Aurora's name in vain. I desire your death, enemy of the truth. The Warden raises his hand, and the maimed people start thrashing about in their death throes. The time for words has passed. Optimates, give your power to this harbinger of Aurora. Let our foes see the truth or become awash in blood. Prepare for battle. Oh, we can attack these. Ah, good. Pascal? Right there. I want to destroy those as quickly as possible. Alright. For this stuff, put Medea right there. Or do I want to be there? We'll be here. My Lady Argenta. Over here. Cassia. You're good where you're at. Adira. Get you over there. I don't like how unspread out I am, actually. Here. Argenta. We'll put you there. And then we'll put Cassia over here. There we go. There we go. Something like that. That's what. Put him right there.
Let's go leave a scar.
Okay. What does this do again? The next ranged area attack Amoeba deals plus 100% damage.
Doubt is for the weak.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, if we can get that, that's good. Can't get that one. So we really want to.
Eradicated.
Oh, so close. Run and gun. Oh, 40%. 60%. 39. That hit? I don't know if that hit. Okay. Oh, that's the furthest we can go, huh? Worry about that. Okay, let's see. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Ah, I didn't get that guy. Got that guy though. That's good. Immediately do this. Get rid of these lenses as quickly as fucking possible. Right there. Oh, that. Okay. Okay, good. Oh, I can't make that my sworn enemy. Rip. Good where you're at. Also good where you're at.
High momentum.
He remembers. I don't trust these awoken prisoners. Do that. 70. 9 to 13. The difference. Plus 50% bonus to effective range and plus 10 hit chance. Oh! Oh, I can't get it. Damn it. Alright, fire at that. Fucking missed.
Behold my artistry!
Let's remove exploits. That. Hell yeah. Alright, that's one of them. He didn't go for it. Lord Abelard. Start making your way this way. Here. Ooh, nice damage.
I will do my duty.
Alright, Adira. All allies then gain 8 dodge. Okay.
What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Bullshit. Alright, Pascal. Buddy. Weakness. Add weaknesses. What is that thing? Machine Spirit. Oh. Knowledge. $41, 40. Range. That's my overcharge. Extra damage.
Activate Calculate Fury algorithm.
Okay. Now we know what those do. In this instance, it revives him. Okay. Good to know, good to know. Okay.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
I'm sure you're not.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Mayhaps. Okay. You hit it. Yes, hit the holy lens. Okay. Making our way over there. Of course. Of course.
High momentum.
It will be done.
stairs.
For Von Valancius!
Yeah, boy. Let's go.
One fewer target.
A tactically sound approach.
Let's fucking go. Oh, they're just outside of range. Okay. Right.
On it.
Request approved.
Check just to make sure we get the last ones. Alright.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
Reduce damage dealt from the target's attacks by 30.
Rejoice in battle!
Go, baby. 0% chance of hitting him because of the cover. Man. Miss. Oh. Made the save.
Damage is negligible.
Here, have some healing. Nice. Nice crit. Hell yeah.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
Nice. I don't believe we've been properly introduced. Blood is bubbling on the young man's lips, and his voice is barely audible, but even now it remains melodious and quite courteous. Evane, Winterscale, Coronis, greatly pleased to make your acquaintance. On the rare days that Lord Winterscale visited Yurok 5, the station was awash in the mist of warm hues. We were forbidden from meeting each other, but I was delighted still to see such rare colors in my home. Now, however, his colors are darkening, twisting from pain and bitterness. We must help, Lord Captain. We must save the clarity of his soul, for he whose presence makes the world a little brighter deserves no less. Lady Cassia, I presume. Oh, the sacred child of House Orselio. How undisgraceful it is that, on the day we finally meet, Yvain looks away in shame, find myself not at my best. There is no disgrace in your predicament, Lord Winterscale. The Lord Captain and I met under similarly dreadful and tragic circumstances. Except, God, you could just straight up kill him. Or what have they done to you? And the warden, my friend, I tried to convince him to stop the riot. Diplomacy failed. Speaking is a struggle, but he continues stubbornly. Father hates diplomacy, which is why I had to try. Serve your straight. You are wounded and need help. Wounded, I would have phrased it altogether differently. Tortured and maimed, perhaps. Have you ever had your eyes burned out? It was my first time. I cannot say I recommend the procedure. He is either trying to make light of the situation or growing delirious from the pain. I must take my leave. I will see to it that assistance is provided to you and that you are escorted from here. He nods, giving in to oblivion. What have we got here? Improved armor body club. Ooh. Noble sword. Oh, whoa. On hit, the sword's attack inflicts the disturbed effect on the target for 2 rounds. If the target of the attack is already suffering from the disturbed effect, the attack deals an additional... Yo? That's pretty good. Precise laser pistol. Those are pretty good. The mutilated man does not stir, bound in his shackles. The plaque near his head reads, Most Holy Prophet and Optimate, Ati Shan. Your skin crawls as you approach this place. However, there does not appear to be anything of note.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
There's some warp whispers going on. It's spooky. The crippled man's appearance is ghastly, and yet it is evident he was cared for after his mutilation. Oh, we got some goods over here, huh?
What lies beyond?
Until our next meeting, Lady Von Valancius, I require some time alone with my thoughts. Understandable. I'm sure you've got a... Oh, Jesus.
Patience. Oh, my nerves are frayed.
Your ladyship, the rebellion has been crushed. I have news of your lord. She anxiously pitches forward. Is Lord Winterscale alive? Is he all right? He is safe and in one piece. I shall receive him as a guest on my ship, so ready the shuttle. There is visible relief on the pilot's face. Clicking her heels together, she cheerfully barks out, "Consider it done, your ladyship. Thank you for the good news." Fine. Spooky shit happening. Spooky whispers happening. If I can, like, talk to the guy. Actually on our ship or not. I think the wolf whisper's bugged out.
Lord Captain. Lord...
That or my character's going crazy. Hey, did you hear? They saw it again. It was in the middle decks this time. What was in the middle decks? What are you talking about? Don't tell me you believe these daft rumors about the Rogue Trader's ghost. Maybe I don't, but the rumors are coming from somewhere, so somebody must have seen something. Or just wants others to believe they did. No. What if there's some sorcerer's heresy among the crew? You never know. Augurs notice a large object among the lifeless rocks covering the planet. A void ship, whose signature and origins are impossible to identify from orbit, is resting on the edge of a deep ravine. The hull of the unidentified vessel is severely damaged, rocks around it shattered by the force of the gigantic machine's crash landing. The Augurs haven't detected any vital signs near or aboard the vessel. Send a squad to the planet to explore the void ship. The landing party reports via Vox as soon as they touch down. The colossal void ship before them is covered with spikes. It resembles a morbid beast sculpted from darkness itself, menacingly hanging over the ravine. An experienced veteran accurately determines the origin of the unholy vessel. It belongs to the Xenos race called Drukhari. Ready to collapse at any moment, the void ship emits a long, woeful creak, as if promising to drag along into the abyss below anyone who dares to disturb its slumber. Abelard suggests finding out what Xenos were doing in the Rykad system. Taking heed of the Seneschal's recommendations, the Rogue Trader orders to send more people to the planet. Anxious, Dira tells the Lord Captain that voices in her head are screaming, repeating words harbinger, darkness, and death. Not wanting to tempt destiny, the rogue trader decides to recall people from the vessel. Ardenta eagerly says that the only good Xenos is a dead one. A true servant of the Emperor shouldn't soil their hands with Xenos technology. Rogue Trader orders that more people be sent to the Xenos void ship to collect any valuable findings. Being the God Emperor's chosen, the Rogue Trader won't go digging around Xenos trash. The artifacts of the enemies of humanity should be wiped from the Gornus Expanse. After 2 watches of hard labor, the workers managed to stabilize the Drakari void ship. The soldiers who entered the vessel were met with lifeless bodies of Xenos who had died when the void ship crashed. The void ship itself, following its abominable nature, came to life, immediately craving to sate its wicked appetite for human death. The vessel's systems have reacted to the intruders, and senselessly cruel, deadly traps have been activated on all decks. Monstrous contraptions designed to mince, rip apart, and incinerate their victims took the soldiers by surprise, but were neutralized before the squad suffered significant losses. The soldiers found themselves curious pieces of xenotech on the sinister void ship, but no data that could shed some light on why it came to the Rykad system. $175. Oh, is this the ship of that Twilight person? Force of the Expanse. Actor quests? No. Dead Worlds, Jungle Worlds, Rykad, Rocky Worlds, Dark 5. I'm sure if we had picked that, one of the other options, we would have gotten like what's it? The profit factor. All right, we'll level it up. We're gonna be like level 15 by the time we finish up everything in Rykad. Came here because I wanted to see if Winter Scale, or the newly rescued Winter Scale, is here. He is not. Okay. Whose talent? Okay. What was the thing we got? Get back in the fight. Wounds are no excuse. Get back in the fight removes 1 fresh injury from the target and heals the target for willpower bonus divided by 2. So 2 wounds for each condition removed by get back in the fight, including fresh injuries. Minimum of is always healed, even if no conditions are removed. Moves any target. Target with less than 50 wounds for 1 round. Allies under the effect of the officer's abilities gain a bonus to their weapon skill equal to that. Times or one turn that does not grant an extra charge. Makes an attack. They gain +5 fellowship until the end. Other ones granted remain until that. Adjacent to the officer in that. An ability on an ally points to their perception and ballistics equal to 6. Bonus to event, but 2 times that, 10. Pretty good. They finish their extra turn using this ability with 0 HP. They suffer 5 direct damage. That. Do that. One damage reflection. They're what exactly? There's the amount of damage deducted whenever an enemy hits a character. What if I have 3% of that? Hit chance with ranged weapons against a warrior for every enemy in a 1 cell radius around the wall. Ends their turn near an enemy affected by the warrior gains +2, 2 plus toughness bonus, so 8 temporary wounds. By 1 to the next turn. Pretty good. Warrior has not attacked this turn in the game. Urge and push increase the damage of ranged attacks made against affected enemies by 5 plus 8%. Damage shall by slash by 1. The negative effects melee superiority. Allows the Navy officer to use in your ranged weapon. Okay. Also got this. It's for every enemy in a 1 cell radius around the warrior. Damage reflection. Oh, we can't see that. Yeah. Having in peril. Every power of the warp increases momentum. Use a damage accelerator while being threatened by enemies in melee range without provoking attacks of opportunity. Non-damaging psychic powers do not provoke. Daggers in cover. All resistance. Wait. Not in the target's line of sight. Like your second powers have that have a range of 2 more are their range increased by +5. Good, actually. Can't get perception. Perception. High rating. Fine. Available amounts. Which adjacent ally the soldier deals +5 ballistic more damage. Enemies damage, their critical damage is increased by 1, exploit surroundings. At Medicaid. Medicaid divided by 10, so 4. Enemies damaged by the soldier's area attack suffer 1 plus damage from the next attack that hits them. While at full wounds, the soldier has +10 ballistics and 2 movement. All the soldier's area attacks gain 5 plus 3 to the arm penetration and ignore. Divided by 2. When used, you can send a 3-cell radius around her. First hit of each burst attack deals additional damage equal to the current rate of fire. Enough bullets for everybody. Second attack action in a turn deals blink or damage to enemies that have not suffered damage. Okay. Over the soldier has full cover against someone. Okay. For warning. The soldier has an ally adjacent to them. Controlled shot costs 1 AP less to use. Swift slaughter. Be used after 2 kills instead of 3. Medium armor does not reduce dodge. Might actually be good. Makes her less likely to get hit. Each shot fired by the grants them 1 agility until the end of their turn. Already gotten her bolter thing. Okay. guess. Wonder if it- Strong deviation. Uh, and for their next. All right, I'm thinking second skin or alacrity. Both are beneficial. Both are very, very beneficial. Oh, we can still get these. Let's see. Commanding voice. Officer's abilities. Level 15. That's not true. That is not true. We are not level 15. Let's do this. We're at the same that. Can't get warp. Spells, coercion, mirrors. By fellowship. Guess that. Perception. Melee. Perception. It's big perception boost this round.
One step at a time, amidst the madness.
In here, huh?
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue threat.
Electrodynamic Cenobium. How do we get that? Other +3? What does that mean? Wait, what is all this stuff? People, provisions. I like how Xenotech is just a dice. Alright, friends, let us go. Let's go and reach level 15 by the end of this mission, I'm sure. We'll cover the landing area, your ladyship. Glory to the Von Valancius dynasty. Let's see if Roland's able to fix this audio glitch I got going on. Being quiet right now.
The premonition runs true.
Judging by the dead people's equipment, they were the same wardens the governor sent to the monastery's aid. Judging by the fact that the pieces are molten to, at the edges, the statue was destroyed from fire with a multi-laser turret of the type that is mounted on landing force shuttles.
They will see. Oh, yes, they all will see. Oh, what lies beyond?
We're high up. Alright. Lay people unworthy of entering the hallowed cenobium humbly said their prayers next to this computational altar. Okay. Neato.
There will be no peace in my wake.
Boop. Big building. Look at that steeple. Look at these huge ass candles.
Ah, one step at a time.
They're like as tall as
Amidst
people
the
are.
madness.
Divine Herrick hymn awakens the gate's latching mechanism.
Patience. My nerves are frayed.
A powerful rogue trader you are. To deal with vendors of Cornus Expanse, you will have to demonstrate your authority and gain renown. Better not be any heresy going on in here. That's not cool. The heretics were killed swiftly and ruthlessly. They never had time to reach for their weapons. Yeah. Darkness lurks beyond the bright flashes. No, two darknesses. One streaked with red, with clanking shackles and false preaching. The other a billowy yellow, the tang of roiling blood and screams of pain. Or a bilious yellow. Papa nerd. The colors of this place are flecked with sparks of pain. Bright scarlet, blackish crimson, deathly gray. A kaleidoscope of despair and madness. A mercifully quick electric shock was not what killed this cultist. His face is contorted in pain, as if he was tortured.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue threat.
You note that wire junctions are often marked with the symbol of a key that appears to connect two lines.
What lies beyond?
The cultists were killed with a hit to the head from some kind of electric weapon.
There will be no peace in my wake.
On the maladies of machine spirits and the ways of diagnostic divination. Oh.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
Mummified electro priest. There are no wounds on the heretic's body, but his face is contorted in terror, and his eyes are bloodshot from ruptured vessels.
I'm not satisfied with that answer. I will repeat my question again. The last electro priest you killed, where did you find him? Burn in the fire of dawn! Servant of the cop! And another one meets the limit of his utility. The last of them.
This man has a portrait. The tall, dark-haired man sizes you up with a quick glance. A supernatural chill is making the air around him crackle softly. The expensive fabric of his jacket is stitched with gold thread and marked by several reddish-brown stains. A forced sword and a vox hang from his belt, and the emblem of the Holy Inquisition glitters on his chest. Imagine saying that to an Inquisitor. Like, kneel and repent of your heresy before a rogue trader, filthy sorcerer, and I might spare your life. Isn't this the chap we're supposed to find for the Lord Inquisitor? Interrogator Von Calix, I presume.
Yes. Since you know who I am, and are in no hurry to kill me, I infer that you serve the Emperor, not his enemies. Allow me to introduce myself. Interrogator Heinrich van Kalox of the Imperial Inquisition's esteemed Ordo Xenos. With whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
The man turns away slightly to clear his throat. The room starts to get noticeably warmer.
shadow. A great big sun-eclipsing, chain-weaving shadow. I can see the threads, myriads of them extending toward us all, and all of them creeping off toward him like snakes, shrouding us in poison. My, oh my, do I sense trouble, and it's right in my throat. It itches.
Adira recoils from the Inquisitor as if scalded and starts swaying to and fro. A puff of black smoke comes out of the Psyker's mouth and dissipates at once. You good? Great big sun-eclipsing, chain-weaving shadow.
A Psyker? Interesting. And a diviner at that. Even more interesting. Are you sanctioned?
Henrik's eyes Adira keenly.
Don't you Inquisition me! I'm under the Rogue Trader's protection!
Adira looks at you pleadingly. Adira's predictions are seldom wrong. I will be watching you. Pay no attention. She talks all kinds of nonsense. Adira is a member of my personal retinue and is under my protection.
Your retinue, you say? Then let's go back to my previous question. With whom do I have the honor of speaking?
The interrogator rests his intent gaze on Adira for another moment before shifting to you. Rogue Trader, Medea von Valancius.
Von Valancius?
Valancius.
To the best of my knowledge, that dynasty is headed by the esteemed Theodora von Valancius. Has there been a change of circumstances?
Hendrix watches your expression closely. Theodora is dead, slain in battle by enemies of humanity. In this conversation, wait for a better time. I'm here on the Lord Inquisitor's orders to see to his acolyte's safe and timely arrival on footfall. I see you take no end of pleasure, Job. I've barely introduced myself, and I'm already being grilled. Theodora is dead, slain in battle by enemies of humanity.
The news is lamentable. My condolences. And I presume the heir to the sacred warrant of trade and the lofty title of Rogue Trader is none other than yourself. Well then, what precisely has brought you to the sanctum of the Omnissiah?
I'm here to collect you. I am under orders from the Lord Inquisitor to offer any assistance you may require, after which I am to provide you safe passage to footfall aboard my ship. What'd you do to her?
Then the timing of our meeting is fortuitous. I am requisitioning you and your retinue for my task.
Heinrichs ruminates silently on what you have told him. Then he makes a of satisfaction.
Requisitioning? Young man, your choice of words is unseemly to the point of insult.
Abelard.
You are addressing a rogue trader.
Abelard is left speechless for a moment. Abelard? Inquisitors are above the law. I know that much. Like, they outrank everybody.
I don't imagine you'll be any happier if I say taking into inquisitorial custody.
Heinrichs casts an apprehensive glance at Abelard.
To aid his faithful servant in the fight against corruption is the solemn duty of all whose actions affect millions of the Imperium's subjects. Let your example guide those who will carry the Emperor's light across 1,000 stars.
You are familiar with the works of Inquisitor Alistar the Redeemer. Not every acolyte can say the same, let alone people less initiated. Please forgive my lapse in manners, Lady Navigator Orselio. It is a great honor.
Heinrichs arches an eyebrow, examining the coat of arms on Cassia's clothes.
I came to Rykad Minoris on a mission, which a rebellion prevented me from fulfilling. The governor is convinced that malcontents from among the rabble were the instigators, but I immediately suspected a more sinister presence at the root of the mutiny. My visit to the monastery and a few unhurried conversations with some of the rebels confirmed my suspicions.
Heinrich glances at the dead body at his feet.
Someone by the name of Aurora is leading the rebellion. Data indicates that the head of the cultists is here right now, in the sanctum of the ancient reactor. Given the prophecy of the final dawn, and the special efforts made by the enemies of humanity to seize the monastery, their goal is to gain access to the holy power source's control circuit and trigger a process that, once started, cannot be stopped. In other words, to detonate the reactor, thus being themselves the cause of their much-touted final dawn.
Blasphemous insanity.
The tech priest's visor flashes and turns a bloody scarlet. A soft hum of some activating systems is heard from under his robe. As Heinrich van Kalk speaks, you suddenly notice the way he is looking at you, with his eyes slightly narrowed, as if he is peering into your soul, a soul that is touched by the gift of sorcery. The change in your expression does not escape the interrogator's notice, and you see the corner of his mouth twitch. He must have instantly recognized a fellow psyker. Precisely what were you doing at the monastery?
I arrived here with an escort squad, only to lose it in our very first open skirmish. The monastery is swarming with heretics. The soldiers I requisitioned from the governor fell in battle, bled to death, or deserted. I had to make do with catching and forcefully interrogating individual rebels. It is from them that I learned what I relayed to you just now.
What did you do to him?
I convinced him to cooperate. I can influence living bodies, and I find that the interrogated are much more eager to share information once the blood starts to boil in their veins.
Oh, does he have, is he a pyromancer? Heinrich bows his head, cracks his neck, and grimaces. I can help you with Aurora. Let's join forces.
Thank you. Regrettably, the governor's people showed themselves to be unprepared for the perils of this place. And extracting blade shards from a person's stomach is beyond my powers. I hope that a rogue trader's retinue will prove more capable than a group of soldiers fresh off the base.
Interrogator glances at the limp body clad in the colors of the governor's wardens, and sighs briefly.
I am positive that not all of the electro-priests within these walls have perished. The heretics spoke of shadows emerging from side alleys to make short work of the cultists invading their abode. I surmise that the entrance to their hiding place is somewhere in the hall near a machine known as the Circular Cogitator. I imagine it's one of the local sacred relics which the electro-priests treat with special piety.
Okay. What are you, class-wise, friend? Take Adira out. Bring Katya. I wish I knew what kind of character class he had. Theme of the final dawn. Oh, he's a biomancer. I'm a biomancer. Got some awkward overlap. Surprisingly not dogmatic. What the fuck? Huh? He is a warrior. But I'm guessing he is. Yep, he's weapons. Or wait. What do you use, my friend? sword, and pistol. Actually, like, better than as. Biomancer's staff. What? I don't have one of those. Psychic force. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, hammer. Okie dokie. If the warrior is attacked, they gain +1 stack of epicenter of slaughter. The end of combat. At the start of their turn, the warrior gains +1 temp HP for each stack. These temporary wounds cannot exceed 3. Off of toughness. Alright. This man is less tanky. More, it's like agility based and tankiness. Coercion. Alright, and this is also going to be our coercion guy. Whenever an enemy attacks the warrior, the next melee attack does not stack, but it can be reactivated if another attack. Same thing. Oh, these are new. Destined. Psyker's armor is increased by 5%. This bonus increases by 5% at the start of every round of combat, except the first. I like the sound of that. Skill. All right. I think these are synctic. Yep. We can have him be our offensive biomancer. Whereas me, I am the healing biomancer. Shield of the Emperor. Until the start of the Psyker's next turn, all allies affected by Word of the Emperor increase their deflection by plus Psyker's psi rating divided by 2, minimum of 1, and armor by 10 plus 2 times allies resolve. This psychic power can only be used while there is at least one ally affected by Word of the Emperor. Light of the Emperor, psi rating 2. Can't I get this one? Psi rating 3, that's why. That makes sense. Purge Soul. Deals from 1 plus Psyker's psi rating plus 1. So 2 times resolved. Oh, so this guy actually might want to have some resolve abilities. That's cool. Purge Soul or Shield of the basically only got the 1. Alright. 2, 4 plus 1. I guess we can have that be 2. So 6 times resolve divided by 4 direct damage. The damage is increased by 50% against Xenos and plus 100% against Chaos Worshippers or Drukhari, by 150% against demons, and by 50% if the enemy has already damaged the Psyker or any of the Psyker's allies this combat. These damage bonuses also affect any damage bonuses from other sources. This power does not affect targets that lack souls. That there are enemies that lack souls. Until the start of the Psyker's next turn, all allies affected by the Word of the Emperor. What does Word of the Emperor do? All allies in a circle in a 5-cell radius gain +1 resolve until the end of combat. Every additional stack of this effect increases the resolve by 2. God damn it. What do we do? I don't think I even read through all of these. Enemies adjacent to the Psyker suffer 10% more damage. The first time that momentum reaches 200 during the Psyker's turn, the Psyker gains +5 to all characteristics, +1 to resolve, +1 to deflection, and +1 to all damage that the Psyker deals until the end of combat. And with Hatred, critical hits scored by anyone within the Psyker's line of sight, including the Psyker themselves, increase the Psyker's critical damage by 1. Okay. Psalm of Heroes. Psyker's psi rating is increased by +1 until the end of combat every time an ally uses a heroic act. Ooh. Sanctified Slayer. Crit hit chances is increased by % resolve. These are pretty cool. His armor increased by 5%. His bonus increased by 5% at the start of every round of combat except the first. And gain it +1 until the end of combat. Intensifies. Yes. Intensifies. Okay. Is there deflection by that? Version or Xenos. Skill. Okay. No heresy. Gain +10 critical hit chance, +10 armor against Xenos and demonic creatures. Kinda like that. Glory. It's kind of like all about crits, it seems. Make it 50. is that there's like I don't want to have that then. Okay. Heroes. Destin. Daring breach. I don't know what Lord has, and I don't want to go through everything. For one round, it becomes a priority target. At the end of combat, warrior gains +4 MP. This turn, melee attacks deal an additional plus strength bonus divided by 2. 2 damage. Ability bonus. E. Well, AP. Each kill. Okay. Okay. That. That has like a force weapon. Already has this. What is going on here? For some reason he's gotten like -2 bajillion. This shit. Glory. Hatred. Sanctified Slayer. Should die for the Emperor. Okay. Other character in the current party has the same archetype as this character. Nope. That's gonna jump up by like 2. Oh, no heresies the reason. Okay, let's get rid of that one. No, thank you. makes it so that he can't have that. No thankies. Forgot about that. From that. Toughness. Venus. From the Ordo Xenos, right? So it's like, oh bam, beat them up. Improved body armor. Club thing. The fighter's body is still warm. He only bled to death a few minutes ago. The hard, uncomfortable Somno meditation bed is equipped with neural ports to connect the sleeper to the monastery's cogitator network.
They will see. Oh, yes, they all will see.
A symbol for the Omnissiah is inscribed on the wall, with grooves of electric discharges fanning out from it like a river. Leather armor, charged oh. How did I get that? Did he own that before? What? I'll take that. Okay, let's see. Oh, nope, wrong thing. Strike, siphon life. In a 10 cell radius, the Psyker drains life from the target, dealing Psyker staff's power level. What's the power level? The wielder of this staff, power level 6. Okay. So 6 plus 1 times psychic rating. Or 6 times 1 times psychic rating damage. And healing the Psyker for staff power level wounds. Psyker's already at full wounds. This power instead heals the wounded Psyker's ally with the lowest wounds. Interesting. Ooh. Cool. Text for some reason. All right. Land.
One step at a time. amidst the madness.
Tech Priest's body rests in a on a metal table, surrounded by sparking spirals of copper coil. A patina of sacred unguents covers his withered flesh. His augments have been polished with great care. Intricate electrodes cover the dead man's crossed arms and bare torso, and strands of wire envelop his head. Pascal respectfully bows his head before the dead man and carefully touches the shriveled body with the tip of his mechadendrite. Honored adherent, I thank you for showing us the truth of Fabricator General Pekravar's maxim. Death does not end the service of the spirit-driven. The body seems motionless, but you notice a slight tremor in the fingertips. This ancient servant of the Omnissiah must be data dreaming. His mind, enveloped in digital reverie, can persist for hundreds or thousands of years while his frail body is decaying. This sacred state of trance is a great reward only earned by the wisest and most pious servants of the machine god. Such purity of color. I've never seen anything like it. Deep tranquility, shrouded in a cool white cloud. Such unity of thought and spirit. The dead are incapable of exuding such hues. Next to the table the body is resting on, you see small amulets crafted from burned cogitator circuit boards. There is no dust on these small offerings. They were clearly left here recently. Can you hear me, Tech Priest? The light in the crypt becomes a little brighter and sharper, and the smell of ozone fills the air. The vox on the ceiling comes alive and lets forth a solemn binaric aria that turns into a crackling, solemnant voice. In this dark hour, I am ready to bring you good tidings, Tech Brethren. Now respond with the words of the second galvanic hymn. Second galvanic hymn is a revered and miraculous prayer of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Naturally, you know it very well. Let us praise the twin charges, the body electric, and the Omnissiah who lights the spark of reason within us, and let us carry his charge to those who have turned their minds toward his light. Let it be so indeed. Who are you? The Vox's voice grows louder. Praetor Electroid Dar Impulse II, by the will of the Omnissiah, the prior of this monastery and the guardian of the miraculous fusion reactor, now and ever, world without end. Here in this cell of mine I have conquered death, and my mind has soared towards the Omnissiah in a blessed data dream. My body is decaying, but my spirit will remain by my master's side, for I am the sacred sentinel of the code, the guardian of the sacred relic, and the eye that watches over the right of operation. Tell me what your data dream is like. I am one with the motive force, and it opens my mind to the sacred impulses of knowledge. My reason has become as fast as the firing electron and the ray of light, and time is no more for me, for I am eternal. In my binaric reverie, I comprehend the wisdom of the machine god, and share it with the humble priests who come to my cell thirsting for my knowledge. The monastery is under attack by heretics. Can you help? In my data dream, I saw their unholy requests and rejected them angrily, for it is said that in the 4th article of security, no unbeliever's hand shall intrude upon the operation cycle. They have seditious designs on the relic, but should I give you, who does not belong to our faith and fellowship, my blessing to stand up to the blasphemers? I may not be a member of your priesthood, but you and I are of the same faith. Would you prefer to wait until they get their dirty hands inside your sacred reactor? Do you have any idea what they will do with it? I may not be a member of your priesthood, but you and I are of the same faith. This statement is true. The first article of security says, "Fear above all evil is the defilement of knowledge," and its command outweighs the prohibition contained in the sixth article of security. Let knowledge be locked away from the ignorant. So be it. In the name of shaming the unbelievers, I grant you the blessing of special access and protection from the rage of the motive force. Dry crackling sounds come from inside the crypt's walls as awakened cogitators process the ancient tech priest's command. Dick.
I'm at your service.
Blessing of special access. Praetor Electroid Dar Impulse II's blessing is a promise of protection from gives 3 deflection and 50 armor against shock damage. Yo? And who is this? The mummified tech priest rests on the table, enveloped in wires.
What lies beyond?
Adira got vaporized, and the game still thinks she's here. Oh, what the fuck? You shall be purified by the motive force, blasphemer. Well.
He cleanses the body.
Sorry, but you've got the wrong guy. My friendo. Marked for purge. Brace the machine, reject the flesh, shock and healing. I always get to do that first. Pew. Ooh, almost got him.
High momentum.
Victory is imminent. Indeed.
My competences are not that universal. Advancing. Activating full mode sacrament.
Yeah, more or less. Alright.
Everyone, step aside.
Okay. They are taunted. Sorry, Electro Priests. Oh, it makes sense that they're immune to each other's attacks.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
High momentum.
Nice. A full ass turn. Priests. I did not want to kill you. Circular cogitator.
Patience! Oh, my nerves are frayed.
Go, go, go. It would appear the Electro Priest damaged the Motiforce circus on purpose to turn them into a trap for the intruders.
Oh, glorious spectacle of your demise. Spare none of them!
And there's cultists. Yeah, kill each other.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Sector 3? That says. Good job. Very nice. It's like it's bullshit.
It will be done. I will do my duty.
cover.
Just a minor setback.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Nice.
Power resides in the will of the righteous. I'll do it.
Get him. There we go.
I will not. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Shattered foes in my wake. Schemes within schemes within schemes.
Here, white bar away.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful.
Henrik, please get up here, buddy.
I won't do that.
And a branch, huh?
I won't object to it.
Oh, es bueno.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
Damn, I got one. Attack your friend. Good.
High momentum.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. At your beck and call.
Flash. Fire.
Your end is near!
33% chance to hit. Yeah.
I'll do it.
The storm approaches.
Storm that is
Flames,
over. Okay.
flames. Another one.
Get up there, heretics. Close enough. Oh. Can't go past there now. There we go. There it is. Bunch of people just got injured there.
What is it, Rogue Trader?
What? Still get injured by it.
Let's see.
Easy. What is happening?
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
This way.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
A multitude of symbols are carved into the enormous generator. You realize they are the foundational tenets of the Electro-Priest religion. Standing out among them is the triumph of reason over all other facets of human nature. Oh.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
Curiosity sings in my veins. To the ordinary, I am an enigma.
What is this? Snipey rifle. Get rid of that.
They will see. Oh yes, they all will see.
Oh, that was close. Never mind.
A genius at work.
Yeah, for that.
One step at a time. Amidst
These
the
dead
madness.
heretics are suspiciously different from the others. The symbols on the clothes are drawn wrongly, and standard issue military uniforms show through the blasphemous tatters. Oh. Oh. What does that mean? Bodies of careless cultists have been thoroughly fried by an arc of motive force.
Patience. Oh, my nerves are frayed.
Lighter. Lighter. Gunny.
I have a different perspective.
curious. There's supposed to be a cutscene, and I can't preempt it. Look at that. Said cutscene. A crowd of cultists has surrounded a tech priest crucified upon a mechanism. A rhythmic whisper repeated by 100 voices blends into some blasphemous enchantment. Powerful discharges of the motive force run through the machine, causing the unfortunate prisoner's body to convulse brutally and forcing woeful cries of pain from his lips. The tech priest's hoarse voice echoes under the ceiling. In the clenched jaws of stagnation, in the shackles of iteration zero, under the iron wing, let the cycle be discontinued. Pascal's mechadendrite spring into combat mode instantly, and a wrathful rattle comes from his vox. I am registering a severe violation of the purity protocol. The blessed Ammonant has been captured by heretics and is being tortured. Are you sure he's Ammonant? Confirmed. I do not observe his face, but I recognize his words. Let the cycle be discontinued is the blessed Ammonant's motto. Look around the hall. The heretics have taken up positions everywhere, and many more are doubtlessly hiding in the passages leading out of the hall. For now, they are all focused on the sacrilegious torture of the tech priests and do not notice you. How is he bearing the torture? The devotee of the Omnisaya is capable of withstanding great bodily torment with no loss of functionality. But where flesh reinforced with sacred iron will persevere, the purity of spirit may perish. I hypothesize that the heretics have made the blessed Ammonant a participant in some variety of sacrilegious ritual. Through sacrilegious torture, they are trying to break his will and turn him into an unholy terminal with which to control the reactor's outer power circuit system. The tech priest's color is stained with grime. They are diluted, painted over with rot, and yet his heart still holds a cinder of bright red. This dying flame, it can be ignited anew. Save the esteemed tech priest without risking his life. Mechadendrite points to the corpses of heretics lying nearby. We could use the blasphemer's clothing as a disguise. Unrecognized, we can sabotage the power units, overloading them and thus cleansing the hall of heretics. The lightning discharges have... Oh, it just, like, basically faded to black, I guess. The lightning discharges have charred the cultist corpses. Whiffs of smoke rise from their empty eye sockets, whose contents have evaporated. Their clothes, covered in the blood of innocents, are crudely painted over with emblems of the archenemy, which exude a repulsive air of soul decay. I shudder with disgust at the mere thought of having to touch clothing adorned with unholy symbols, let alone wear it. This is the first step toward falling, a small compromise with evil that will lead to something greater. Is there truly no other way, Rogue Trader? The signs of the archenemy are not just painted symbols, but conductors of its will. The words of their prayers, even spoken without faith, their coat of arms, even deceitfully worn, all this increase the presence of the ruinous powers near you and draw their corrupting attention to you. Cassia stares in horror at the corrupted clothes and the scattered human ashes. Do not make me. What is the essence of your plan? Uttering a litany of actuation for the power units from the Lumino Deacon's command throne will direct the motive force created by the blessed reactor into the hull. The distribution servitor is keeping its output within the set parameters, but upon receiving an order to increase it to peak values, it will turn this place into an electric trap. That. The safety system protecting the hull is controlled from the machine altar, which must be disabled. If all these operations are performed, I can guarantee that not a single blasphemer will survive the Omnissire's wrath that will be unleashed upon this place. You would disgrace yourself by donning these tainted rags? Pascal deadpans. The only unbearable disgrace is that of a duty unfulfilled. The rest is merely spiritual attrition. You realize this plan sounds like suicide. A sound similar to a laugh escapes Pascal's vox. This statement is true. Then what do you propose? To flee? I have tried to employ this behavioral strategy in the past, and it brought my soul no relief. Heretical. I'm actually curious to know what it's like to walk in a heretic's shoes. I will not allow corruption to touch you. We will vest ourselves in faith and kill every last traitor to the Golden Throne. Are you suggesting we pass on the chance to kill them all with our own hands? Forget it, I'm not missing out on the fun. That one's heretical, huh? If it helps to save a worthy man, I will put on the cultist robes. I pray that the Omnisire gives the blessed Amonant enough fortitude. Pascal grimaces as a new wail of pain rends the air. A heretic's garb clings to your skin like a greedy leech. Tingling and foul fever spread over your body as though these tatters have imbibed the vile contents of their former wearer's soul. Spooky. As if careless cultists commit sabotage. Okay, destroy the safety system control altar. Okay. You're still blessed, but taking less damage. I'm reminded.
Oh, what lies beyond?
And what is that circular cogitator thing, right? Always over here.
There will be no peace in my wake.
Circular cogitator, the Electro Priest's hiding place must be nearby. Oh yeah, now you say that? Motive force field seals the passage, threatening to incinerate anyone who touches it. Secret analysis.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
The cogitator's green skin lights up as you approach it and displays the flashing message. Pilgrim, only the words of the first galvanic hymn will reveal to you the gifts hidden behind the veil of knowledge. Now chant with me. Let us sing this canticle too. The device's board lights up, clearly expecting you to enter the rest of the verse. Kindly, please, remind me how this hymn goes. Let us sing this canticle to... Pascal's vox lets out a noisy groan as if he is clearing his throat, but then stops abruptly. After a brief pause, he averts his gaze and says in a rasping voice, "It is not known to me. Only high-ranking servants at shrines of energetic prosperity are permitted to perform the first galvanic hymn. Abelard snorts and struggles to suppress an involuntary smile. Emperor, help us all. The esteemed Magos has been caught out not knowing a prayer, and now he's floundering like a cadet in an exam. I never thought I'd see the day. The mighty reactor that performeth the sacrament, the blessed catho that beckoneth the timeless electron, the closed circuit wherein the paths start and end are tied in a knot. First galvanic hymn. Now let me chant. Let us sing this canticle to the Omnissiah, for whom the holy discharge bringeth forth. Verse 2 calls to you, pilgrim. Let us fill our souls with gratitude towards the twin poles of opposite signs that herald the motion of the current, splendid resistors that conceal within them the rite of transfiguration, the watchful breakers that protect us from the sacrilege of the short circuit, the hallowed contacts whose touch conducteth the current, the arcane key that closeth the circuit. Let's fill our souls with gratitude towards that. Now finish the prayer, pilgrim. May the unity of the sacred charge power, the memory of ages that is preserved most zealously, the faultless soul that is currently watched over the mortal body and the mechanisms thereof, the immortal reason that hath created the spark, the blessed faith that bringeth light, that preserved most zealously. Only one who has learned the path of our Cinebrium is worthy of its gifts. Walk the path of enlightenment. Absorb their age-old wisdom, and let me sing, and sing with me again. The screen goes dark in disappointment. I haven't gotten any, like, documents or anything. You're right. The guard key. The machine altar is operational, but will only respond to the special commands. To make this machine spirit do your bidding, you have to know the correct prayer. The sentinel will ask for a password.
One step at a time, amidst the madness.
The motive force. Now on. Mortal reason. Rat.
Patience. My nerves are frayed.
On the melodies of machine spirits and the ways of diagnostic divination. Okay.
What lies beyond? no peace in my wake.
In the heretic garb. Holy shit.
They will see. Oh yes, they all will see.
Yeah. Destroy the safety system control altar. Utter the litany of actuation from the command throne. Luminous command throne. Distribution servitor. What's the order? Destroy the safety system. Guessing that's that one. Hmm? The altar is adorned with gilded skulls. Threads of metal that used to be electrodes are fused onto the bone. Once majestic, the altar has now been desecrated with blasphemous images of blue-green suns. Some of the levers and buttons have been pried from their sockets, but the mechanism still glorifies the Omnissiah with its operation. I identified this as the safety system control altar. For our diversion to succeed, this blessed machine must be executed, and may its spirit forgive us. Forgive us, honored machine spirit, we are obliged to interrupt your work. A mournful binheric requiem pours forth from Pascal's box. Pascal offers a short binheric prayer, then enters command after command to set up a trap for the machine spirit inhabiting the altar. The code born out of the tech priest tinkering causes the spirit to flutter confusedly in a snare of impossible commands, heat up the altar's circuit boards, and perish forever in the showers of sparks that burst forth from the melting wires. May we be granted the Omnissiah's forgiveness for this act. I am registering a general shutdown of the security system.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue
Thing that we
thread.
don't want happening. Utter the litany of actuation from the throne. A grim-looking heretic walks up to you resolutely, blocking your path. As he studies your disguise with suspicion, you note that his left eye has 2 conjoined irises, while his right eye has 4. I don't know you. Who are you, and why haven't I met you before? And why through my teeth? Throw your hands up sheepishly. I'm new. Was sent here to slaughter unbelievers, and I've only just finished. Slap the infant. Who am I? I'm the Rogue Trader. Smile mysterious. Perhaps the master has blinded your eyes to trifle so that you may behold what is true. Your reply, imbued with mystical significance, was evidently to the cultist's liking. He smiles heartily and says, "May our master blind you too, sister." Command throne is not yet ready for the power unit litany. Servitor thing. Hoist. A heavy crown of golden neural augments rests upon the servitor's head. The crown is bent and broken from ruthless gun butt blows. The pale body is covered in blasphemous inscriptions carved into its withered flesh. I identify this acolyte as a distribution servitor. I am registering upon it traces of sacrilegious violation of the right of operation. Probability of its responsiveness to commands is below average. Try to conduct a restart ceremony. For the glory of the Omnissiah, let this machine spirit sleep, that it may awaken and serve again. We turn it off and on again. Pascal gently touches the servitor's crown, deactivating one of its segments. Let the outer neural connection circuit be plunged in darkness. Another touch, and several lights on the crown go out. Let the command response hub fall silent. Pascal switches to binary speech, accompanying his every action with a line from a sacred hymn. It is amazing how the reverent awe in the tech priest's voice can be discerned even through his rattling vox. Suddenly, every light on the servitor's crown comes alive. A shower of sparks bursts from the augmentations on the servitor's brow, and several black, ash-tinted tears run from its empty eye sockets. Ready to serve. Energize the hall's power units to the maximum. It will be done. A tech priest's corpse, his throat slit, sits upon the splendid command throne laced with finely wrought motive force paths. A contorted expression of righteous anger is frozen on his face. A black blindfold covers his eyes. This is the Luminodeacon's command throne. This is where the power unit actuation and shutdown litanies are recited from. The blessed Luminodeacon himself has the honor of closing the circuit the motive force flows through. Sit down upon the throne and recite the litany of actuation. I am about to be greatly honored or else thoroughly charred, maybe both. Step away. Save it. Pascal freezes, and a quiet whisper comes from his box. Request denied. I am not authorized to sit upon the Luminodeacon's command throne. Such an act would be considered a sacrilege. Even the relic and your master justifies a minor infraction of the rules. I am about to be greatly honored or else thoroughly charred, maybe both. As soon as you lay your hands on the command throne's panels, a painful string of electricity numbs your senses, and for an instant, your fingers cramp and your vision grows dim. Pain is visible in the tech priest's eyes as he looks upon the sacrilege. Forgive us, Omnissiah, for such a gross violation of the right of operation. Repeat the litany after me and activate the command runes I point to. Pascal's vox starts reciting the sacred words, gloomily and hoarsely. Clinging on to the blazing shreds of your fading consciousness, you repeat the words of the litany after Pascal, and touch the command runes, as the unabating lightning rips through your muscles and makes your bones crackle. I am recording a successful activation of the power units. Everybody get out of here. Zip zap zoop. much XP did we just get? Dies, dies, dies. A lot. What we got from that. And a level up. Ooh, baby. A lot of good shit. Worried that going too close.
One step at a time, amidst the madness.
Are we still in the heretic garb? No. Oh, hold on.
The stars are my canvas, and anarchy is my brush.
No, yeah. Alright. Omnissiah be praised. It worked. That, like, now down is.
Patience! Oh, my nerves are frayed.
Level up. More characteristics. Toughness, weapon skill, ballistic skill. Sticks. Ugly doogly. What kind of weapon? Sniper. Solid projectile. Asking just for, like, you know, application. Fresh start. I roll character gain plus 50 against the first round of the yes. Willpower is using their fellowship. If the fellowship is higher. Outnumber. Has melee superiority. No, personal. All ranged weapons dealing physical damage. Plus 1 damage. Plus 5%. Plus bad, but minus 5 recoil. Hand. Starts their turn adjacent to an ally that high roll character gains 2 MP. An ally gains 2 MP. You have 5 toughness for each such effect. Corpus conversion. When an enemy adjacent to an ally dies, that ally gains a stacking corpus conversion effect if multiple allies are adjacent to the dead body. Trigger's next psychic power that targets only the target with the corpus conversion will work as if the psyker's rating is 2 higher. Will not degrade the veil. Does not trigger psychic phenomena. And okay. Psyker is not in target's line of sight. The Psyker is in cover. All resistance tests of the targets of that. Have a range of 2 cells or more. Have their range increased by 3. Force weapon attacks. What damage have that? Well, action costs no AP, takes 25% H. E. Next psychic power used does not do that. +2 minimum damage. -5 for you. Deception. Use perception up so that we can round it off. Uses, we've already given him that. Okay, good. We're not level 15. That's a lie. That's incorrect. Can we get higher than... I don't actually know if we can get higher than that. Pinnacle of weaponry. Oh wait. Or power weapon deals initial 5 damage. For the remainder of combat, the bonus is decreased to intelligence divided by 2. Heavy armor, calculated relations. Okay. Okie Wanderer. Thank you for the tithe. How you doing? Welcome in. Increases strength. Not melee. Ooh, power armor proficiency. Okay, let's see. Enemies adjacent to the Psyker suffer 10% more damage. Critical hit scored by anyone within the Psyker's line of sight increases the Psyker's critical damage. I hate that he's a biomancer, like me. The first time that momentum reaches 200 during the Psyker's turn, the Psyker gains +5 to the end of combat. +1 resolve, +1 deflection, +1 to all damage. Hit scored by anyone. Yeah. Crit build, baby. Strength. Heavy armor proficiency. Yes. Make him even tankier. Okay. Attack with the second weapon in their current weapon set in addition to the usual one. Ooh, probably get that for some people. Equal to the momentum restored to the devotee while using this. Faith, melee, flame, and melta attacks against demons and psychers deal an additional think. Or Imperium? Eddie King? Where? Hello, ship. Anything that we can round up. This. A little bit tankier. Alright. Allies are targeted. Been giving her more offensive things. The course unraveled has been used this combat. Gains +2 perception. Examined by the navigator, suffer percent damage from warp. In the cycles of the foreordained, there lurks a flaw of worship. The tech priest's body convulses. Plaintive creaks of binheric prayers come from his vox. As moments pass, the signal becomes less and less clear, as if something twisted and wrong were being added to it. Pascal studies the tech priest's face carefully. His vox system moans in a tragic vibrato. Subject unidentified. This is not the blessed Amonat. Stranger, I request your name. Do you know where my mentor... You know my mentor's motto. I'm vibing. How about you? I'm vibing. I'm vibing as well. Who are you, servant of Omnisire? The fire of the hearth send forth sparks. The name of this spark is Abel Hanuman. The tech priest looks over at Pascal. For a brief moment, his speech becomes clear. The echo of my call has reached you. Good. The iteration is at its end. The design is fulfilled. What is the intention? Why are you calling yourself by my name? Was it you who summoned me to Rykad Minoris? What for? I categorically demand an answer. Pascal's voice rises to an intimidating howl, but the delirious tech priest does not seem to understand what he is saying. Ask him about Armanat. You came here because of him, after all. What design? An intention both bold and honorable, to open new gates for the waters of knowledge and comprehension, a plan written so that the righteous may follow, and trust in the great pattern of revelation and uniform progression toward it. Pascal's voice is trembling with elation. Those are his words. I have not heard them in so very long. Ask him about Armanat. Came here because of him, after all. No. The tech priest's weak voice grows stronger. He came because of himself. Myself? To redeem myself. To correct a mistake? Possibly. But how do you... There is a look of gentle condescension in Abel's eyes. Strange, given the circumstances. The hubris of the mind spurs him to build monuments to himself. Do not regret, for all is predetermined by the iteration. A devastating coughing fit cuts him off, and you hear a clang of tearing metal from inside his chest. You can talk once we get him out of here. A cold premonition breaks the heart. The probabilities are dark and frightening. Brother, I do not wish to gaze into them. We are the flame of knowledge that drives the darkness away. Pascal is quickly inspecting Abel's wounds, paying no mind to the blood and sacred unguents staining his sleeves. His vox rasps soothingly. Do not fear what is to come, brother. We are already here. So, like, I'm guessing Pascal, right? I think he's got some clones. Maybe not necessarily like a body clones, but like, you know, cloned his mind and distributed it across some sort of network. But he has no recollection of this. Maybe he's not even the original Pascal. Examine the tech priest. There are deep burns all over his flesh, and the skin around his augmetics is charred. Blasphemous spells have been carved into his sacred iron, forming unholy litanies of scrap code. It is amazing how robust this tech priest's life support systems have proven to be in maintaining the spark of life in his grievously wounded body. Do you know him, Pascal? The subject has not been identified and has no record in my catalog. Interrogation is impossible due to the subject's evident affective state of clouded consciousness. Try to take down the tech priest crucified on the machine. As soon as you touch the tech priest's battered flesh, he shifts his gaze to you and says with sudden clarity, "Many sparks have gone out, but not all. The electric shepherds are alive in the darkness. I heard their prayers. Find them, save them, recite the hymn of contact circuit restoration, so that you may behold what is hidden." Of contact circuit restoration. A blast of the motive force runs down the tech priest's body, and his face contorts in a mocking grimace. Malformed by inherent code, repulsively jarring on the ears, pours out of his vox. Information archived to the effect that the circuit restoration hymn is the entrance password to the electro priest's hiding place. Pascal responds with the dour rhythms of a containment aria. I note with great sorrow that the cultist ritual has been partially successful. My tech brother has been tainted by corruption. He is in the grip of a schismatical and unholy imitation of a machine spirit. I request immediate activation of the Techercism protocol. What? An ugly mockery of a noble machine spirit, warp, created by the warp. Sometimes a few lines of despicable scrap code or a small clump of the motive force falls under the arch-enemy's influence and degenerates into an abomination of this sort, one whose very existence is an insult to the Omnisire's wisdom. I shall help save him. The possessed man responds with a burst of repulsive laughter. Every now and then, a word or two of Gothic finds its way into the binaric obscenities pouring out of his vox, in what seems to be a schismatical's tentative forays into a language that is alien to it. His body convulses, his joints twist at unnatural angles with the sound of bursting steel couplings. As the possessed man thrashes about, his internal augmetics emerged gradually through the hanging tatters of his flesh, as though an iron homunculus hidden inside the tech priest were trying to cast off the meat cocoon it no longer needed. Pascal's mechadendrite extends a thin drilling needle. Sacred unguent glistens on it. A code purification aria is heard as the needle sinks into the possessed tech priest's skull and touches his neuroaugmetic, forming an electric circuit with it. Extreme strain is visible on his face. Furious litanies pour out of his vox. Result: failure. Requesting assistance. Oh boy. 100%. 70%. Send a purifying charge of the motive force into the possessed man's body. May the machine god heal you. Undaunted, you grab one of the severed cables and press it into the tech priest's body, and a shock of formidable power shakes the possessed man. Machine oil gushes out of his mouth. His vox hisses deafeningly as the flow of the motive force burns the corruption in his sacred iron. The overload destroys some of the circuit boards of his neural augmetic, resets his code, and erases the schismatical from existence. We just performed a techno exorcism. I love that. I love that for us. The tech priest's eyes roll up and he loses consciousness, crushed yet still alive and no longer in the thrall of corruption. With the utmost care, Pascal takes his body down from the mechanism and lays it on the floor. His stirring litanies of gratitude to the Omnissiah echo through the hall. Rest, tech brother. We will come back to you when we are done. We have done our duty to the miraculous fusion reactor. Lord Captain, the Omnissiah commands a pious mind to strive toward uncovering the truth. Therefore, I will not stop until I find my mentor and understand his connection to this servant of the machine god. I request the privilege of joining your retinue as a rightful companion. I can offer to fulfill the duties of an engine seer on your ship in exchange for the right to follow you and conduct my own investigation. Accepted. Granted. Permission granted.
There will be no peace in my wake.
Glory be to the current of the motive force. May its dulcet light shine in our noospheric coronas. May its vitality nourish our augment. May its purity wash over our imperatives and engrams. Yeah, Pascal? Pause that. As far as I am aware, the monastery supplies power to several major hive cities on Rykad. Hidden somewhere in the depths of this building is a reactor of monstrous, unfathomable power. Closed circuit wherein the paths start and end are tied in knots. Let us fill our soul with gratitude towards the watchful breakers that protect us from the sacrilege of the short circuit. May the unity of the sacred charge's power follow the soul. Yeah, one day.
What lies beyond?
Cool. Our impulse with the bajillions. I killed some of your dudes. I'm sorry. Dar Impulse, the 6. A shortish, muscular man, doesn't look short, wearing the scarlet colors of the priesthood of Mars steps into your path. The wrinkles on his cheeks and forehead point to his propensity for frequent outbursts of fierce anger, but right now he is showing no signs of aggression. Glowing blue patterns of electric tattoos or electus show through his oddly bluish tinted skin. The man's eye sockets are dark and empty, yet he turns his face straight towards you with no hesitation. He has a sharp, screeching voice, not unlike a bird's cawing. May the charge of the Omnissiah's mercy persist in the hands of the faithful. May the motive force persist in their batteries. Make the sign of the Aquila, the Emperor protects. Another blind heretic. To battle. The Emperor protects. The man responds curtly, as if giving a military command. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. The hallowed electrodynamics Cenobium receives you, pilgrim. I am Dar Impulse the Sixth, a servant of the motive force and the praetor electroid of this sacred monastery. Pascal bows down humbly before the man. A trill of Herrick signals come from his vox, to which the praetor responds with a solemn gesture of blessing. Pascal turns to you and says, the rank of praetor electroid is a sign of high standing within the electro-priest fraternity. To have been granted an audience is a great honor. You have the honor of hosting a rogue trader of House von Valancius. I urge you to follow proper etiquette when interacting with the eminent bearer of the sacred warrant. Within these walls, worldly titles are nothing before the motive force. Your deeds, however, speak far louder than the titles, for your path here is sprayed with the blood of desiccators. Dar Impulse the Sixth. It was you, was it not, that Logus Abel came seeking an interpretation of his data trance? Yes. Tech Brother Abel arrived here to engage in a magnetic meditation that would help clarify his visions. Unfortunately, the heretics' machinations prevented us from completing the ritual. The esteemed Logus volunteered his help in defending the monastery, but contact with him was lost soon afterwards. Tell me about Logus Abel. We did not speak much to each other. He preferred to devote his time to solitary reflections in his chapel. The Omnissiah has given Tech Brother Abel a gift of great insight, which allows him to discern each individual facet of existence rather than the overall view. This makes his logic different from that of other people. So he can only focus on one thing at once. Got it. His mind has always been able to combine facts and conclusions into harmonious wholes that were nothing short of beautiful. Many among my flock found his sermons poetic. What kind of visions was he receiving? The Omnissiah's revelation was encrypted with great meticulousness, which indicates its great importance. Grasping it fully is beyond my ability, but a single touch was enough for me to realize the enormity of the secret concealed within, or more exactly, the secret design, which was how Tech Brother Abel referred to it. His mind had discerned in the world around him traces of some grand silence that he wished to comprehend. I rescued him from the insurgents. I hope the Omnissiah preserves Tech Brother Abel's life, that he may continue to comprehend the mysteries he has tapped into. Questions about this place and the people in it. Truth is like light, and blocking its path is criminal. The Praetor's electroid nods majestically. Who are you? The hard-working servants and dwellers of this cenobium, electro-priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The Corpuscari did us a great honor by entrusting into our care the sacred relic around which the hallowed electrodynamics cenobium was built. What precisely do you believe in? We have devoted ourselves to the worship of that aspect of the machine god, which is known as the motive force. It is the blessed divine spark that creates impetus in the universe. The Omnissiah, in his mercy, gave the world the gift of the motive force, and we follow its impulses in order to increase it, bring it to lay people, and protect it from unholy hands. Feel like I'm in the physics class? Welcome to Adeptus Mechanicus. In this class, we pray to the physics book. And the computer. And we pray to the knowledge compendium that is Wikipedia. The relic that this monastery protects provides the entire planet of Rykad Minoris with the blessed motive force, and we, unworthy though we are glad to serve the ancient machine that dwells in this place. Tell me more about your relic. It would be pointless to describe the miraculous fusion reactor. Only through beholding its ferocious power can one comprehend its blessed essence and fear the might of the Omnissiah. Its core was found 4,000 years ago and delivered to Rykad Minoris by the holy warrior of faith Locke Impulse I during one of his campaigns. Its sacred spark has not gone out for an instant, and the walls and power units of this cenobium have been erected around the relic in order to protect it from ignorant lay people, as well as protect them from its formidable might. Pascal keeps his solemn silence, but the quick clicking of his mechadendrite's claws betrays his excitement at being so close to the sacred archaeotech. You are not like other members of the Adeptus Mechanicus I have met. Our faith imposes a duty of obedience on us. Every electro-priest is given numerous electus that combine in a blessed Voltergeist circuit, allowing feeble flesh to withstand the might of the motive force. That is why our skin glows with its light, and our eyes boil and melt when we are ordained. The Omnissiah's tears is what we call this phenomenon, this dying away of unworthy flesh. As we shun the layperson's primitive means of looking at the world, we gain the ability to sense the motive force around us with our entire bodies. I understand everything. I am pleased to be the conductor of truth. Why are you calling me a pilgrim? Only those lay people who desire to experience the motive force are allowed to cross this monastery's threshold. All others are profaners and criminals who do not belong to the fraternity of electro-priests, but your intentions are good. If you were not seeking the Omnissiah's wisdom, then it was the motive force itself that brought you here to find it. What happened here, and how did you manage to survive? When the heretics descended in droves upon this cenobium, we gave battle, but the unholy foes buried the Omnissiah's warriors under a mass of their bodies, thus extinguishing the defenders' sparks of purity. It was then that I ordered my few surviving brethren to retreat into the monastery's secret chambers. Upon taking refuge there, we began to destroy the blasphemous intruders in surreptitious ways. Alas, as fiery as my brethren's anger was, I had no right to permit them to die in honest combat, for the task of taking back our abode still lay ahead of us. I must commend the skills with which your secret chambers are concealed. You hear a tinge of wounded pride in Heinrich's words, as if he is upset about failing to discover the electro-priest's shelter. Your choice of tactics was wise as well. There was no point in losing more lives in the massacre that the cultists wrought. The leader of the heretics fought her way into the ark wherein dwells the miraculous fusion reactor. She is trying to desecrate the rite of operation with her unholy litanies so that the relic may be corrupted and the world of Rykad Minoris may perish in a fount of fire. But my brethren, in their magnetic meditation, are hampering her efforts by chanting access request prayers in unison, thereby suppressing the commands that the blasphemers enter. Praetor Electroid nods towards his entranced comrades. They're praying at their computers. Praise be the Omnissiah. Blessed is the work of the keyboard warrior. This holy place will be protected against sacrilegious practices, I swear it. In the monastery, I was attacked by people who looked like electro-priests. That is a lamentable mistake. We knew of no help that was on its way, and were not expecting to encounter any allies in the monastery's chambers, but I see that you are alive, and I mourn the senseless deaths of my brethren. I wonder if you would have so touchingly mourned the Lord Captain's death, or if such sentiments have only been awoken by the sound of our void ship delivering a punitive strike from orbit. My enforcers and the Governor's guards can help you reclaim the monastery. You made the right decision when you chose to avoid combat and save your life, save yourselves. A true person of faith would never have hidden and let the enemy take their temple. I was under no misconception that anything just like Baldur's Gate 3 kind of looks like it. Yes, it is. Same genre of games, using like Baldur's Gate 3 uses D&D as a basis. This uses Warhammer 40K as a basis. I mean, like particularly Rogue Trader. But yeah, same genre of games. Not as like cinematic though as Baldur's Gate 3 is. We don't get like, you know, cutscene dialogues, but we get a lot of text. A lot more story. Help you reclaim the monastery. I was under no misconception that anything resembling a fighting spirit could be expected from humble priests. Gonna have to check it out. Well, this is a perfect opportunity for you to check it out. Wowee. My enforcers and the Governor's Guard can help you reclaim the monastery. I cannot allow this. Lay people are... and it's also not fully voice acted. It was more like War Tales. I am unfamiliar with that game. Boop, 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 boop. Alt tabbing. War Tales. Oh yeah, I can see that. The way like the combat looks. And, like the movement specifically. Yeah. This is a CRPG, classic RPG or computer RPG, what have you. Turn-based, party-based, grid-based, like tabletop. Strategy, leveling, role-playing, all the good stuff. Alright. Okay, I cannot allow this. Lay people are forbidden from visiting the monastery, and only a select few are allowed to behold the Ark and the relic within. You and your retinue are pilgrims of a special status bestowed by the Emperor. However, should any soldier unblessed by the Omnissiah cross this monastery's threshold, I will deem them a heretic and have them put to death. Confirmed. The presence of lay people on monastery grounds without the Praetor Electorate's blessing will be regarded as a sacrilegious violation of the holy rite of operation. Heinrich opens his mouth for a second to say something, but changes his mind and quietly clears his throat instead. What are you gonna say, Heinrich? What are you gonna do? Cassian nods thoughtfully. Yes, I see. House Urselio follows the same rules when it comes to outsiders. You made the right decision when you chose to avoid combat and save yourselves. Thank you, Pilgrim. It was not easy, watching unholy intruders stampede through the chambers of my temple. We all envied our brethren who had fallen before that sacrilege began. I wish to get to the holy reactor. Oh. They're like, okay. Oh, what is the dogmatic option here? The Ark is hidden from pilgrims' eyes, but considering the extraordinary circumstances of your visit to this monastery, I grant you that right. The hall that leads to the High Reliquary has been barred by the enemy, but I will open a secret path for you. Enter the Ark and experience the motive force, pilgrim. We will pray to the security systems that they may refrain from punishing you for your intrusion. I'm so curious what that is. I must press on. May the charge of the Omnissiah's grace persist in the batteries of the faithful. Alright. Save after that. And we're gonna take a break, because I've been going for 8 hours and I've only had one break. I want to, at the very least, finish this mission. End it for the night, you know? So... Oh, we're talking about Baldur's Gate 3. Oh, that song loaded. Oop. I am back. Bit of a longer break than planned because I wouldn't make myself a sandwich. And a peanut butter sandwich with some chips. Very good. Anyways. Shall we continue my... what is probably going to be an impromptu, like, 12-hour stream? I don't fucking know. Not gonna lie. It doesn't let me see them. I did not recognize these guys as, like, electro priests. I thought they were just a bunch of servitor skulls. Ryder, the true streamer. What are they sitting on?
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue threat.
Into the bowels of the monastery. Okay. Yes.
They will see. Oh, yes, they all will see.
My character's just always so ominous. Little voice lines. Ah. Aurora. You heretic. The face of the woman who stands before you is hidden behind a grotesque barred mask. Yet the voice pouring out beneath it belongs to someone else. It is the husky, somber bass of a void wolf, a border of ships. I don't know what the fuck that sounds like. How predictable your path is. How static. All the possible deaths you have skirted only to perish here in the fiery tempest that will mark the final dawn. The woman turns her mask to Pascal and gloats. You have arrived just in time, little cog. The schismaticals use your regalia like a mask to subdue the reactor. Pascal's vox rafts musingly. A cog. I cannot comprehend why apostates try to insult me by comparing me to the sacred symbol of our faith. It is irrational. His visor lights up like a crimson herald of bloodshed, and his drilling mechadendrite whirs viciously as it readies to strike. The sacred cog grinds all corruption to dust. From the dust, I will build order. Pascal, announce my arrival. Oh, I love it. What a talented enemy. Can you do the voice? Can you do the governor's voice? Silence, heretic. Your craved preaching will not touch my mind. Step away from the sacred reactor and I might allow you to surrender. Can you do the governor's voice? I cannot. Slaves such as you and he have no voice. You are mute. The woman's voice breaks and shifts to a different pitch and timbre. A martyr's voice, young, fervent, and in pain. Time has all but run out. I can hear the fist of the future knocking on the door of the present. Choose quickly what you want to be when it walks in. A blind slave to what is gone, a faithful servant to what is to come, or a corpse. I would take some time to wrest from you the details of the future that the cult prophesizes. Hopefully, when we're done, what's left of you will still be capable of coherent speech. What you'll be is a living torch blazing for his glory. Argenta's voice burns with pure hatred and trembles with impatience to make the promise come true. Cassius squints and looks away. Reds, yellows, violets, oranges, blues, wild colors that scorch the eyes. But where the motley masks end, nothing but a colorless void remains. Who are you? My name is known to you. I am Aurora, servant of Uralin the Cruel, and the spark of the final dawn that is destined to set Reichad Minoris ablaze. A great path for one who was born into the Imperium's bondage, but shunned her predestination in favor of the changes promised by the edge of daybreak. Whose servant are you? Is Uralin a demon or just another heretic? Resounding laughter comes from behind the mask. Your flippancy is so amusing. Why, you have no inkling of the chasm that separates us. He is a prophet who foresaw our impending doom, and who graciously bestowed upon us the right to choose a different path. He is a shard of ancient wisdom from a time before we were slaves to our bitter predestination. Rogue Trader, can't wait to close this creature's mouth with the seal of death, or are you saving this glorious deed for yourself? Argenta, calm. We have to extract as much information as we can. The edge of daybreak? Is that your unholy patron? Our teacher, our savior, our merciful God, born in the immaterium out of the woes of those laboring under a legacy of ignorance and servitude. You cannot see the woman's face behind her mask, but judging by her tone of malicious triumph, you could swear she is smiling. And he remembers you, Media von Valancius. The silly savior fantasy you have been acting out amuses the true masters of these people's faiths. So what is this final dawn? It is all your followers ever talk about. Salvation from a death whose name is yet unknown, but whose approach is sensed by many. Soon it will claim every inhabitant of the Coronus Expanse. Do you think anyone will come to our aid when cataclysms shake our homes and planet-wide genocides are unleashed? Will the Emperor help, or the idol of iron they call the Omnisire? No. We will die alone and abandoned. Only one deity is promising salvation, the edge of daybreak. Mercy and salvation will come to all who believe in him and purify their souls in the light of the final dawn. Servitude are you talking about? What predestination? Everyone born in the Imperium has a predestination. The soldier, the commoner, the administratum official, the technomat, the void rat, all are consigned to serving the Golden Throne and then dying a grim death for its glory. The Imperium never thinks twice about treating people as exploitable and expendable. After all, they are the most easily replenished of all resources. Hey, look at that symbol. That's mighty similar. Even your path is predestined, Rogue Trader. You will inevitably perish on your quest to expand humanity's domain, and your end will be particularly grim and ghastly. The fruits of your efforts will be enjoyed by others, the eternal aristocrats who dwell on Mars, Terra, and other safe worlds. They insist that it is the natural order of things, but that is a lie. It is an order that benefits them. Why are you blinding people? Do you think they are blind? They see far more than you do, through reflections in mirrors blessed by the energies of the Immaterium. The edge of daybreak reveals to them visions of true existence and gives them glimpses of what is to come. The eyes lie. Our erstwhile masters have taught them to see only what is consistent with the lies they tell. The gift we give is that of true sight. The woman takes a glass prism out of the folds of her clothes and looks at you through it with a mocking chuckle. The prism's bluish-pink sheen imprints itself on your retinas as though it has been burned into them. Guess what I see when I look at you? Enough of this heretical talk. Conversation is about truth always frightened ignorant minds. People wanted my head. Why? Brother Twilight, known to you as Kunrad, marked you as a target. Your foiling of his plans sealed your death warrant. It is now a predestined certainty that changes can no longer affect. Are you trying to blow up the reactor? I am lighting the spark of the final dawn. Sometimes the future revealed in the edge of daybreak's vision is fragmented between the facets of possibility, and the view is unclear. I have glimpsed the importance of this place for what it is to come, and I have solved the puzzle. The flash of purity will transform this world and bring it closer to the Immaterium, in which it will be reborn. False believers will perish in the fire, whilst the faithful will find their salvation in their new form in it. You will never tame the spirit of this ancient and noble machine, ignorant layperson. It does have a vile temper, but I have assistants who can help tame it. The woman nods casually towards the maimed electro-priests, whose hands are affixed to the control panels with steel stakes. I didn't even notice these guys. They're focused on that. One of the servants of the Omnissiah casts a tortured glance at you, his voice trembling before. Blasphemous spirits have crawled under our skin and into our sacred iron. Take the motive force of our bodies, I implore you. We do not wish to offend the Omnissiah with the sacrileges our hands are committing. They resisted for a long time, but now their bodies and souls belong to the schismaticals. Line after line, the scrap code they produce will awaken the reactor's unyielding spirit as well, and it too will yearn for change and freedom. Heretical follower, you do not meet the requirement. I wonder what that option is. It's probably be like, alright, I'll help you, or something. Or like, I will be the one who blows up the reactor. Attack. Enough. I will rid Rykad Minoris of your tyranny. The woman's voice becomes thin and brittle like that of an innocent child. Execute them in the name of the Edge of Daybreak. The Electro Priests rip their hands off the command panels, rending their flesh on the stakes that pierced them. As their schismatical controlled bodies are imbued with the motive force's radiance, all the unfortunates can do is scream in horror and plead for a swift death. Aurora begins muttering an unholy litany in broken Gothic. You cannot make out her blasphemous words, but the name the heretic keeps repeating, the Edge of Daybreak, digs into your hearing like a blade into defenseless flesh. Its sound is almost physically painful. It spawns strange and impossible phantoms in your mind. However, you manage to muster your strength and banish it from your mind. Shit's go, grenade.
Another annoyance.
I'll turn you into corpse starch.
Alright. Guess we gotta kill the Electro Priests. Alright. Characters into position. Lady Argenta. Go there. And then I'll have myself go here. Pascal, Buddy, Pal, Friendo, right there. Right. Tabloid. You there. Asia here. Right. This shit up. My Lady Argenta. I go there, then do that. Concentrated fire. One of them. A bunch of these guys go. Right. Spirit boys.
As the tactical imperative dictates.
Oh yeah, baby. Let's fucking go. We have that blessing. Electro priest at least can't do any damage to us. Yes, good. Kill your own electro priest.
Vengeance will be swift.
I think this side is fine. This side's fine. What the fuck is going on here? Dark prayer? 5% chance. Phenomena is triggered. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. Rounds until the reactor explodes. Oh no! Go far. Cool. Okay. Excellent.
Another foe painted black.
Nice. You're outside. 4 cells.
I will endure.
Alright.
Let's see.
Cease that. Electric force. Ooh, that causes that. So an attack that counts as a major psychic power. Oh no. See him. At the start of the cycle's next turn, all allies affected by the word of the Emperor increase their deflection. This minor. Okay. Yeah. Can't get him. Right. Oh shit. Too close.
I need a foothold.
Yeah. Zing. All right. Okay. Cover coming in useful. Nice. Killed one of their own. Alright. I go there. But you can still.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Ooh. Hell yeah. Let's fucking go. There. Another only thing we can do. Nerd. Yeah.
I've suffered worse.
What's the range on this? Enemies closest to that square. Target point within. Move up to 4 towards it. So I guess it needs to. They need to be within 4. I mean, we can try. See if anything happens. Yeah, nothing happened. As expected. I mean, honestly, they kind of got this. I feel like I should just keep Medea here. Here, have some toughness. And some of that. warp shit happening.
But of course, Lord Captain.
What was that? Buddy. Well, I suppose if they've got line of sight on me, that means I've got line of sight on them. Hell yeah.
In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Woo! Oh. Getting tempted. Might as well. Nope. Alright. Scout, I think you're good. Start making your way over. Back over here.
Indeed.
I'm sorry, Sir Tech Priest.
Victory is imminent.
I guess I should have moved back. Yeah, move there. Yum. $7%. Come on. Oh, I got him.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. I'll do it.
Big good. Revel in the slaughter. Done that first, I guess.
Follow my lead. I'm not interested.
There we go. There we go.
I will do my duty.
Oh, didn't mean to skip you. Oh. Enough. Now an age-rattling voice speaks to you from behind the blood-stained mask. You are powerless to halt the approach of what is to come. I see the crimson trail leading humanity to its doom. I see the glow of the final dawn, and that means existence has made its choice. Dagger flashes in Aurora's hand. She drives it into the panel with all her strength. Now you will see it too. The crimson trail. Cicatrix maledictum, a huge warp storm stretching across the galaxy, the result of a catastrophic rift in real space. Zap. A blinding voltaic arc bursts forth from the broken control panel and strikes at Aurora's uncanny mask. Its metal heats up. Smoke billows through the bars. With a howl, the cultist collapses. The light is gone. Was that it? The final dawn? But why was it so different from what our teacher promised? Aurora shakes her head blindly. Her voice is now the voice of an ordinary middle-aged woman, frightened and in pain. You will pay for this. You will. You. The woman's body goes limp and collapses to the floor. Her iron mask hits the ground with a dull thud. Pascal examines the corpse with content, then concludes dryly, confirming purgation and termination. Heinrich grimaces in disgust. The heretic took her secrets with her. Pity. The motley hues have rejected her, leaving only a grayish-green thread, the noose that the heretic put around her own neck. I have seen this many times before. No one can escape fear itself. Heinrich approaches Aurora's body and leans over it. A minute, please, Medea. I need no more than a minute. Inspect the control panel damaged by Aurora. The cogitator is probably well beyond repair, but your attention is drawn away from the sacred machine and toward the daggers sticking out of the control panel. On closer inspection, it turns out to be the lavishly decorated handguard of a sword, whose blade has been pried out. Its pommel is decorated with a strange adornment, resembling an eye covered by a scaled lid. What remains of the blade has a blue sheen to it, the same tint as Kunrad's weapon during the mutiny on your void ship. This is no human-made object. It was grown from wraith bone, a material favored by the Aldari. Wraith bone. An Aldari material composed of crystallized psychic energy, used in the creation of everything from art pieces to craft worlds. Aldari. An ancient and highly advanced alien race that once dominated the galaxy. That's it. Eons ago, the Aldari divided into different factions and split away into distant parts of the galaxy. Even though they are small in number, The Ardari remain a significant force due to their advanced technology, devious minds, and innate psychic abilities. They also created, accidentally, Slaanesh? Because they were just so decadently hedonistic that their combined psychic energy just and emotions got sent to the warp and created her. As you lean over the shard, you suddenly hear a multitude of voices. They blend together and individual words are distorted as though they are mocking your attempts to grasp their meaning. The nagging whisper is like the burning red scratch of an unholy claw upon your mind. Toss the shard into the depths of the reactor. That doesn't seem like a good idea. So what does this symbol mean? You gain Mysterious Sword Handguard. Oh, and we had a blade. We had an opportunity to have a blade. God, I wish I could save right now. Yeah, pre-fight. Thought so. By any chance what you are looking for? Henrik raises his head, gets up, and makes a wry face as he carefully examines Aurora's weapon. This unholy object is the work of inhuman hands. And judging by the cold I am sensing, it is a tool of the archenemy. Most grateful for your vigilance, Medea. Heinrich takes the strange shard out of the control panel and studies it for a few seconds. Curious. Heinrich stows the corrupted object away and turns to you. Rogue Trader, on behalf of the Holy Ordos, I thank you for your cooperation and release you from requisition. From this moment on, I am at your service. I am ready to come aboard your ship and head for Footfall as soon as you deem it possible. That is, if you do not have other business in the system, in which case I am prepared to assist you in its prompt resolution. Remove the mask. The iron helmet is firmly attached to the heretic's flesh. Her face is impossible to make out in the darkness behind the bars of her mask, but after peering at it for a little longer than necessary, you wonder if, for a moment, you saw something move. It was finished cleansing the monastery, Pascal. Executing. Let the Omnisire given motive force flow and all obstacles in its path eradicated. Just standing over her body. Love it. Avengers Gauntlets. All attacks of opportunity deal an additional plus agility bonus damage. Okay. Blasphemous Prism. A glass prism crafted by the cultists of the Final Dawn. It belonged to their leader, Aurora. If you look through it long enough, your vision begins to deceive your mind, showing what could be instead of what is. Gem of Dark Vitality. Requires Conviction, Heretical, +4 maximum wounds, while Veil Degradation is above 15, +10 toughness. Each round, the wearer regenerates wounds equal to the wearer's heretical rank. Heresy. Miraculous Fusion Reactor. Alright, level 15. Until the end of combat. Artifact games. During their extra turn, any kill made by the target restores 1 AP up to the fellowship bonus times. The target can redirect the ability with their to another target. I like that. Alright. Dismantling attack also cripples the enemy, reducing their weapon skill and ballistic skill by 30 until the end of combat. Also intimidates all enemies in a 5-cell radius around the target, reducing their dodge. For the end of combat, the target's MP is reduced by 3. That one. Alright. Daring also grants 10 movement points until the end of the turn. The warrior does not provoke ops. Going around, the warrior becomes the priority target for every enemy hit by their melee attacks. This turn, melee attacks deal an additional damage. Okay, so I already have it. For each kill, I may use their MP after attacking with abilities. Not that one. At the end of the soldier's turn, they gain 4 MP, and their attacks do not spend MP. At the end of combat, the soldier's rate of fire is increased by 30%. I mean, Firearm Mastery lets you fire a number of times equal to your rate of fire, right? So that's good. It's either rate of fire or AP. And that's until the end of combat, and that also affects later, like burst shots. When is it no longer? He has that one. All negative effects are immediately removed from the target. Temporary wounds. Gotta have them be different, you know? That was 16. I get to pick which ones these are.
Curiosity sings in my veins. Patience. Oh, my nerves are frayed. One step at a time, amidst the madness.
The hallowed electrodynamic cenobium greets its savior. May the charge of the Omnissiah's grace persist in the batteries of the faithful.
There will be no peace in my wake.
Email for armor. It's human enemies. Leather armor. Slightly better. Bad looking, not bad looking. Guard. Have that, but I had to use it. Okay. Bakari weapon. That are ultra sacred analysis. First galvanic hymn. Let us fill our souls with gratitude towards this, no. Alright. This, no. This, no. This, no. This, no. This, no. This. This one. This one. No. We're gonna be here for a while. This one. No. This one. This one. No. Omnissiah. First one. Third one. First one. No. 1, 3, 2. No. 1, 3. 3? No. 1, 3, 4. No. 1, 3, 5. No. 1, 4, 2. I guess I think is what I chose there. 1, 4, 1. No. 1, 4, 3. No. 1, 4, 4. No. 1, 4, 5. No. 1, 5, 1. No. 1, 5, 2. No. 1, 5, 3. No. 1, 5, 4. No. 1, 5, 5. No. Alright. 2, 1, 1. Yep. 2, 1, 2. 2, 1, 3. 1, 4. 2, 1, 5. Nope. 2, 2, 1. 2, 2, 2. 2, 2, 3. 2, 2, 4. No. 2, 2, 5. 2, 3, 1. No. 2, 3, 2. Nope. 2, 3, 3. Nope. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 5. 2, 2, 4. 5. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 2. 2, 3, 3. 2, 4. 2, 3, 5. No. 2, 4. 1. 2, 2. 3. 2, 4. 2, 5. 2, 5, 1. 2, 5, 2. 2, 5, 3. 2, 5, 4. Oh shit, I got it. 2, 5, 4. We did it. I'm a genius. I didn't brute force it. No siree. Exotic. Ooh. What the fuck does that mean? When the wielder hits a target with the arc rifle, they also attack all enemies within 2 cells of the target. Whoa! Wow! And then this pinpointing visor grants a 15% crit hit chance to ranged attacks against enemies with less than 50% wounds left.
Oh,
Alright, what was the actual
beyond?
new line that happened? Okay, so let's see. A solemn by an herrick trill comes from the cogitator. Verily so. A pilgrim who has learned our ways is worthy of the gifts of the enlightened. Your personal inventory.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
Oh. Outside. Right. Go, baby.
They will see. Oh yes, they all will see.
We'll cover the landing area. Fine. Let's go. My office.
Rogue Trader. I was somewhat brusque at our first meeting, and I would like to make up for it by expressing my thanks for your assistance in the electrodynamic Cenobium. Your arrival could not have come at a better time.
The interrogator offers a scant bow.
Thanks to you, I have succeeded in finding the object that brought me to this system in the first place. Now that the weapon of corruption has been seized from the cult, I can satisfy the Lord Inquisitor's wish and travel with you to Footfall, once you have finished your business on Rycat. There is one more thing. The Lord Inquisitor gave me this item some time ago. He must have thought it likely that I would find myself aboard this vessel sooner than he. I was instructed to deliver this device to Lady Theodora. However, given recent events, I believe I ought to present it to you. This is an elucidator, a sacred machine capable of translating the languages of remote and lost worlds into Low Gothic. It can even process Xenos languages to a certain degree. Not without infelicities, but possibly well.
Yo, nice. Heinrich reveals a small device wrapped in velvet. A strange choice for your first love token. Be honest, Von Calix. Is this some kind of tracking device?
Certainly not. The Elucidator is such a rare and complex creation of the Omnisia that neither I nor any of my colleagues would dream of compromising its integrity. If you wish, have your tech priests confirm that there are no listening devices inside.
Heinrich cuts you a glance, one which you suddenly realize is charged with a strange, almost personal interest before differentially averting his gaze.
Apologies in advance if I unknowingly violate the protocol for conversing with someone of your elevated status. I think a slip in composure is to be expected when one is hosted personally in the Lord Captain's study.
Brother, you are an Inquisitor. You, are the highest authority in the land. Next to, the Imperial, custodies who protect the God Emperor's throne. In fact, I think they might actually be higher than that. I don't know. Conversing with you is no less disconcerting for me, Master Calix.
After serving in the Holy Ordos all these years, I'm used to people being wary of me.
You misunderstand me. I am not unnerved by your status, but by you personally. A little more, and my pious trepidation will turn into something much less seemly. One cannot blame the Imperium citizens for fearing the Inquisition. by him personally.
Such a fear sometimes indicates that a person has something to hide. Lack of guilt proves nothing. Even thoughts can be dangerous heresy.
Innocence prove nothing. It's like, I think, literally part of the Inquisition motto. What do you plan to do now?
I would like to offer my assistance in resolving your immediate problems. I am aware that the ship suffered considerable losses during the recent mutiny and was damaged by the cultists' actions, and you have lost many valuable officers as well. You are in a difficult situation. I am at your disposal.
What do you think will become of the electrodynamic Cenobium?
It all depends on the electro-priests who survived the attack. Fortunately for them, the cultists did not manage to seriously corrupt the holy site, partly thanks to the priesthood's efforts. Nevertheless, I would not be surprised if the local explorator fleet decides to audit and purge the damaged units once it hears about what has happened.
Let's return to my duties. Eric is about to say something else when he is interrupted by the sound of a Vox signal. Someone's trying to contact you.
Thank you for your time. Please consider me at your complete disposal while I am aboard your vessel.
Man has attempted to say a few things now that he stopped himself from saying. And there goes the voice acting. Congratulations on the victory, your ladyship. The entire vessel was impatiently awaiting the news of your expedition's success. The rumors about you not simply saving the Tech Priest Monastery, but actually eliminating the source of the mutiny are spreading like wildfire. The Vox transmissions from across the world speak of nothing else. Governor Medina is expecting you at his command center to discuss matters. We are ready to depart immediately. Just give the order. Alright. Nope. There he is. Heinrich looks at you intently, his head tilted. I know nothing about you, Heinrich. Could you tell me a little about yourself?
I'm usually the one interested in the pasts of those around me, not the reverse. I come from a night world, Guizorn 3. I belong to a branch of one of the noble houses until my exceptional abilities were discovered. After that, I was sent on a black ship to Holy Terra, where I was trained, and I began my service for the glory of the Imperium.
What is a night world? Feudal worlds that are home to ancient noble dynasties trained to pilot the engines of war called Imperial Knights. Night worlds are vital linchpins in the Imperium's defense in countless sectors, protecting their allies from alien and heretic invaders with the help of their massive combat walkers. A black ship? The dreadful Imperial void ships that transport psychers given up by numerous worlds as part of their tithe to the Imperium. The black ships themselves are dark places of despair, for they are little more than high-security prisons, and many of the psychers being transported know full well that they will meet a grim fate at their journey's end. Oh, so black ships are the ships that transfer the 1,000 psychers a day to the God Emperor's throne, so that he can nom their psi energy. Do you remember your home planet?
I do, but I have no ties to my homeworld now. None except my first name. I left Guizorn 3 when I was still a child. My family disowned me, stripping me of my family name. I was given a new one by those who trained me. Even for a noble, being branded a psyker is a mark of eternal shame. I experienced that firsthand before I was put on the black ship.
Heinrich's mouth turns down. How did you discover your abilities?
Like many psychers unaware of their curse, I found out when a strong emotional reaction triggered an involuntary response. My great-aunt had a pet grink. One day, It bit me, and I boiled it from inside out. And when my great aunt slapped me for what I'd done, I boiled her too.
Oof. Heinrich falls silent. Then he sighs and reluctantly continues. The interrogator looks away and adds more quietly. Sorcerer's powers are truly dangerous. I hope you have mastered your abilities since then. I expected a more dramatic story. I don't know what I'm more surprised by. The absurdity of this story or the fact you're capable of such a show of emotion. You have that little control over yourself? You're simply dangerous. No. I hope you've mastered your abilities since then.
When I arrived on Holy Terra and was tested, I was found to be suitable material for becoming a sanctioned psyker, able to bend his curse to his own will. I can assure you that the adepts of the Astra Telepathica were right in their assessment.
Holy Terra. Throne world of the Imperium of Man and the original homeworld of humanity and the God Emperor. Is this really the first time we've seen the phrase Holy Terra? Terra is the slow-beating heart of human civilization. Its Sanctum Sanctorum, and the capital of the Imperial that has become a legend for most people in the galaxy. It is ruled by the priesthood of Earth, the Adeptus Terra, where the High Lords pass proclamations that touch the lives of untold millions of worlds. Astra Telepathica. The special organization that finds, recruits, and trains the majority of the Imperium's psychers. Most die during testing, but those who survive might become sanctioned and serve the Imperium in many ways. Some might become astropaths, linking worlds together by psychic means, or battle psychers, living weapons to accompany the Imperial Guard to war. Tell me about the Black Ship.
Picture a vast prison ship, filled with frightened, angry psychers who can't control their abilities and who have just lost their homes and their families. Some of them were children and adolescents like I was. Some were monstrous creatures who no longer had the right to be called human, or psychopaths who reveled in their impure powers.
Heinrich is silent for so long you begin to think that an answer will not be forthcoming.
Once, when one of the miscreants broke free, those in command simply depressurized the bay and got rid of the culprit, along with the prisoners and crew tainted by him. But even after that, I heard the echo of inhuman suffering and terror that filled that part of the ship. It grieves me to recall that episode to this day.
You were sent to the Inquisition straight after training?
No. First, I was accorded the status of a psyker fit for service in the Imperial Guard, where I then spent several years. It was only afterward that I became an agent of the Golden Throne.
Heinrich stops there, clearly not intending to elaborate further. How long have you served in the Inquisition?
Since the day of my initiation as an acolyte. So, decades. How many real years it's been, it's hard to say. When I return from a journey through the warp, I often discover that much more or much less time has passed in real space.
Heinrich shrugs. You visited many worlds during your service, I'll wager?
Indeed. I have visited many of the places brought to the Emperor's light, and those sullied by the filth of the archenemy. In truth, even after all these years spent visiting the various corners of the Imperium and looking beyond its borders, I still consider the Segmentum Solar to be the greatest of all humanity's bastions. Nothing compares to the majesty of Holy Terra, the might of Mars, the grandeur of the Segment's other worlds.
What duties have you been carrying out for the Inquisition?
You can't really be expecting me to answer that question, can you?
The interrogator returns your look and smiles, but thanks to the expression in his ice-cold eyes, the effect is rather unnerving. For someone who's been in service for decades, you certainly look young.
The first step for biomancers such as myself is to take control of the processes of their own body, including aging. I've endured innumerable hazards in my work. If I allowed every trace of them to remain, I would look completely different today.
Heinrich smiles crookedly.
Gladly.
You're not the Inquisitor's only acolyte, correct?
Of course not. The Lord Inquisitor's entourage comprises dozens of people. The best of the best. Experts in various fields and disciplines. Some of them I know personally. Others I've never met. To be honest, I'm not even certain that the people I know are still alive. I used to work with other acolytes of the Lord Inquisitor, but in the Coronis Expanse, I've been working alone.
Heinrich's expression becomes pensive, and he seems to look through you to something beyond. Wandering among the stars without family or friends. Don't you get lonely?
I had never even considered such a thing before you asked. Perhaps I do. Sometimes.
Heinrich blinks and looks at you almost as if in surprise. I'm not a bad conversation partner, should you ever want company. Or give Heinrich a lascivious look. Such criminal negligence of your needs. I'm a good conversation partner.
Perhaps. When we both
Spark,
find a
you started a
suitable
romance?
time.
Oh. Oops. Heinrich looks at you for a few seconds and gives you an almost imperceptible smile. You're an Inquisitor. Does that mean you hold a special position in the retinue?
We are not a retinue. We are acolytes. As for your question, I am closer than anyone else to the one I call my personal teacher. The Lord Inquisitor deemed me worthy of undertaking the most important and sensitive tasks requiring the attention of agents of the Golden Throne.
Are there other acolytes in the Coronis Expanse? Interrogator narrows his eyes at you and releases a disappointed sigh. After several seconds of silence, you realize that you will not be getting an answer. Yep.
Such as?
What can you do as a Psyker?
The Lord Inquisitor was most insistent that I master the discipline of Santic Demonology. I use my faith and my power to crush the enemies of the Imperium. Servants of Chaos tremble at the sound of the Emperor's name, uttered by my lips. I am also a skilled biomancer. I can manipulate bodily processes. Sometimes I resort to those skills in the course of my work, when it is necessary to make the subject of an interrogation more cooperative.
I must take my leave. Heinrich politely inclines his head in response. I want to unstart that romance.
Lord Captain. Lord...
Hot gossip.
Words cannot describe how boring.
I haven't.
Greetings.
Check. Now might have dialogue, given what just happened. Not here. He's over here.
The Omniscient knows all, comprehends all.
I don't know the truth about you.
The request is approved. I did conceal certain information. I was a student of Archmagus Amonat, but I committed an act of betrayal after he deviated from sacred dogma.
The mechadendrites coil around the tech priest's chest and shoulders as if trying to protect him. What did Armanat do?
He fell into schism, and challenge the sacred boundaries of knowledge. The Blessed Amanat claimed the limits of what is permitted must be expanded, because by refusing to explore certain law, we find ourselves in contempt of the seventh universal law. Comprehension is the key to all things.
Sacred commandments observed by all followers of the cult of Mechanicus.
My mentor put forth a thesis claiming that we have stagnated, that ritual is now nothing but a cage for souls and false worship of the Omnissiah. He sought to break the cycle of mindless repetition because he saw the inevitable demise of our faith and all humanity at the end of it.
Certain aspects of the Imperium have indeed ossified. The argument sounds reasonable.
This statement is false. My mentor's words sound like heresy. Limits were established because it is dangerous to venture beyond. Each step past them could lead to a bloody slaughter, but the Blessed Amanat was not afraid.
How did you betray our Amonat?
The teachings of the Blessed Amanat spread, and word of it reached the conclave of the Cognizance Fleet. They recognized his teachings as tech heresy. Many tech priests suddenly vanished or were subjected to server penance for minor transgressions. The students of Amanat, whose number included many enlightened and respected brothers, resisted. My prognosis showed that our most likely future was a schism and a fratricidal war that would destroy the Cognizance Fleet. That was when I headed to the Conclave. I confessed and handed the information about my mentor's research over to the Conclave. Brazen, anathematic studies of the Forbidden Law. The Conclave could use that data to summon Archmagus Amanat to stand trial and compel him to repent on pain of excommunicate Traitoris. His subsequent fate is unknown to me.
So you betrayed your mentor.
This statement is true. However, I took this step out of loyalty to my mentor. He rejected caution and was leading us to a blasphemous war where he would become the first and most important victim. I did not want to witness his destruction and tried to force him to submit. I wanted to return to my mentor and share his fate, but the Conclave found me repentant and sent me to the station Alter Templum Calixis EXT-17, where I was to atone for my previous transgressions.
And as a loyal son of the Imperium should.
I pray that the Omnissiah grants us wisdom to overcome the dialectic differences that divide us.
The Vox system emits a painful crunch, like the sound of snapping bone.
The teaching, I confessed, and handed the information. I was summoned there by a message that was encrypted with the Blessed Amanat's personal code, and could it be interpreted in several ways. One thing was certain. We were in danger, and I had to go to Rykat Minoris.
The tech priest named Abel. Who is he?
Assessing his personality is difficult. The spirit of Brother Abel is different from that of most people. Tech comrades of the Cog call such persons quiet ones. He possesses significant intellect, but shuns communication. So far, I have not been able to determine why Abel summoned me to Rykat Minoris, how he is related to the Blessed Amanat, or why he bears the same name as me. Perhaps Reverend Abel may not be fully able to actualize and interpret the available data.
What are you going to do next?
I was wrong. when I assumed it was the blessed Archmagos Amonat who assumed the guise of Abel Haneman. But there is a connection between him and the Reverend Abel, and I intend to uncover the nature of this link.
I have no more questions.
Acknowledged. I will return to ruminating on the search for the blessed Amonat. May your labors be effective and fruitful.
The person you saved from the Electro Priest Monastery, the servant of the Omnissiah, who calls himself Abel Hanuman, is staring intently at the cogitator's vid screen. Wires connect the sacred computing machine to augmatics inside the prayerfully bowed heads of murmuring servitors. Abel looks up at you. After a lengthy silence, he looks away and says stiffly, "The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all." How are you feeling, Abel? Tech Priest stares intently at his feet for a while and then says in a haunting voice, "The running of the Ben Herrick protocol was bogged down and dissolved in false commands. The filter has separated the correct signals from the incorrect. The running has been restored to its swiftness." Pascal speaks softly, as though trying to match the inflections of Abel's voice. Tech Brother Abel has passed the diagnostics. The pernicious influence of sacrilegious procedures have been completely eliminated. Statistically, most survivors of a schismatical's infestation are left with severe cognitive impairments. However, Tech Brother Abel's mind, being of a less typical nature, has not been damaged to so great a degree. You are free from possession, are you not? Is that you pose no threat to my ship? Abel's voice quivers and his eyes dart around, desperately avoiding eye contact. What was flawed has since been purged, but the shadows of the hunt linger. The cog is dismounted, and no judgment has been made. In the absence of judgment, threat remains. Who will make the judgment? I will. Pascal places a mechadendrite on Abel's shoulders and repeats, his voice heavy like a wheel tread crushing the dirt underneath. I will make the judgment that will avert the threat. His gaze falls on you. There is no need to frighten him. What troubles him so? I assumed at first that this was caused by the shock inflicted upon his system by the schismatical attack, but my tech brother's words are a sign of a deeper reason for his unease. He foresees something that threatens both him and all those around him, and thus I stand ready to face this threat. What judgment do you two speak of? Only he knows, but if my tech brother fears that he might not make the right decision at the critical moment, then I will do it for him. Why are you so concerned about him? Not the one you were hoping to find. Answer unknown. I am registering a kinship, both between our identifiers and one that is more profound. Archmagos Armanat left an imprint on all his students. It may be then that I see some of my mentor in Tech Brother Abel, and so my spirit rejoices and strives to keep him from harm. Care for him as if he truly were your younger brother. Pascal's voice rasps a tired laugh. Tech Brother Abel is harmonious, and harmony is beauty. Is it so strange an urge to protect beauty from the horrors of the grotesque? Oh, try not to give Abel any undue cause for dread. Thank you. Why do you and Pascal have the same name? Abel freezes. From his vox synth, barely audible through the static, come the words, "The naming of the names is not an index to the text. The naming of the names is the text." Abel's answers can be enigmatic. His mind works differently from ours. He thinks in harmonic imagery and notices the symmetries and proportional relationships in the world around him. Poetry would be the closest analogy to how he perceives and interacts with reality. I never imagined there could be poets among the tech priests. Pascal, do you understand what Abel is referring to? Are you overthinking it? Doesn't matter why your names are the same. What matters is that they are the same. Is that what you mean? Never imagined there could be poets among the tech priests. Pascal looks surprised. Why not? Technolingua is rhythmical and possesses a broad semantic scope, and some of its more sonorous dialects lend themselves well to individual and symphonic declamation. You understand what Abel is referring to? Negative. However, I will hypothesize. Tech Brother Abel is seeking to convey the idea that our matching identifiers are not the key to some vital data point. They are, in and of themselves, the vital data point. At this stage in my analysis, I will draw no useful conclusions from this proposition. However, the very fact that Tech Brother Abel is trying to hint at something points to him either being better informed than I am, or having conducted a more in-depth analysis of the situation. That is useful information. Could you please explain what you mean? Abel relaxes a little. His gaze drifts to the side. There is silence. Are you overthinking it? Doesn't matter why your names are the same, but what matters is that they are the same. Is that what you mean? Abel looks sideways at you, and at once his transfixed stupor is gone. At this point in time, the cycle has been broken and reshaped in the rising spiral as Armanat envisioned. On hearing his mentor's name, Pascal lets out a raspy, static-filled sigh. They are connected. My hypothesis regarding Abel's connection to the blessed Armanat has been confirmed. What are you working on? We catch the soul of the light in the solar wind. We look at the footsteps the Omnissiah left when he walked the desert. This is the neuromantic computation procedure. The depersonalized minds of these machine servants are in a data dream, processing enormous arrays of assorted data and aggregating them. Virtually all results of such synthesis are scrap data, but occasionally we have noted coincidences whose exactness defied logic. It is an extremely rare and venerated form of statistical augury, but Tech Brother Abel is adept in this form of appealing to the Deus Mechanicus. How do you do it? Spec. Look for logical connections within the data. Why do you do it? It is how we execute the quest for knowledge in the hope that the machine god grants us an epiphany, so that we may discern a logical connection in a mass of absurd data, which will propel our comprehension forward. Inspect. Oh, shit. Hit the wrong one. Ha! Most of the runes are devoid of any meaning, but you notice a few among them that combine into formulae and computational graphs. Abel peers at you inquisitively, then shifts his gaze to the vidscreen, and you could swear that a smile lights up his face under his respiratory augmetic. A crystal is exquisite in clear water. Deviation from the cycle's trajectory has been increased, as was Amonat's wish. Abel lowers his head, and his Vox synthesizer broadcasts a binaric hymn you do not recall having heard before. Its sound is full of vibrant energy, and its precise rhythm is nothing short of pleasing to the ear, a rare thing in the language of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Pascal explains, with an inexplicable air of pride. Tech Brother Abel has dedicated a lesser aria to you. The piece is distinguished by a high degree of acoustic harmony and is fit for use as a motto, auxiliary identifier, or epitaph. I thank you for the generous gift. Why, thank you. With a life as eventful as mine, I am certainly going to need an epitaph at some point. I thank you for the generous gift. The gift is disproportionate, but it does signify a personal affinity. Inspect the sacred machine. The hair has been removed from every servitor's head. Their bulky cerebral augmetics cover their skulls like helmets. The faces of the cogitator's servants are blank. Their eyes are closed. Their lips are incessantly whispering what sounds like gibberish. Hundreds of lines of symbols containing information scroll down the cogitator's vid screen. Abel Hunaman peers at it with voracious interest, in sharp contrast to his usual placidity. Abel goes back to intently watching the calculations, his eyes alight with curiosity. Did you hear what Abel said? Seems we have contributed to Armanet's design and deviated from the cycle. What does this mean to you? A low, guttural sound rises from the depths of Pascal's Vox synth, as though the planet's tectonic plates are shifting and crushing each other. The mighty rumble brings forth words imbued with power. We follow a path charted by a great mind, but that path leads to dark places. The cycle has the advantage of predictability. Abandoning it will plunge the collective into a perilous space of uncertainty, which will inevitably lead to disasters and the risk of universal annihilation. The doctrine of discontinuing the cycle may herald good things to come, or it may be a death sentence. Only the Omniscience knows all and comprehends all. Others are mere prophets who interpret his wisdom as far as their own comprehension permits. Is that not the promise of every heresy? Let's renounce our path, distort our doctrine, and head out towards what looks like a better future, but actually only has danger and grief in store for us. As flawed as the status quo is, it helps us survive through the past 10 millennia, therefore it is effective. Better to die fighting against change than to rot alive. Disaster is just another word for new opportunity. Not missing it is what it's all about. No profit. I will not presume to make pronouncements on the future. Better to die fighting against change than to rot alive. Disaster is another word for a new opportunity. Not missing it is what it's all about. This statement is true. A crisis motivates a system toward growth and elaboration. The more unbearable the test, the more earnest will be the mind's appeal to the Omnissiah's wisdom, and the more stable the response. The tone of thundering profundity drains from Pascal's Vox, giving way to his familiar sibilance. Take my leave. Abel immediately looks away as if he has lost all interest in you, but then his Vox crackles, barely audible. I am glad to see you. Neat.
The Omniscience knows.
Nothing else, huh? We are going to end it here for today. It is just 8 minutes short of 5 a.m. I have been playing for 10 hours. Woo-wee. My voice is starting to go. I can feel it. Sandwich helped alleviate it and let me go for a couple more hours, but I'm starting to feel it again. So, yeah, we're going to end it here for today.